under the table. I mean, there have been rumors of arts. I remember seeing some rumors of munitions with Chinese characters on them appearing in the battlefield, but I think they were something else. I know there's been Iranian equipment that's shown up, but that's also been given to the Ukrainians because it was likely seized by the United States that was then given to the Ukrainians. I mean, Pakistan theoretically could, but they don't really have a reason to. India could, but they also have a reason to. I mean, they've got a lot of people really. I mean, when you think about it geopolitically, like Russia is, as we've said so many times in the space, and we keep repeating, Russia has this kind of eternal myth that it's this great power, that it's destined to be a great and mighty empire that will challenge the West, be both part of the West and also not part of it. But it has the economy the size of Spain, and when you have the EU, NATO, the United States all kind of saying like, "Hey, if you support Russia in any way we can detect, we're going to sanction you too." I mean, the United States just sanctioned some Chinese firms that were helping Russia under the table. There's been reports of Russian cutout corporations that were shell corporations used to avoid sanctions operating out of Hong Kong, I believe, that were utilized to get access to uh, Western design circuit boards and like other microelectronics to help them because the Russian equipment is like heavily reliant on foreign design and foreign built electronics. Um, the point about the EU, the EU, NATO, and United States all working together don't want anyone giving anything to Russia. And if you think about it, for China or a bunch of countries, would you rather piss off Russia by not helping them, or would you piss off like 50% roughly of the world's GDP and have them sanction you? So there are countries that theoretically could do it. Will they do it? It's highly doubtful.
The cost benefit is way too imbalanced.
There you go. Well, I hope that helped, Natasha.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Back to the Iranian drones. Not only are they able to down a few of them, they actually managed to take control of one and land it and recover it to dissect it for all of its capabilities and components.
For all its Radio Shack parts, Ryan. Yeah, the Israelis did something very interesting with one of them. Did I tell you? I think I told you. They had an auto destruct sequence basically, and they sent it back to the operator and it blew up. They tricked it into thinking that it was they obviously fed it information that it was running out of power, and then when it went back to the I guess the operator thought that there was a malfunction, but when it got back to the operator, it detonated. So the Israelis can do a lot with those drones.
They have a boomerang mode. That's amazing. I hope the camera was still running.
I'm not sure. I wasn't told what the details, but I was told it was an unpleasant surprise. And then I think they started disabling the auto, like the auto destruct function, because they didn't want to
beautiful.
Die, but they basically made it look like some like a power deficiency,
power fault error.
So then all of a sudden it just kicked into, and it goes back to the initial. It GPSs it back to the initial like launch point drone, which is usually where they're all standing around. And so, presto changeo. Yeah.
Surprise.
He was a good boy. Always got food for his mother. No, if you're a terrorist, it's not a good thing. Anyway, I'm going to pop off. Cheers, everyone.
Thanks, Yehuda. Gunny, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be the brutal one, but what you have to do is look at things like the unmanned aerial vehicles, the Iranian ones. Are they fundamentally changing the course of the war? No. Therefore, they're an irrelevance. Now, that sounds horrible because people are dying. but they are not having any real material change on the course of the war. They are, by all accounts, a pain in the backside, but the Ukrainians have not ceased all operations and are legging it back west on account of Iranian suicide drones. So it sounds like they're being countered with EW more than anything else. It's a perennial problem again of a small aerial vehicle with a low radar cross section, and when you detect one, you kill it. If you've got 10 inbound, then you're going to rapidly shoot off a supply of surface-to-air missiles. The ideal counter to them is a fast-firing weapon like CRAM, which is basically a phalanx 20mm rotary cannon, which would be perfect for this, but there aren't enough on the planet to cover every single Ukrainian supply depot, forward airfield, city, town, HQ, tank marshalling area. So it's horrible, but people will die, but they will be a pain and nothing else. Just to counter Craig, I think with the greatest respect, mate, and you always talk really good common sense, you kind of argued against yourself because you said, well, the Ukrainians are using Russian legacy equipment. The Russians themselves are obviously using absolute top end, their cutting edge equipment, but they're still losing, aren't they? The idea that the Ukrainian Air Force flying Frogfoots and Fencers and Hinds and Hips are still active over the forward edge of the battle area, are conducting strikes, have their own combat air patrols up, and are still an effective air force in being when they're using all these old aircraft, and the Russians are using, S-300, S-400, Tugunchka, Pantsir, all these fabulous systems, means that the kit is not particularly good. You can swamp an enemy, of course you can. If you take one redcoat and charge him with 1,000 natives all carrying guava fruit and give him 10 rounds, he's still going to end up covered in guava fruit juice, isn't he? Because he is in the minority and the enemy in the majority, and the Russians are just bludgeoning their way through. But again, it's a concept of Russian missiles launched from the sea, hitting the Golden Gate Bridge with an American air defense network up, radiating and fully ready for trouble. But the Golden Gate Bridge got hit anyway. Therefore, as a taxpayer, you would rightfully say, where are my tax dollars going? Why didn't the kit pick it up? I can say with probable certainty that 996 radar that I used in the 1990s would have picked up, I think, something about the size of an ATACMS in terminal phase. Would we have been able to shoot it down? Yeah, do you know what? Even back then, and I'm talking a long time ago, ancient times, something like Seawolf, something like that. Yeah, I'd have given us better than even odds of at least getting rounds away. And if it was an MRLS strike, they didn't get rounds away yet again. There was a strike conducted against a frontal aviation base in Crimea. No one got rounds away. There's no footage of tracers going up. There's no footage of last-ditch short-range SAMs going up. Therefore, nobody saw it coming. So, yeah, I would argue that on top of Caliber missiles flying into apartment buildings, a Russian heavy cruiser getting sunk, airstrikes using UAVs against Snake Island, it all screams to me a mixture of equipment that certainly is not as good as it was assumed to be, against Russian legacy equipment that also will not be as good as we thought it should have been, but manned by far better trained people who know how to get the very best out of that equipment. So no, I'll revise my estimation. I think it's chimpanzees and equipment that is, in some cases, a generation behind ours, and in some cases, maybe even worse, to be honest with you. But they have the numbers. And if you've got the numbers, as I say, you can bludgeon your way through, can't you? But just look at Ukrainian Air Force. They shouldn't be outmanned, should they? This is a comprehensive air defense network, the very best the Russians have. Combat air patrol, airborne early warning, long and short range SAMs, long and short range air defense radars, ground based, point defense systems, truck and track mounted, and then finally the grunt on the ground with man pads. And yet still the Ukrainians are conducting close air support. That tells you everything.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I guess my point was just we shouldn't get cocky because a native stuff's better, and that all I guess your point's well taken, and my point is just that because native stuff's better, they need more native stuff.
I don't think anybody will argue with that. Ukraine should get more stuff. That's never a controversial statement here on MriyaReport. Yeah, Alex, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, just was listening to the story about Iranian drones. I agree with everything said. One thing with drones, they can fly low, and that was the reason initially they could sneak in unnoticed. But Ukrainians are getting better, and some of equipment they got is helping. Another thing with these drones is Russians are using them again against civilian targets, and they used to use much more expensive rockets. So this could be a sign that they are running out of expensive rockets, which is a good sign. As for drones, however, they have not got unlimited number, and they will not change much. It is annoying, but I'm sure Ukrainians are getting better by day in fighting them. They are not very difficult to fight either. It's kind of like I said, they were sneaking in unnoticed, even though they make some noise. It was just something new and unexpected, but won't change much. But the fact that Russia is kind of running low on rockets is an important, and I do not think they will get unlimited number of those drones. I think this is very finite, and probably already they will feel shortage of those drones very soon. One thing I wanted to notice is, it's I personally do not really care. There is a singer in Russia who was kind of popular with younger generation. Her name is Zemfira, and she did not really speak since the beginning of the war, but like 1 week after Pugacheva said that she's against the war, now Zemfira also, she was doing her concert somewhere in Cyprus, and she had some words against the war. Why it matters, again, like I said, it does not really matter that much to me, but probably it has some impact on younger generation of Russians, which are under mobilization right now, especially those who are sort of middle class or considered to be middle class. And this is a sign that, Russian kind of society, they're already, how you call it, Caesar? No, I forgot the word, but you can see that there are cracks already within the society, and the support of the Führer is pretty much evaporating by day, which can be a good sign. Let's not be too optimistic here, but I think this, she's just a singer, but this singer has probably more impact on Russians than Pope. For sure, more impact than Pope, because singers are kind of popular, especially with young. Yeah, just wanted to bring your attention to that. Yet another sign. It is interesting that as Putin's situation is getting more and more shaky, because if months ago, like, most people would probably say that Putin had better chances to win this war, it's probably the picture is much clearer now that he is losing, and he will be a very sore loser. And believe it or not, but there are some voices that pressing for kind of negotiations, because otherwise there is a risk of nuclear war, whatever. It's the timing of those voices are, I mean, these voices never stopped, but they like, this is dangerous, not because mostly it is dangerous because there could be delay in supporting Ukraine, or and that's where I see the risk. I think we need to, basically the best we can do is to finish this war, and by finish I mean Ukrainian victory. We need to essentially, Russia should lose its ability to threaten anybody anytime soon, and by soon I mean next decade or so. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. This singer that you were talking about, does she have any plans to return to Russia after making her remarks?
That's a good question. She may not, although I am not so sure about that. It is indicative that her concert was not in Russia per se, but outside Russia. And I wasn't really following her for a while, or in a while. Maybe she's actually, a lot of Russian singers live abroad. Some of them are even sanctioned. There is a guy, he was singing so-called patriotic songs. Putin even praised him for this and gave him an order. He lives in Germany for the last 10 years or so, and he's under sanctions still in Germany. So it's kind of weird situation. So I wasn't following that singer. If she returns to Russia, she may have some problems, because the first one I mentioned, Pugacheva, like, she is very popular, especially for older generations. Like, for many decades, she was a symbol of a lot of things for women in former Soviet Union. But she does have some problems now. She cannot return to Russia. Pugacheva. What will happen to those things? And from what we hear, you could think that the regime is going absolutely nuts. even some people who we assumed that it was basically KGB special operation to increase their popularity as opposing to the regime. Even those people are being kind of prosecuted. Well, mildly, this could still be KGB game, but again, it looks like the regime is desperate and is fearing any, like even slightest opposition, like very, very insecure, so to speak. So I don't know whether this singer will return to Russia.
Thank you. I think Goose was next.
There, I had a question about air defense and sort of weapons. So if it's gone on to politics or global events, I'm happy to couch the question.
Nope, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. So there was a comment earlier about Maxar picking up anomalies indicating the potential location of air defense radars, and I've seen some of those images where it seems to sort of like draw an X of disturbances where there could be a radar operating. I would imagine that a sort of tangential way of detecting these radars by a civilian application is probably what I'm trying to say is like the military probably has way better ways of figuring out where these radars are turning and burning. And I also, a couple of days ago, someone had mentioned harm missiles where it doesn't even matter if you turn the radar off, it still has a way of figuring out where it needs to go. So my question is, if we know where these radars are in place and they've been operating for hours on end, surely their precise locations are mapped out and they wouldn't necessarily really need to have to be on to be struck. And so then my next question is, how, if we can determine, like we know exactly where they are and how to hit them, how would they determine on the timing for that? And why wouldn't they just use ATACMS to devastate all the air defense in that area? Would that be? That's my question, I guess. Yeah.
Gunny?
Go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah. So first of all, with air defense and with this in particular, you got to differentiate between two different things. Failing to shoot down an ATACMS or something like that is one thing. Detecting and engaging aircraft carrying harms is two completely different things. And therefore, we assume that the Russian systems for long-range air search, detection, and engagement of aircraft-sized targets, they will probably be very successful. In fact, there's good evidence that the Ukrainians might have tried to push their luck a little bit over the Black Sea a while ago and got fairly roughly handled by the combat air patrol. Do we know where these batteries are? We knew before this because RC-135s, Ares EP3s, RQ4s, everything's been up over the Black Sea every single day, whether we see it or not. They'll be cross-fixing. So you're right. The radar comes on. One aircraft can look down the bearing and give you a direction. Two aircraft will give you a cross-fix. And therefore you know where the system is. So I don't think, if it's true, if the Russians have gone absolutely active on everything, which means they will probably have pushed an airborne early warning aircraft forward, they'll have pushed their combat air patrol forward. I don't think much information is going to be gleaned from that wasn't already known. And I think systems like ATACMS are silver bullets. So the Ukrainians won't have 50 of these things to go after the Crimea Air Defense Network. That would just be a waste. And going after them with systems like harms, well, you've got to sit the harms on the aircraft. And if the Russians are sensible or slightly sensible, they'll really force out the air defense bubble over the Black Sea. So you might have to fight your way in to get rounds off and then fight your way out again. And the Ukrainians have been very sensible with the aircraft. They've tried to avoid pitch battles. It achieves nothing for them. In fact, you probably find the Russians would love nothing more than a pitch battle, because they'll be willing to sacrifice 5 aircraft for every one. So yeah, I mean, the interference on the satellites, that was interesting. I'm not surprised. I think they'll be searchlighting anything that's active, and that to me is another indication of what happened on the bridge. Because if the Russians know it was a VBIED, as you say, switching everything onto them will be counterproductive. It's just, it's waving their hands in the air and saying, hey, we're here. So I think it's another reason to think what hit the bridge. What the Ukrainians will do with the information, well, it's always just useful to know where air defense assets are. It's always good to know if the Russians are changing their operational boxes for things like airborne early warning. It's nice to know if they're pushing their combat air patrols forward. It's all intelligence related. It gives you a good feel for the Russians' reaction to it, and it allows you to plan further missions in the future. What I'd really like to see is another, and this time confirmed, strike with them absolutely on point, maximum, everything up in the air, 24/7, let them burn lots of fuel, give them 24, 48 hours, and then thwack the bridge again. That will just be a proper kick in the testicles.
Thank you very much. That was great.
Okay. Thank you, Gunny, for that excellent explanation. I have a couple new people up who seem to be new. Just PSA, bottom middle of your screen, there's a heart icon, and that is what allows you to raise your hand to indicate that you would like to speak. That just helps us out. And if anybody else would like to speak, you can request the mic button for that. Again, bottom left-hand corner of your screen, hit the button and we can bring you up if you are requesting and it's not being acknowledged. That is just a glitch on Twitter's end with that they've not yet resolved. So you can also DM myself and I can manually send you an invite if you would like to come up. With that, we will go to Living Life. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Thank you guys so much for all your insight. And actually, the last speaker kind of touched upon what my question is. There have been kind of a number of different, I guess, thoughts and processes as far as this whole attack on the bridge and the Russian propaganda response. I guess my question is if somehow they're able to, well, I guess 2-part. A, how long do you think it would take them to repair the rail portion of the bridge? And if they do so, how long would it take for another attack to happen, or would another attack happen on that portion? Because it seems like such an artery to what they need.
Ryan, do you want to field the question about repair time? You probably know considerably more about railways than I do. If not, I will do my best to attempt that one.
The Russians actually have a unit within the military that is expert in repairing damaged railways. I think the issue would be in structural engineering analysis of the substructure that is beneath the railway itself, and whether or not that could handle a sufficient weight load. But having looked, I have no structural engineering expertise. Given how thick those trusses looked to me beneath that railway, it seemed hell for stout, as they would say. and I don't know that there's any. They might run a smaller train across it, but given how desperately they need that railway, they're going to try to run a train across it until they run one into the water, I suspect. I don't know if it's still feasible to run one across that or not. They're working on it hard and fast. The pictures we saw, they had a crane already moved out there, presumably taken out there on rail. To try and get some of the rail cars off and out of the way. I wonder if they're not just going to throw them in the water. If they were trying to do that in a ecologically friendly and efficient manner, ecological friendliness and efficiency don't go hand in hand here. As bad as they need that rail bridge back up and running, I don't know what if they would bring some kind of barge over and set those down on a barge, but it shouldn't take them too long to set some new railroad ties in place, especially when they have military units that can dedicate their time to that, and people that essentially can't say no when they tell them to get out there and repair it. Look, we provoked John Ridge.
So the second part to that question is just, would we hit that railroad bridge again, or would the Ukrainians hit that railroad bridge again, knowing that this is kind of, well, quote unquote, a red line for Putin?
Red line my ass. I certainly hope they will. I was cheering on a second strike in the daylight yesterday after the first one happened. They left one deck of that bridge up in addition to the rail. I don't know that they timed it and intended to hit the train the same time that the bridge was struck, but I certainly hope it was a bit of a warning shot to the Russian Federation to let them know that now's the time to get out. If they can hit it once, they can certainly hit it again. If they hit it with ATACMS and not with some kind of improvised truck bomb, which I think they hit it with an ATACMS, then they can certainly hit it again. And I'm on Team ATACMS, by the way. I don't care what the tire guy says. We'll get John Ridge up here.
There's John.
We had an excellent discussion today with Thomas. I think, is it Thanier?
Tyner.
Thiner. I don't know when he'll be up on our podcast, available for people to listen to on Spotify. But if you have a chance and you missed that this afternoon, I only caught about 2/3 of it, and I will definitely be going back to listen to the rest of it. One of the quotables from that interview today was that Mr. Thiner mentioned someone contacted him after the Saki airport was hit, and he went to refresh his knowledge of military munitions and what type of rockets could actually achieve a strike like that. And then he realized that he wrote all the Wikipedia articles on those types of munitions. So if he thinks it was a rocket attack, I am inclined to agree with him. Time will tell, but I'm on Team Rocket. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Ryan. So if we're operating under the assumption that it was, in fact, a ballistic missile, specifically ATACMS, which is, at least personally, what I believe the evidence points to, then the potential of a follow-up strike will depend on several factors. It depends, obviously, A, on the current extent of the damage, and B, the Russians' ability to repair it, and C, their remaining inventory of ATACMS, depending on how many they were provided. I suspect my suspicion is that their inventory of these weapon systems is likely incredibly limited. So my instinct would be that they will likely want to first wait some time and assess to see what the Russians do and how successful the Russians are in attempting to repair and make useful the road bridge and the rail bridge. If, if a week from now the Russians still aren't sending trains over it, then, there isn't necessarily an immediate need to expend another, attackums of which they only have a single digit number, or some other very small quantity. If they aren't able to move trains over it, or if they aren't able to move significant quantities of relevant, logistical materials over that road bridge. So I suspect they're for the time being they're going to take a wait and see approach, and this is to some extent what we saw them do with the Antonovsky Bridge and the Novokhovka Bridge. Although in those cases there was more of an emphasis of intentionally not destroying it in a single fire mission, and rather drawing out very painfully the process for the Russians by causing just enough damage to make it not easily usable, then allowing the Russians to try and, move some stuff across it when trying to repair it, then continually, striking repeatedly and continually damaging those bridges. I don't think we'll see exactly the same approach here, but a wait and see in regards to Russian ability to repair the damage is probably in the cards.
Yeah, I don't doubt that the load rating of the bridge, the rail bridge, is significantly lower now that steel was exposed to those stresses, primarily heat, that was engulfing that as the fuel dropped down. Whether or not that would stop them from trying to run some trains across it until they can't any longer, I think is a different question.
50% reduction, at least, based on what I was told, how much strength steel loses when it's exposed to the heat of what a diesel fire can reach, which is considerable heat. So at the very least, the rails have to be compromised. They're going to be warped and disfigured and need to be replaced. Worst case scenario is the steel on the actual structure and the concrete have been damaged, and then you need to replace a massive section of the bridge before it's really safe. So time will tell just how bad it is, and then Ukraine can determine if they have enough ordnance, whether they want to attempt it again or not.
Yeah, I think John made some good points on that end. They can sit back and wait now and see where the replenishment comes from and maybe gather some more targeting opportunities. I think Kayla was next, and then Whiskey and Craig.
Hey, good evening or good afternoon. I just want to follow up on John's point. I don't see any evidence whatsoever that the Ukrainian strike was to impact logistics and supply. If it was, why did they only target one of the two roadways and not the rail in the first place? I'm just having a hard. I get the theory that John put together. It makes sense. I just don't understand why they wouldn't sever both roadways and the rail link, and saving another missile because they have a lack of them doesn't make any sense. I just don't see any evidence. I don't think that this attack had anything to do with disrupting the supply of weapons. If it was, they would have targeted the railway or sent a second missile. I agreed with everything you said, John. I just don't see it whatsoever. If they wanted to disrupt a critical node of transportation, they would have just severed it, and they haven't. Is it possible? Is what I'm thinking is there's other reasons for this attack, and it has to do with getting people, non-Ukrainians or non-pro Ukrainian government Russians, to leave. And this is totally a psychological play. Just interested to hear what you have to say, John.
So I don't disagree that there is a psychological aspect to it. I'm completely right there with you. This is a massive, the construction of the Kerch Bridge was a massive prestige project for Putin back in whenever the bridge opened. I think was it 2017, and then the rail bridge I think in 2019. You know, this is an absolutely humiliating blow to the Kremlin and to the Russian government, and just Russia generally, to be quite honest. But my instinct is that this was a strike for military value foremost. There's been discussion over whether or not it was intentionally timed to coincide with the presence of that train. Obviously, Thomas's thought was that it wasn't. I was kind of leaning towards potentially it was. One of the interesting things that we had discussed in our conversations on this space regarding Saki with Chuck and some others was the possibility of Ukraine having some soft operators on the ground to spot for those strikes, and it's not out of the realm of possibility given the extent to which Ukrainian SOF teams have been able to operate in Russian rear areas, that they could have had some sort of soft element, in the vicinity of Kerch, maybe with a UAV or two, small, easily portable UAV or two up, getting the exact location of that train and, relaying the proper time to, carry out the fire mission and launch that missile. So my hypothesis that ties into is that I suspect they were trying to maximize their return on investment and try and disable or destroy as much of the bridge as possible with as little ordnance as possible, which means sending one ATACMS into the road bridge and hoping the fragmentation overpressure gets the train on the rail bridge and damages the rail bridge in the process.
Okay. I mean, I certainly hear your view. Obviously, I don't agree with that. I just don't understand why they wouldn't just sever a massive artery. I don't know why they'd be so conservative to save a second rocket. But I certainly hear what you're saying. The other thing too, on the point that you mentioned about having units in Crimea, the other thing I'm thinking too is there's tens of thousands of people living in Crimea that clearly hate the Russians. There's a really interesting story. I think it might have been on the BBC a few months ago about a gentleman that owns I think he's a zookeeper in Crimea, and just talked about how his business has been devastated, just not getting the tourists coming down from the Ukraine. I'm just thinking there's probably, to your point, whether soft units or just civilians helping the military, there's got to be no lack of Ukrainians on the peninsula that are willing to help out the Ukrainian government.
Oh, you're absolutely correct there. I have no doubt that there's quite a number of Ukrainian partisan cells in Crimea. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has been pretty open in their press statements that the local Ukrainian population in Crimea has been passing them massive amounts of information of Russian position, Russian troop movements, etc. Via the various Telegram, SBU bots and other means.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much for the conversation, John.
Okay. Thank you, John. Ryan, was it Craig or Whiskey next?
Whiskey, Craig, Alex.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Colby. I'm about to go to sleep here, but just one thing I want to kind of add to the conversation that's going on about the 50% reduction in strength in the steel given the diesel fires. I'm a metal worker. I'm actually a mechanical engineer as well. The thing to keep in mind is, yes, the metal will be degraded in strength 50% when it's heated to 425 and above Celsius. That's when it's at that temperature. think of a blacksmith. Like you're heating a piece of steel red hot, you're beating it, you're trying to shape it, you're trying to form it. At that stage, when that metal is hot, you can actually manipulate that metal and you can shape it. But when it cools back down, it regains a certain amount of hardness. Now, as far as the structural steel of that bridge goes, when it cools back down, it's going to regain some hardness. So you can't say from here on out that the Kirch Bridge and the section that was heated is from here on out 50% degraded in structural strength. You are going to see some structural differences in the material that was originally spec'd for that project, because it's been heated and because it's been cooled. We saw the footage of the helicopters dropping water to put out some of those fuel wagon fires or fuel tanker fires. But the thing to kind of like take away from this is like, yes, it did heat up. At that point when it was heated, that's when you were going to see the failure. Now that it's cooled back down, it's not as susceptible as it was when it was first heated. It's been weakened, yes.
That fire will cause some embrittlement if it's not properly annealed, right?
Yeah, you need to go through a tempering and
Tempered.
anneal.
Excuse me.
You're Ryan. You're absolutely correct. But we're not looking. The key point I'm trying to make is that from here on out, it's not 50% degraded.
Yeah, I totally take what you're saying, and what I was getting at too when I was discussing that was that when I mentioned that it's hell for stout, is that things like that are typically way over engineered. They're not building a bridge that runs up to 100% of its load rating. They're going to build that thing to take twice as much as it's ever really expected to see as far as a weight load of a train crossing it. So I don't think that it's as screwed up just by a fire as people want it to be.
Correct, 100%. And that's all I wanted to point out. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but yes, there is some embrittlement issues. There's some contamination issues that have been definitely put into that structure since the fire, but it's not as bad as what we would hope for. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, there was probably some anti-corrosion paint or some kind of application material, epoxy, put on that steel, and that's all been burned off now. So it's susceptible to the seawater that's underneath. And there are some issues, but I think with a little bit of effort and a whole lot of inspection, they can have that thing back up and running. I don't know when that will happen. Obviously, the Russians are all over it. Like I said, I saw a still shot of them with cranes out. I guess it was a short video of people that were driving across the open span of the bridge, and they caught an angle of the railway that was being remediated. But I hope that they'll go ahead and take that thing out again. It's a huge morale boost for the Ukrainians. It's a huge punch in the gut to the Russian logistics issues, and I guess time will tell here.
Do we know if they were dumping seawater or fresh water on that fire to put it out?
Seawater.
No doubt it was seawater. They wouldn't go
there's
somewhere to find fresh water.
There's
Yeah,
videos
they're
of an
stupid and
Mi-17.
lazy enough. They're stupid and lazy enough to do that.
No, that's a great question. I was actually wondering the same thing when I saw that footage. It does make a difference, but still, I just hope they take that damn thing out.
Yeah, we're all waiting for the day when we can see the whole thing just collapse into the straits. So hopefully, a lot of us, I certainly didn't think that this was ever going to happen. That we were going to see this strike. Not anytime soon, at least. Like, I just didn't see it. But hey, I was wrong, and it happened. So hopefully, we get more good news soon. So, yeah. Sorry, anything to add there, Ryan?
I was hoping and praying that they would strike it again in the daylight a few hours after they hit it the first time, but I guess it makes more sense if it's out of commission to just let it be out of commission and keep your eyes open and like I was saying before, gather some more potential targets, and once it starts running again, they can take it back out, just as they've done in lots of other instances over the last 6 months. Just because I'm impatient doesn't mean the Ukrainian military is. They've demonstrated their ability to wait until a time of their choosing and strike with maximal effect.
100%. And we had a lot of questions about why now, I offered up a few theories to that question the other night. Why they chose this dude now? But fundamentally, Ukrainian command has been very diligent this whole war, and they've chosen their targets very carefully, and they're very deliberate with their strategy. So, without a doubt, a lot of thinking and a lot of planning went into this, and it was done now for specific reasons. And just one of the things that I have to imagine is that they would very much like to have more Russians flee Crimea, because when Saki got hit, a lot of Russians left Crimea. And now that this bridge got hit, a lot of Russians are looking to leave Crimea. So having this bridge still operational, because I don't know how much passenger traffic is going across it. Civilian passenger traffic is going across it now, but pre-war it had both freight and passenger. So it might be mostly freight now, but if they're still running passenger trains, then it's in Ukraine's interest to have a lot of Russians leave Crimea. That makes their jobs a whole lot easier when it comes time to recapture the peninsula. So not completely shutting either bridge down actually works towards that objective of allowing there to be a quick escape route for Russian civilians to leave the peninsula. So that's one reason why we might not be seeing a total destruction of the bridge right now. They want to leave that channel for them to get out, and once some more Russians leave, then they can hit it again and close the door behind them, so to speak.
Yeah, Colby, I think you're absolutely 100% correct on that. Going back to what you did witness with the heating of that steel structure of the bridge, there is going to be some warping, and as you point out, with the cooling of that, with the helicopter drops of the water, that's also going to create some warping and some embrittlement in the steel. So the big question is how serviceable is that bridge for railway traffic going forward? Is it going to be limited? Who knows? We'll just have to kind of wait and find out.
Yeah, time will tell. John, did you want to weigh in on something related to this real quick, and then we'll move on to the other hands?
I was just going to comment, on the matter of Russians fleeing Crimea back to, Russia. The line to leave Crimea via the sole functioning lane of the Kerch Bridge is, last I checked, over 6 kilometers long now.
Great news. Thank you. Craig, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just really quick. Obviously, following the war has done incredibly weird things to my YouTube recommended. And the Abrams X and Striker X demonstrations by General Dynamics popped up in my feed which look like the next generation, which is their prototype for the next generation American MBT. And actually, I don't know what a striker would be. It's not really an infantry fighting. I guess like an APC, like an infantry fighting vehicle, sort of. It's not really the same thing as a Bradley. I wonder. I know we talked to death them getting Ukraine getting Abrams, but now that America has a prototype, effectively a prototype Armada T-14, but it's actually going to be a real thing and not vaporware. Is that a possibility that might also increase America's willingness to send, say, a last generation Abrams to Ukraine because the technology of the next generation main battle tank, because the concern America might have even if like one or two generations back, Abrams is captured, deploys some of the tech in there is still probably pretty good. So if a brand new Abrams is quickly in the pipeline, one that has it's a turret, it's a crewless turret, a whole bunch of like warfare stuff. It's got like silent drive. It looks freaking crazy. But this is one I thought that maybe that's a thing that might push America a little bit more towards along the lines of like maybe we can send these things because we have something even better coming, so we don't have to worry about some of the tech in there being a risk of being captured.
I think that yeah, I see the logic behind that. I don't know that that'll factor into the decision. Yeah, I don't know. It's an argument, I guess. I mean, I don't know how different the next generation Abrams is going to be from what they currently have, and whether they're, because of that, pending. I mean, this is still ways away before that being fielded, but I don't know if there would be less concern about the technology and the older variant Abrams from potentially falling into Russian and therefore Chinese hands. That they're no longer, or would be less concerned about that because next generation Abrams is coming online. John, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, so that the next generation Abrams is going to be a way off. I don't think that the Department of Defense has even issued any contracts, or I don't even think they're accepting requests for proposals at the moment. But on top of that, the vehicle itself is substantially different from the current Abrams in service. It has a hybrid electric drivetrain. It has an unmanned turret with an autoloader. And
Blasphemy! It's got an autoloader.
Yeah, so currently, obviously, the current Abrams in service has no autoloader, man turret, and 4-man crew. So the U.S. Armed Forces they're gonna want to do a lot of doctrinal head scratching before they choose to accept that into service. From both a technical standpoint of an unmanned turret with an autoloader, as well as potentially adopting a 3-man crew instead of a 4-man crew, or requesting a revised design for a 4-man crew in that chassis, because there's some maintenance and crew implications there. So this is a long way off.
I will just say we don't need to turn this into a debate about the future of American armor, but I'm a little bit perplexed with the decision to go with an autoloader and a 3-man crew. That's quite the departure for American tank design. And it's obviously they're not mimicking the Russians, but they kind of are. So that's it's interesting that they've chosen to go that route. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Army decides, yeah, we don't like this, and send it back to the drawing board. So either way, next gen Abrams is definitely like ways away from being accepted into service, put into any sort of serious production. So that's a long ways away. So Abrams is going to continue to make up, the entirety of America's main battle tank fleet. SCP-3 is gonna be. Actually, no, they're working on SCP-4 too right now. So SCP-4, that's going to come online soon-ish. Next 1 or 2 years, ideally, assuming there's no big problems with that. So there's for me, I would be concerned about Abrams hulls getting into Chinese hands for that reason, because it's still going to be what America is sending into combat for the foreseeable future. It's not such a huge concern that sending Abrams to Ukraine shouldn't be considered. It absolutely should, but these are all the implications that the president has to consider when he makes a decision. So yeah, I don't know if next gen Abrams kind of being a theoretical thing is going to weigh into that thinking and that consideration about whether it's prudent to send current like the retired Marine Corps Abrams over to Ukraine or not.
Yeah, thanks. That makes a lot of sense. It was just the thing looks really cool, so I was like, I was kind of excited.
Alrighty, we will go to Steven next.
All right. Oh, hello. And just real quick on the tank thing, like the U.S. Army, like in the past 25 years, has opened up 2 programs to try to replace the Abrams, and both of them fell apart. And currently, they don't even have a name for the program that would replace it. So it's probably at least 10 years away from a new tank showing up in U.S. Army units. And like the Abram X, along with that new Leopard, is kind of just, while everybody's interested in tanks, putting out their own kind of new ones to say, oh, look what we can do. And shouldn't you tell your congressman how much like new tanks are? But also, I guess, well, my main question on coming in here was with regards to we talk a lot about the psychological value of striking the Kerch Bridge and leaving it, I guess, kind of open so people can run away. But I guess is like, from what I can tell, it seems like the military utility of taking out the tank bridge, like, or taking out the train bridge for as long as possible would, I guess, completely dwarf the psychological effect of hitting the road bridge, which they could always, I mean, taking out one of the bridges, I feel like would have been enough. And road logistics that far away from the front is just terrible. So if y'all can comment on that.
Yeah, as I said, I think that there's a lot of logic behind leaving them intact so that the Russian population has a way out, because Ukraine intends to retake Crimea because it's their sovereign territory, and facilitating the evacuation of Russian civilians before they undertake that operation is very much in Ukraine's interest. So if they destroy either of the bridges completely, that's going to inhibit that. So by doing what they did, they achieve a temporary strategic goal. They disrupt Russian logistics. They're dealing a very significant psychological blow. They also test the capability, because this is like the longest range strike that they've done so far. So the concept's been proved that whatever they use to hit the bridge with, and ATACMS is looking like the most likely candidate for that. It confirms what was, could be reasonably assumed that ATACMS would be perfectly viable for this target. It has sufficient accuracy, but you never know until you try. So we have proof that the Ukrainians can, in fact, use it to hit a target this far away and a target of this size with, pretty good precision. So assuming they have more ATACMS available, we really don't know. Again, publicly, ATACMS don't exist in Ukraine, but we have reason to believe that they do, and they have possibly for some time, because Saki, presumably would have also been hit by ATACMS. hopefully they have more, and they will be able to execute the strike again at time of their choosing, because again, the Ukrainian general staff has been pretty deliberate with all their decisions and when they do things and why they do things. And I trust their judgment that they have a plan behind all this, and nothing is haphazard or coincidental, and it's all part of the grand strategy here to defeat Russia and liberate all of the occupied territories.
Additionally, as regards to the kind of speculation about whether they could time it to hit a train as well, one thing, trains have to obey extremely strict speed limits, especially on bridges and which is what this is. And given that an ATACMS takes about 6 minutes to go from a launch point to its target at max range, which it's very likely that this was at or very close to, they could, with reasonable ease, or well, actually depend on like what method somebody could communicate where the train is and how that would get to the people firing the ATACMS. They could, with some ease, hit it, especially given that trains are relatively long, so there's some room for error.
John?
Yeah, so two things. First, you're absolutely right about the speed of the train. If you watch the CCTV video where it's filmed essentially longitudinally along the two sections of the road bridge, you can see the train off to the left side of the video. It's pretty clear that, at least it appears anyways, that train was moving quite slowly over that bridge, almost at a crawl. It's difficult to put exact numbers to it because the focal length of that video is very distorted, but it does appear to be moving fairly slowly. The other thing to consider is that the flight time is probably going to be, if it's 6 minutes for max range, this was probably somewhere. Well, the whole issue is, does that mean 6 minutes at 300 kilometers, which is the unclassified range, or 6 minutes at the actual max range? So I suspect it'll probably be somewhat less than that. But again, slow moving train, if the schedule is probably well known, and especially if you have a soft team, potentially with UAVs, spotting, that would make it much easier. It would, still be challenging, but it would certainly be within the realm of possibility.
Alrighty, thank you, John. Before we proceed to the other hands, I just want to welcome Anda up to the second co-host slot, my new partner here on MriyaReport. Anda, good evening. How are you? Or good morning to you, actually, as your early morning for you still.
My very early morning, but I'm a person who usually wakes up early, so it's okay for me. I just need my coffee, and I have my coffee, so you're good. And thank you very much, and I'm really, really happy to see you co-hosting again.
Thank you, Anda. It's great to be back here in the driver's seat again, just like old times. So thank you, and I agree. Caffeine is life. Caffeine is love. I'm definitely not a morning person, so I definitely run on that as well. When I have to be up early, usually I'm up here late in the transition period before all the other Europeans get up and take over. So thank you very much for coming up and helping me out this evening. Before we proceed, I will just remind our lovely audience, please do share, retweet the space, tell your friends, tell your family. We run 24/7, 365. We're always here reporting on all the latest on what's going on in Ukraine, providing the best analysis you will find anywhere. The most amazing guests from all over the world, all sorts of different backgrounds and areas of expertise. We bring it all here in one place, far better than anything you will find on cable news or radio of any sort. This is the place to be. So thank you very much for your listenership. Please do as well check out MriyaAid, which is the organization based out of Canada that we all recommend you all support in any way you can. Again, just let your friends and family know, spread the word about the amazing work they're doing, providing non-lethal and humanitarian aid to Ukrainians. All sorts of stuff they do, whether it's medical supplies, tourniquets, or optics, night vision, drones, you name it, and just a lot of really great work being done by them. So please do check them out. Share the space, follow the host account, especially if anybody is joining us for the first time. There's been a lot of new followers, new listeners to the space since we've had a lot of breaking news with the Kerch Bridge over the last 24 or 48 hours. So if you're new here and you haven't followed MriyaReport yet, please do. So you can always find the space, which is, as I said, running 24 hours a day. Thank you very much, and we will proceed with hands. Alex, and then Robert, go ahead, please. Alex?
Thank you. Yeah, regarding the bridge and the damage, so I think the automobile bridge is pretty damaged. They only have one lane now, and I don't think it is usable for heavy equipment like heavy trucks, which would be pretty much anything but light vehicles, which light vehicles are probably good for not civilians, but people trying to flee. But as far as supplying munitions, the bridge is damaged pretty badly. Now, I know that Russians have kind of a railway is priority for them, but that's mostly not because railways are better than roads, but because in most places they don't have suitable roads. Crimea Bridge could be an exception. At least there is important consideration here. You know, trucks, they can go any place they need to. Railway can only go where trucks go. And from that point of view, it's easier to basically, the same train can be heated later after it crossed the bridge. With road, that's probably not that obvious, although I'm speculating a little bit here. But I mean, trucks, they can go to the end point. Trains cannot. So from that perspective, I think choosing automobile bridge versus rail bridge was done on purpose. It had probably bigger importance, because we've already seen like Ukrainians hitting trains coming from Crimea in other places. For example, all those trains, they at some point come to Jankoy, and Jankoy was hit many times. So maybe that also plays a role. But for automobile bridge, it's quite heavily damaged. It will take at least weeks before it is repaired, before the bridge is repaired. So.
Oh, just Yeah, real quick on that is like I guess the thing is they also have very much have a shortage of trucks. So in logistics, making the truck have to travel further reduces how many loads the truck can carry. And so allowing trucks to have to drive all the way from like across the Crimea Bridge all the way up to Kherson would be valuable because that would mean instead of the truck being able to do 10 2-hour trips carrying 2 tons each, it could now only do like 1 trip a day, which is where like stretching out the supply lines from your supply base, that's where you get the better effect. And like that's why operational pauses have to stop or have to occur, because like the relationship between how much supplies a truck can deliver is like it gets worse the longer the distance is. It's not like a linear relationship.
Alrighty. Thank you, gentlemen. Robert, please go ahead.
Thanks, Colby. I had to hit my mic several times to get it to come off. Number one, you guys are great. I've been offline most of the day, but I've been listening for the last hour or so. And your responses to several of the theories and ideas that have been proposed are spot on. And I agree that the Crimea Bridge is a PSYOPs operation. It's information warfare. It's prepping the information space for whatever comes next. So it is entirely appropriate. And the fact that the result was so incredible is maybe it was planned, maybe it was happenstance, but even if the train hadn't caught fire, this mission would have accomplished what it needed to accomplish. And I'm just reading through and trying to catch up on the news, and the news is all psychological. and of course I've expressed before my desire, my not my desire, well, yeah, my desire, but also my belief that this factors into the Kherson campaign, which I believe has been planned and prosecuted masterfully, in that ultimately Ukraine does not want to trap all those soldiers on the northwest side of the river. They want them to leave, and risking the supply routes through Crimea encourages them. And then if they're not sufficiently encouraged, then Ukraine can up the ante on that. And I think, I don't know, one of you said that we have no idea how many of these munitions that Ukraine has, ATACMS or magic missile or whatever. And so the fact that they used one and got this incredibly effective result is just fine, and they can save whatever else is in their inventory for the next time around. So you guys are spot on. Maria, I listened some yesterday, and MriyaReport is spot on in terms of their analysis of this attack, and yeah, I think the consensus of the MriyaReport is spot on, and there are some dissenting voices, but in fact, I was one at one time, but that was facetious, and so just want to encourage you and commend you for doing a great job and being here and putting out the straight scoop. My poor sister can't receive MriyaReport as well as she would like, so she's on Telegram and she's asking me these crazy questions about what's happening, and I have to come on MriyaReport and read ISW just to give her the straight scoop. So thanks so much for all that you do, and I have to go down, but I love you all.
Thanks, Robert.
I wanted to tell you, Robert, if Your sister wants to, if she has a Spotify account, we do have a Spotify account. So if she wants to listen, if she doesn't have time to listen to the live here in MriyaReport on Twitter, she can go on the Spotify account, and she has there curated the best of our interviews, and they are pretty fast uploaded. Our colleagues work around the clock basically. uh, they don't sleep too much to have them ready and uploaded them as soon as possible, so she can use that, and she can pause them and go forward however it is needed. And have a good night.
Thank you so much. I just sent that to her.
So, John, I got a question in my DMs, which I did address, but you can probably do a better job of explaining this. I'll read it on the air, and then you can provide some commentary, because I'm sure the audience would be interested in hearing this. They are wondering if Ukraine could utilize its HARM missiles to target Russian naval assets in the Black Sea, because Navy ships have radar as well, and whether the HARM missile would be able to target the radar coming from those ships, and that would be a way for Ukraine to target ships that are currently out of range of its Neptune and other Harpoon anti-ship missiles.
So that's an interesting question. In principle, yes. If the vessel is emitting some sort of radio emission, principally from its radar systems, then in theory, yes, it could be targeted by a HARM. I'm not sure. I don't know in terms of the guidance system, the guidance algorithms on board the missile, how well they would work for a moving target like a naval vessel. I would assume they have some capacity to do it on the basis that if a HARM detects an emitting source of radio emission, and starts to fly along a bearing towards it, the emitter turns off, and then it, turns on again somewhere else. The HARM can steer itself to the new bearing that the target has begun emitting at again. So that would seem to indicate it does have some ability to track moving targets. I'm not sure the warhead on board. Has a proximity fuse, blast frag warhead. I'm not sure if that's the optimal setup for targeting a naval vessel. Gunny's here. Maybe he can speak to that in a little bit more detail. The range is an interesting point. Obviously, on paper, a Neptune has greater range than a HARM, 300 kilometers versus, 110 published range. But HARM's obviously an air launch platform, so the aircraft can obviously fly out over the Black Sea and then launch at its target from there. So that, depending on the circumstances, that could potentially, push out the bubble. So yeah, it's a possibility. I don't know if that is a use case that the Ukrainian Air Force is interested in, given that the Russian Navy has been staying pretty far away from the Ukrainian, or the portions of the Ukrainian coastline that are not occupied. They've basically been hanging out for the most part in the eastern portions of the Black Sea, acting as cruise missile carriers for the most part. They don't really have an immediate tactical effect or perhaps even operational effect on the battlefield. Those cruise missiles are primarily used for indiscriminate terror attacks, with the odd attempt to strike a military target, which is of questionable efficacy given their accuracy issues and issues with the Russian kill chain, etc. So, it's probably doable, but I just don't know if it's, if the ROI is worth it.
That was my answer as well. The harm echo variant has been effectively tested against moving naval targets. I don't know how big of a moving naval target, and I don't know if they disabled the proximity fuse as well for that, because certainly you probably wouldn't want a proximity fuse if you were going to hit a naval target. Proximity fuses are great against aircraft, not so great if you're trying to destroy a ship, I would say. So against a small vessel, definitely could do it. Against a bigger vessel, probably wouldn't have the desired impact, because the missile's going to seek out the radar. So if you're trying to destroy a ship, hitting the radar is probably not where you'd want to have an impact for optimal effect. So my answer was that I don't think it's worth risking your aircraft to go out on a patrol over the Black Sea looking for faraway ships out of range of Neptune, with the hopes that you could maybe score a hit with a harm. It seems like a very risky operation to me, but I see Gunny's back up, so I will let him explain this, because I'm sure I got everything wrong.
No, I mean, you're right, mate. Yeah, harm has been tested, because obviously self-propelled anti-aircraft systems, some of them can actually fire on the move. So you want a harm round that can accurately target a moving radar system. Therefore, it can be used against ships. Yeah, I would want a proximity fuse, actually. Ships are surprisingly thin-skinned and vulnerable. If you set a sizable warhead off preformed fragmentation, you're not going to sink her, but then the missile going in through the side of the ship probably won't sink her unless the fire takes hold. What you will do is you'll smash up all her radars, her comms equipment. The decks on warships are fairly thin steel, so the fragmentation will go through that. You'll pepper her upper works with holes, probably start lots of fairly small fires. Gun turrets, usually they're only fiberglass these days, or at best light pressed steel. So it'll go through that. It will trash vertical missile launchers. All sorts of fun things happen. It's an absolute nightmare in terms of ships firefighting. I'd much rather have one big hole in the side of the ship than 1,000 bits of missile coming through the ship side all over. It's like cannon fire. It's just a real pain. Problem is getting the rounds into position. So you need to know there's a surface action group at a specific spot. You need to know if there's a combat air patrol up covering them, which there should be. Getting the position, course, and speed probably all right, courtesy of certain third parties. There you go. But you might find yourself having to fight your way in within range and then dropping the missiles and then legging it again. And you're firing against warships which are at State 1, at action stations, will be looking down the bearing. And I think the performance of Russian anti-air systems is probably a lot better over sea than over land, because stuff like the moving target indicator, track extraction, all those kind of things, it's a lot simpler at sea invariably. So yeah, I mean, it's doable. If we ever get to the stage though where there's an MRLS strike against ships alongside in Sevastopol, unless they're going after the submarines, I would look for proximity fused weapons. It would just be absolute murders. If you let off an ATACMS of 100 feet proximity fuse, or even bomblets, light armor piercing bomblets, that ship's going nowhere for months, if ever. It's going to be an absolute mess.
One thing that I might add to that is it also depends on how the harms have been integrated onto the Ukrainian aircraft. Harm can be operated in 3 modes: self-protect, target of opportunity, and pre-briefed. Pre-brief just essentially flies the missile out to a preset GPS coordinate, flips on the passive radar receiver, and begins, searching for sources of radio emissions. Target of opportunity uses what the aircraft's own onboard radar warning receiver, or sorry, that's self-protect mode. It uses the aircraft's own onboard radar warning receiver, and then target of opportunity uses the missile's own radio receiver to detect sources of radio emissions. All of those require some sort of interface between the missile, the aircraft, and the pilot. So pre-briefed would be the easiest to jig up, probably, but you would ideally want self-protect or target of opportunity if you're going to try and target, a dynamic, target like a naval vessel. So that depends on that integration, and if they
John,
have access that capability.
Is it believed that pre-briefed is what the Ukrainians are using because that presents the easiest way for a non-Soviet weapon system to be integrated onto a Soviet airframe, or do you think that they've actually been able to integrate those other functionalities?
I think they've probably figured out pre-briefed, and there's a decent chance they've figured out target of opportunity. I'm not sure about self-protect, though.
Thank you. Gunny, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean the really spicy alternative, and this would be a major strike package, was say 2 Makarovs and a Corvette are at sea. You hit them with the full-ish. So you put together a strike package that involves standoff jamming. You start chucking your harms up, and then you give a no-win scenario. It's something that really used to cause us dramas, because you're about to be air raided because you're being jammed. You might even fight through the jamming and see tracks off on the horizon, but you also know that the enemy have anti-radiation capability. So you've got to switch your radars off because you suspect that harms are up in the air. And because the harms are up in the air, that's when you do your anti-ship missile launch. So they manage to integrate AM-39 or something like that onto an airframe. And you get indications that there are fighter bombers launching anti-ship missiles at you. But you can't switch your radars on because you also know that there are harms up in the air. And if you flip your radars on, they're going to come at you. So suddenly the maritime air defense problem becomes extremely difficult because you are on a no-win. It is a no-win scenario. Go active, get harms, remain passive. You won't see the anti-ship missiles coming. I don't know. I saw something that's even said there is a home on jam version of harm, but I'm not sure.
All of them have home on jam. All of them have home on jam.
Yeah. So my problem with that is, whilst it would be fantastic, it would be a very substantial operation, and I suspect the strike package would probably be chased away by the Russian combat air patrol. I think the Ukrainians might look at it and then just decide it's not worth getting in a big aerial battle just to sink 2 frigates. So as you say, what are they doing? They're attacking apartment blocks, substations, and hospitals. And again, whilst it's tragic on the human level because people are dying unnecessarily, is it changing the course of the war? No. Therefore, are those airframes, those valuable pilots and the ordnance better spent doing things that will fundamentally contribute to the liberation of all Ukrainian territory? Yeah, I'd suggest yes. So I'd love to see it, but yeah, I don't. We may be proved wrong. Maybe they'll go for it. It would be fascinating to watch.
Thanks, Kenny. I'll just ask one final question for my own curiosity, and we'll conclude by agreeing that at this stage of the war, given the current situation, it's probably not worth the risk of losing the aircraft for what you might get out of it. But for a Admiral Grigorovich guided missile frigate, which is now the largest surface vessel they have in the Black Sea Fleet. A harm, which is a 150-pound warhead, you actually think a proximity fuse actually would be the best way to go, like just to leave that running rather than try and actually impact the ship, just detonate close to the radar, whatever the radar is emitting from, and that's going to be your best bang for buck to do damage to a ship of that size.
Yeah, there are lots of variables in it. So, is she closed down for action, first of all? You know, are all the watertight doors and hatches shut? Because obviously that will affect how smoke and blast affect her. If she's fully closed down, a warhead that size, with our standard of firefighting and damage control, she'll float and she'll move, and she might retain some semblance of fighting capability. Depends on where the round goes in. Maybe their control of smoke and their damage control and firefighting is really bad, aka Mosfa, although that was two very lucky shots that went into her. But a warhead going off over you multiplies your problems in damage control, because instead of the emotional event of the warhead coming inboard, exploding, and you losing two compartments and having to isolate those and fight the fire, what you potentially have is blast and fragmentation going through into magazines, into petrol oils and lubricants pipeworks, severing fire mains, going into the ops room, the computer room, the bridge, into the accommodation, hitting machinery spaces, all those kind of things. So the damage control and firefighting teams have a finite number of people, and you end up with multiple problems, in addition to trashing the radar aerials, trashing the comms kit, injuring personnel, upper deck weapons crews through flying debris. So while on the face of it, it's not a nice big hole in the side and not a raging fire, that ship is going to be probably trashed. And though she'll probably be able to move, again, she's going to be out the fight. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's really difficult to tell. I mean, if you look at Mosfa, one of the things that really contributed to the sinking of Mosfa, look at the deck plans. One of those Neptunes, we assume it's Neptune, could have been Harpoon, but one of those anti-ship missiles went into the ship's damage control and firefighting center, what we used to call HQ1, and it also trashed their operations room. That's phenomenal luck, but it just goes to show you, if you lose one or two key compartments or one or two key teams, the damage will run away with you, you know, and without proper coordination and alternate damage control firefighting, HQ2 we used to call it, what can be a very major problem can turn into a stick your rubber suit on and dive over the ship side jack, because we've lost the ship. So yeah, there are lots of variables, but certainly I could foresee a proximity warhead going off as making the ship's company's day significantly emotional all round, and they'll certainly be needing their breathing apparatus charging points, to be honest.
So could I make a quick comment?
Sure.
Yeah, so in Desert Storm, as far as hitting a moving target, one Wild Weasel pilot actually managed to shoot a harm into the tail gun of a B-52, and that's very much a moving target. So if it's in self-defense mode, it'll home in on the radar, and as long as the radar is still radiating, it will follow it to the source. So it could be used to hit a ship, as long as, if the ship stopped radiating, then it would probably use its poly tube position, like where it will attack the last known position of the radar. And at that point, it wouldn't work, because I mean, the ship's going to be in a different place than it was, like however long ago the missile was fired. And additionally, since HARM, it uses a rocket rather than a jet engine, its range, if you fire it from a lower, like if you're skimming along the surface of the sea, its range is going to be a lot less than its range if you fired it at, say, I don't know, 30,000 feet. Whereas a anti-ship missile, the range is pretty much the same from if you fire it at a low altitude from 100 miles, unless you let the missile itself fly at a high altitude. So to fire a HARM missile at a ship, you'd have to get probably much too close for comfort, especially with the Ukrainian Air Force probably not want to waste one of their HARM-equipped Sukhois on something that'd be a bit of an iffy prospect.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue on with hands, I just want to announce that Language will not be coming on tonight for a military update, as he is working on another project right now. He just tweeted, so people can go look at that. But I believe that Yehuda will be back later on, and he's going to deliver a military update at some point in time, if I understand that correctly. I believe he mentioned that before he departed earlier. So we have that. I don't think there was like a massive amount that happened on the ground today. Just for like a very brief overview in the interim, Ukraine resumed some probing attacks in the Kherson front, and there were some more minor gains made around the advance east from Kharkiv. They yesterday, I think it was, definitively cleared the east bank of the Oskol River, and they continue to take villages further east in the area around Svatove. So they're slowly closing in on that area, closing in on the main road running from there down towards Crimea. And I think Russia is still continuing their attacks around Bakhmut. But aside from that, I know there were just some more strikes against Zaporizhia, and they hit a apartment building, I think. And obviously we've been talking about the bridge still, but I don't think there's a huge amount of other changes that are going on the ground right now. But hopefully we'll have Yehuda back a little bit to provide further details about what exactly is going on right now. So with that, we will move on to Robert and then Gunther.
Gunny, I've already told Colby and John how much I respect them and love listening to their opinions. And you are joining the charm circle. I just love listening to everything that you have to say. You're just spot on. So HARM was mentioned, and so like a Labrador puppy, I have to jump up and tell my one HARM war story. When I was back on the HARM program, I won't tell you the year, but it was when HARM was deployed on the A7 aircraft. I was on the A7 command launch computer program as a software engineer, and the F-14 was still in service. And the F-14 pilots were so frustrated going up against the A7 pilots because the A7s would turn the HARM seeker on, the passive ranging seeker on, pinpoint the location of the F-14s with their amazing radar, and be able to get the jump on them in dogfights. The HARM gave F-14 pilots a definite inferiority complex. Having shared my one war story about HARM, well, there's others, but that's the best one. And I do have something from ISW that kind of jumped out at me, so I'll share it with the group. Dissatisfaction with Putin's inability to enforce his own red lines is rooted in his failure to properly defined by the mill bloggers, that's my parenthetical comment, establish information conditions prior to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Putin has defined red lines as NATO expansion and the delivery of strategic weapon systems, including nuclear-capable systems, to Ukraine prior to the invasion, but he has not publicly adjusted these red lines since the invasion began. So mill bloggers have locked into Medvedev's declared red lines, which Putin has not publicly affirmed, let alone enforced, facts that have only disappointed the poor Russian warmongering mill bloggers. And that's all I have. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Robert. So Harm was designed for air to ground, but you're saying that they were actually going to use them air to air against other aircraft?
No, they were using the seeker to locate the aircraft and then engaging them with their air-to-air missiles. So I have no idea if Harm was ever used as an air-to-air platform. I tend to think that in the naval role, it would only be to take out the radars. That's what Harm does. Obviously, I'm way, 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 way out of date into the current capabilities of the Harm system, but it's an anti-radar, high-speed anti-radiation missile. And so taking out the radars then enables the other ship killers to come in with greater chance of success.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks. I understand now. Thank you for that. Joseph, welcome up, brother.
Thanks, man. My Colby, how the tables have turned, huh?
We're back to normal now, like
Yeah,
things used to
yeah.
be a long time ago. Who's this
I
Joseph
think
guy?
it always.
He's the
I think
new
it's
kid on the
always
block.
supposed to be this way.
He's coming up for the first time.
I think it was always meant to be this way, Colby. No,
No, not at all. Like Joseph is the master now. Just like it's, I don't know. There's so many good memes that are applicable to the situation now. Just like Sith, master and apprentice. He's the master now. I'm the apprentice. Or look at me, I'm the captain now. Joseph's the captain. I'm just some guy. Like Joseph is he's just one of the consummate professionals here, and I'm always in awe at his abilities to co-host. And let me tell you, I'm just going to get on my soapbox here a little bit because I can do that with impunity now. Very briefly, and then we'll go to Gunther. This is a hard job. It is sometimes. It's challenging, especially when there's not a lot going on. Because sometimes there are slow periods where we're not getting a whole lot of news from the ground. There's no like major breaking things, like when Ukraine hits the Kerch Bridge. We can be fairly confident that there's not going to be any awkward silences probably for a while, because absolutely everyone wants to come up and talk about things. There's no shortage of speakers. There's endless questions, nonstop, and you're never hurting for content. But it is challenging to be up here, 24 hours a day, and always be able to be informative and entertaining. And I feel like we all do a pretty good job of doing all those things, but it's not easy. And Joseph is just like really, really good at just making sure that the conversation's flowing, and there's always a good discussion happening, and engaging the other speakers on the panel, engaging the audience, just like one of the real best people that we have. And Onda has also been a great addition to the team. Just like probably the nicest person on the team is Anda. I can say with some confidence. I think definitely like the nicest person, and nobody's mean. There's no bad apples, but Anda's just like by far just like the nicest person. And again, I've been here since the beginning, and I can say that there's good folks here, and it's great that the team has just grown. John has obviously been here for quite a while as well now, and John has been like one of the other like just superb additions to the team. John is without question like the smartest member. Like everybody agrees, John is just like, this guy is I don't even know what word to use. Just like John knows his stuff. And he's a university student, but don't let everybody tell you that just because you're still like a student or you're a kid or whatever, that you don't know what you're talking about. Because John is very, very studious, and he knows a lot of stuff. Like just always in awe about the breadth and the depth of the things that he has read up on. So yeah, it's it's a difficult job sometimes, but it's made easier by the fact that we have like just really, really great people up here, and it makes it an enjoyable experience, even though it can be stressful at times. So thanks everybody for making it a great space, and thank you as always to all listeners who show up and make it all worth it, because they give us great feedback, and we really do appreciate hearing from you guys. So and Rand, thank you all very much, and we will go to Gunther.
Yeah, here. You guys are awesome, and Joseph, I definitely appreciate your keeping it fresh. So I'm looking forward to your radio DJ career. Hey, Gunny, I had a question. I was thinking about what you said, and this is my question. If a HARM missile came into a warship and detonated and did a lot of sort of damage to its search capabilities, at that point, how vulnerable would it be to anti-ship missiles?
Yeah, that's the problem. So, though obviously I've never been on a warship that has been hit by a missile. The sort of things you can expect are even a fairly small missile will send a shock through the ship. So the ship will whip and twist to a degree. That normally causes generators to trip. So you will lose electrical power, and your rigid fittings on board. So that's your firefighting main, air pressure, oil, hydraulic fluid. All of those will flex, and you can expect some fracturing. And people stood up will be probably thrown about a little bit. That's why you have the brace procedure, where essentially you grab hold of something. So even a small warhead blast, you'll lose electrical power. The ops room will cease to function briefly until they can get an alternate supply rigged up. So the battle, and an operations room basically feeds a picture of the battle to the captain. I can't remember what the exact definition is, but the ship becomes combat ineffective. How quickly she recovers from that depends primarily on your damage control teams and in particular the weapons electrical guys, because and the stokers, obviously, because you need to restart everything. You need to do your assessment. You need to fight the fire. You need to stop the smoke. Smoke kills ships. Fire kills ships. Smoke really kills ships. It's a lesson that we learned in 1982. So effectively, she becomes combat ineffective, even if it's just for 5 or 10 minutes. And 5 or 10 minutes in maritime warfare, it could all be over by then. So yeah, as I said, it's like a bit of a nightmare scenario. If I'm on a warship, I'm fighting the air battle. I'm getting illuminated by aircraft over the horizon, and it's screaming air raid at me. And then I get indications that anti-radiation missiles in the air. I've got to shut down all my radars, not just my air search radar, but my fire control radars, everything that might give my position away. Therefore, I lose track of what's happening. And in the meantime, while I'm blind and I'm relying on people with binoculars and optronics, there might be 2 or 3 or 4 anti-ship missiles coming towards me. And I really need my radars on, because I need to see them to start putting hard kill into practice, and also start to think about jamming and soft kill, decoys, inflatable decoys, chaff flares, all that kind of thing. So you're on it's a real lose-lose situation. And then if you've got an anti-ship missile coming at you that's got home on jam facility, and you're in the frigate, so you might actually be the fire control aircraft. So you're controlling the combat air patrol. You're trying to vector them in on the air raid. Suddenly you lose all your radars. Your combat air patrol loses its fighter direction. So you see what I mean? It's an absolute drama, and that's why do not think we will see a Russian surface action group even contemplating putting themselves up threat so far that the Ukrainians lit their lips and go, do you know what? We might be able to do this. And especially now, because as we've seen Russian radar performance, it's just not up to snuff. It doesn't feel that the systems are even as capable as maybe late 1980s, 1990s technology. I mean, what's the radar on a Makarov top plate? We thought that was a very capable system. And I do not think it's as capable as maybe 996 radar, 967, 968 radar, and they're late 80s, 90s kit. So, you know, again, I wish it would happen. I don't think it will. I think, unfortunately, the naval battle in the Ukrainian war is over. At best, we might see some kind of airstrike on Sevastopol. But to be honest, a lot of the stuff there is legacy. There's a Grisha, 1 or 2 Grisha class corvettes. They look laid up. There's a couple of Krivaks, I think, which I thought they might try and crew up. I don't think they're going anywhere. The submarines periodically turn up, but not for long, probably just to ammunition and then disappear. So, yeah, it would be a powerful message. I'm not sure it would be worth it. And I think the dangers of setting off the Black Sea Fleet ammunition depot there might be a bit of an own goal, to be honest with you. Just have a look at Sevastopol Harbour. It's really built up. If they've got a lot of calibers, a lot of 533mm torpedoes, a lot of gun ammunition, a lot of SAMs, if they've got all of those in the ammunition depot, there's going to be a lot of civilian casualties. And the Ukrainians don't kill civilians. You know, if they do, it's by accident. They ain't about that. So, yeah, I think the maritime stage might be over. But hey, I mean, let's hope. Maybe they'll put a couple of ships once the Ukrainians reach the Black Sea coast. Maybe they'll run a couple of ships up from Crimea, hug the coast, and then try and do naval gunfire support. I think it would be exceptionally brave, and I wish them all the joy in the world on that. But personally, I would be carrying my life jacket around my waist.
I guess, thank you so much. My question was, so once a ship has been hit by a HARM missile, presumably it's damaged its radar systems and its ability to see. How much would it hurt it? Like, could it still fight off a anti-ship missile if it came in, say, like an hour later?
Yeah, so let's say it goes off down aft and it trashes the flight deck, and there's some damage to the steering gear and the accommodation areas, and there's a bit of a blaze. After 10 minutes, the generators are brought back online because they've tripped. The damage control parties get a grip of the fire. Electrical power is restored. The radar is brought back up, and the main armament is brought back online. Therefore, the ship has a degree of fighting capability, doesn't it? Let's say the round goes off and smashes up the ops room, she's out the fight. Without the operations room, combat information center, she's doing nothing. She might be able to fire a couple of systems in local control, but she's out the fight. She's no use. She might as well disappear off east. If it happens like that, and there are some anti-ship missiles coming in behind that, she's dead. She'll be on the bottom in sort of 20 minutes. So, but the problem is getting to that stage, and we would counter that by, we would have 3 ships out, we would have an airborne early warning aircraft up, we'd have a combat air patrol, at least one up threat. There's a whole host of measures that you'd employ principally to avoid that possibility. But the problem with all of that is, of course, while you're transmitting on all your radars and you're sweeping the horizon and you're expecting an air raid, you become harm fodder. So it's a bit of a no-win, really. which is why we always put cap well up threat. Maybe 50, 100 miles up threat, and try to kill the enemy principally before they could even launch. So pre-war, sort of 70s and 80s doctrine for protecting a battle group in the Norwegian Sea was to hit the airfields around Murmansk first with things like Tomahawk, because if the bomber's on the ground burning, you don't have to worry about air raids, do you?
No, thank you so much.
Well, before John goes, I'd like to read him my 52-part manifesto on why the Kerch Bridge was done by a truck, tweet by tweet. So number one, no, I'm just kidding. I yield my time to John.
No, we're going to reveal, or Joseph's going to reveal at some point the real culprit behind this attack on the bridge. The real story's going to come out, folks. Just wait. I won't say anything else beyond that. But Joseph is going to reveal what actually happened, and you will not believe who was responsible for this or why they did it. You won't believe it, folks.
I might be killed before because Colby said this out loud. We'll see, but I'll do my best to tell you guys what really happened.
If Joseph is assassinated, you know it's because he's about to reveal secrets that nobody wants to get out. Like, this is some real serious stuff here, folks. This is just he's got some information here, some very some damning information.
That's right. A guy in Phoenix, Arizona, trying to clean stuff out of his pool right now. I've got some exclusive breaking news for you guys on what happened at the Kerch Bridge. With that, I'll yield my time to John.
Thank you, Joseph. Gunny, while we have you, it isn't particularly relevant to anything, but I just thought I'd ask, regarding harms while we're on the subject. Any thoughts on if a Sea Whiz could intercept a harm?
Phalanx or goalkeeper, yeah, absolutely. Both of those are fantastically capable systems. Well, you've seen CRAM, the land-based Phalanx version, was killing artillery. It was killing rockets and mortar rounds in Afghan and Iraq. They are phenomenally accurate systems. I think in one case, a Phalanx went after a towed target, and then having smashed that up, it decided to carry on tracking up the tow wire and try to engage that. Is the Russian version as good? Probably not. I think we can probably assume not. They've got a couple of real monster systems which have come out in the past few years. Called one of them is called CADS, which on the face of it looks like a fantastic close-in weapon system. Prior to that, they used a K630, which is a 30mm Gatling gun, but it uses an off-mount fire control system. So Phalanx, if you have a look at it, it's got the white dome. That's the fire control radar for it. Russian systems tend to have a separate fire control system. I think drum tilt, base tilt is one. So could they intercept arms? Yeah, I see no reason why not. But obviously the system would have to be up and radiating. And again, you don't want to be radiating on your close-in weapon system radar, because your harm coming at you is using that signal as a point of aim. But if you don't have your fire control system on, you won't be able to shoot at the harm. But the harm's using your fire control radar to kill you. So you have to have a considerable degree of trust. That said, Phalanx, I don't think at sea Phalanx has ever been proven in combat. I remember, I think Samuel B. Roberts managed to put a few rounds into the USS Missouri for some reason, a mile ahead of us. A bit bizarre, but it's like all weapon systems. We've not had a really good workout of close-in weapon systems. So all bets are off on that, mate.
So maybe moving away from the technical for a minute, John. I think one time CJ mentioned a while back when Saki happened, that the harms clearly paved the way for this, right? They prepared, by blinding Russian radar, by destroying it. They were able, presumably, we again assume that Saki was some kind of a missile. I'm so sorry if you have an alternate hot take on that. But anyway, I'm just wondering, John, if you could put that into context for us, like in terms, like we've been talked a lot about the technical aspects of a harm. Like, what do you think it's actually done in this war strategically for Ukraine? Go ahead.
It's difficult to put it into exact words, but what I'll say is harm has clearly had a significant impact on the battlefield. Both at the tactical and the operational level. It is clear that Ukrainian aircraft are now able to operate more freely due to a reduced threat from Russian air defense systems, either because those systems have been destroyed or because the Russians, are being much more conservative about, their IMCON, their emissions control, and, turning on their radars to, be it acquisition radars or fire control radars, to attempt to engage Ukrainian aircraft. They're naturally going to be much more conservative, with Ukraine in possession of advanced anti-radiation missiles because, they care about continuing to breathe. So that obviously translates into, more Ukrainian close air support missions and, enhanced, joint operations between Ukrainian air assets and Ukrainian ground assets. This contributes to an overall increase in Ukrainian fighting effectiveness across the whole battlefield. I can't quantify it, unfortunately, but my expectation is this has had quite a serious impact, all things considered.
Colby, anything you'd like to add to that?
I concur with all of that from John. He's much more well read on harm than I am. And the thing about harm is I'm just, knowing more about the system now, and the fact that you can pre-program a target, it's not as surprising that they were actually able to integrate that system onto these Russian airframes. But that was something that I was pretty skeptical about, that they were going to get much Western ordnance to be able to do that, but they have. So I hope that there may be some possibilities of being able to integrate other Western munitions onto these airframes, and certainly that would be more possible with things like the Polish MiGs because they're already upgraded with Western avionics. But that's a different matter. I mean, Ukrainian aircraft do not have those Western systems, which makes this challenging. But if they can do it with harm, then I'd be curious if there's some other sort of less sophisticated systems that they could potentially get Ukraine, like just sort of like basic PGM bombs, things like that. Seem like those could potentially be fitted onto Ukraine's MiGs or Sukhois.
And before we go to Gunny real quick, I just want to do some quick announcements. If everyone could please retweet the space, let people know. Right now, it seems we're talking about missiles. We got Gunny up here, we got John up here, we got Colby up here. That's pretty much missile talk right there. So yeah, if you have any questions about missiles in particular, we're talking about the HARM missile right now, but we might be moving to maybe there's other missile systems that Ukraine can put on airframes like the HARMs. So please press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and a little heart icon in the center on the far right. You can raise your hand. We'll do our best to answer your question. And also, please do check out MriyaAid.org. It's a great charity dedicated to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine. It's run completely by volunteers. That means there's no overhead costs, no administrative cost, no pizza parties. Every penny goes directly to procuring non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So please do check out MriyaAid.org. Please follow their Twitter account as well. See what they do. And if you're so inclined and you're so able, please do consider supporting them. And yeah, I already said retweet the space. It does help us out. So everybody. And with that, I think we will go to Gunny.
Yeah, it probably is related, unfortunately, this, but thank you, Dimitros. Hope I pronounced your name right, mate. Russian bomber nets went active about 30 minutes ago. I did see some chatter earlier from Ukrainian sources saying there was some kind of major Russian airstrike expected probably today. It looks like they've got sorties airborne, so unfortunately we might see some cruise missile strikes across the board shortly.
They've already.
I assume, yeah, Zaporizhia. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I assume that Zaporizhia being hit. That's from the Bears up launching cruise missiles.
Yeah, there seems some concern that the raids tonight would be, rather this morning, would be particularly heavy. I can't remember. I used to monitor this really closely, but if I remember rightly, Bennett going active to launch could be anything up to sort of 1 hour 30, depending on what types of sortie they were doing and where from. So I suppose we just have to wait and see now, unfortunately.
Well, we know that some of them have been relocated a little bit further away since that air base in Kaluga Oblast got hit. So if they may be launching from further away, but yeah, John.
No, I was going to say not the most recent strike tonight against Zaporizhia, but the one from the previous night. It was a combination of air launched cruise missiles from Tu-22Ms, and I believe they also launched some. Well, it's KH-22s from some Tu-22s, and then they KH-59s from some Su-34s. They sortied over the Black Sea, or specifically the Sea of Azov. I'm not sure if they actually flew over Melitopol to launch them, but they either launched them from over the Sea of Azov or Melitopol and Berdyansk. And then I believe they also launched a dozen or two S-300s against Zaporizhia, and I would imagine that's probably what they did again tonight.
Yeah, we know. I think an apartment building was hit just recently, and they don't have a casualty figure yet, but unfortunately, you have to assume that it was probably occupied. And I just saw a couple pictures, and the damage was fairly significant. It wasn't like the whole thing was leveled, but it was substantial. So praying for as many people, as few casualties as possible. But we'll probably get some further reporting on that overnight.
Last I checked, the most updated numbers for that were, I want to say, the death toll was 17, and it was probably 40 to 60 plus wounded.
Yeah, that's for last night, but tonight they just hit a new one. I think, right, a new apartment building. So I don't think they have any figures for what just happened tonight. But yeah, those are the same figures I think I saw for the previous night's strike. Okay, Robert, and then Daniel.
Just a quick one. I don't know how many people who are following MriyaReport also follow ISW, but I thought this was interesting. Ukrainian sources reported that Russian occupation authorities are moving their families from Kherson Oblast to Crimea, and from Starobilsk to Luhansk City. Just a comment on their confidence. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Yeah, they can see the writing on the wall. John?
Yeah, I believe prior to right when the Kherson counteroffensive began, with the with the formation of that salient near Davidov-Brid around that same time, I believe they pulled out a lot of the local collaborators. Well, I'm not sure what the collaborators, but the occupation administration officials, they moved them out of Kherson city all the way to Melitopol, I believe.
Okay, thanks for that information. Daniel?
Morning, Kobe. Morning, Gunny. Morning, everyone. I am curious. Yesterday was hit another airbase in Crimea, right? Evdokia?
Another airbase in Crimea? I haven't seen anything about that.
I haven't seen anything.
Yesterday. Evdokia was very, very cautious attendance about.
No, I know what you're talking about. That was a false alarm.
Okay.
So you're talking about the city just sort of north, in the northwest part of Crimea, or northwest of Sevastopol.
Yeah, right, John.
Yeah,
okay.
that's a false alarm. That was go to my feed. That was confirmed to be just like a garbage fire, just like some bums were burning garbage out in the field.
Okay, so were reports from Crimea were not a drone to assist then? Okay, good. I read yesterday from Operator Starsky, they expect 5 to 7 BTGs to come from the south of Belarus. He gave a stern warning. We will kill all of you if you try. I don't know how much pressure and how much command the cockroach has in Minsk. Probably he's just lost anything on control of this. I see they strike Zaporizhia, just terror attacks, like Gani say, Russians doing Russian thing. I expect they'll continue this idea. We send bombers and Iranian drones and missiles hitting civilians because we are totally incapable to destroy military assets of Ukraine. I just wonder one thing. If Russians say Ukrainians put troops to a future push to Zaporizhia front, maybe just keeping Russians to hit their heads on Bakhmut will change and they will hit to direction to Donetsk is not more, I can say, feasible, hit where they didn't expect. Because Bakhmut was, I don't know, the place where they lose all the Wagnerites, all the LPR, DNR conscripts, and that guys, the Ukrainians who defend Bakhmut area, 2 months, I think, is enough. Similar with Luhansk Oblast. They contain the Russian, they retreat, they contain the Russians, they retreat them, and after that they hit. First in Kharkiv to liberate, and now they push to Luhansk. I don't know, strategically probably is more smart to go to Melitopol, but putting forces to destroy all the Bakhmut area, and Donetsk is very, very, very close. I imagine it's fortified. why I ask this? Ilovaisk and a lot of ammunition depots and rail yards are hit in, how I can say, around the area. And this is usually their strategy to destroy any logistical support for the troops there. It's not more natural to push there than to Melitopol at this stage.
Sorry. So your point, Daniel, is that they should push north further.
No, Anda,
This.
Anda. That point, that is the hard point from 2015. The cyborg unit keep the airport of Donetsk. And I see the front line is very, very close to Donetsk. Donetsk, if is so close, probably is easier to strangle them if they accumulate brigades there. And also, I see Bakhmut. Bakhmut is, I don't know, it is the only place when they advance. 400 meters, 30 meters, one village, 2 months, they just lose troops. But that Ukrainians, I don't know how much they rotate them, they suffer a lot. They never done anything than treat the Russians. Maybe it's the time to hit them there because, okay, we are not general staff of Ukraine, but I imagine they don't expect a hit there or a push to Donetsk.
But isn't it safe to say that every time we saw something or nothing, like my point is, when we saw in the past months that a certain region had cooled down, let's say, we saw a push later, right? So wouldn't be safe to say that after a big push, they after all they advanced really fast towards east. They are now regrouping, reorganizing their logistics, reorganizing and bringing back everything from food to anything else because they need them before a new push. So a pause would not necessarily mean they are not going forward, in my opinion. It's that they are reorganizing for a new push. No.
I don't know about reorganizing. The Bakhmut, I think, is something close, a different scale, like Severodonetsk, Lysychansk. There is the only point where Russians are still attacking. Is the only point where they hit with artillery, and I think they need some relief, Ukrainian troops from there. I saw the hit on rail yards in Donetsk area, and I believe is the best idea because after Kerch Bridge, the only way they can get supplies is from there. If they lose the Donetsk railways, then the only supply will be Berdiansk, Melitopol, and it is probably game over because you can get ammo, you can get food, you can get fuel. And Berdiansk was hit by Tochka. You far, far behind in this campaign. Now, I think even PGH 2000 can hit there with assisted guidance. And will be just destroying totally their supply lines. I don't know if they will hit again Kerch. Probably not. Maybe they will send some drones there. Maybe we'll see some airstrike around. Maybe some bases. But I try to imagine never having even close the idea about strategy like Ghani or Yehuda. But if you look on all the map, you have in the north Belarusian saying we send 7 BTGs, some threat with bombers. Luhansk is full on we run home mode. Kherson is contained and Ukrainians dominate there. Zaporizhia is the point where they are very, very afraid it will be the next offensive. Maybe we don't see there so much move very soon. And remain the Donetsk Oblast and Bakhmut area. And Donetsk sounds strategically very good. Bakhmut is something like, let's save our guys and destroy any hope of their offensive. If they stop Bakhmut, Russians will be in full retreat mode, all the fronts. And I just fishing here. I'm not smart enough to know things. Just asking Kobe, Ghani, people with smart brains.
Well, Colby, I mean, Daniel laid a case out there for like a, I guess like a sort of a rope-a-dope counterattack in Melitopol area, I guess. Like what do you make of it?
I don't see anything happening in Melitopol right now because Ukraine is already advancing on 2 different axes, and I don't see them adding a third because I think that's beyond their capacity. They just don't have the manpower to do 3 simultaneous axes, or the logistics. I could be proven wrong, but I think that's biting off more than they can chew. What they have before them is already, a fairly substantial challenge. Kherson hasn't just given up as some of us thought they might, or had hoped they might have, not yet at least. So I don't think that they have like sufficient forces just in reserve that they would feel comfortable committing to a brand new offensive in Melitopol. I think we're going to continue to see Kherson first, and more action around Kharkiv and the Donbass more broadly. I would say, a Melitopol offensive, you would want to have the north bank of the Dnipro cleared first, and you would want to have footholds across to attempt to fix Russian forces before you tried anything like that. Because if you're attacking Melitopol and you still haven't cleared the Dnipro, and you kind of get yourself into some trouble there, then you still have a lot of forces that are just not able to assist, and otherwise they would have to just like rotate out and then again come across the river themselves further north, and it just doesn't make sense to me, at least, that that's going to be the next step. Not right now, like in the future, sure, but there's a lot of other prerequisites, I would say.
Daniel, maybe I mischaracterized your explanation, but I think it broadly applies. I think Colby's saying, like, right, they need to kind of sew up the South first, and then they've got kind of one offensive free, right? I think the capacity is maybe two axes, and then once that southern axis is sort of Kherson direction is complete, maybe there would be a new direction. That's like what I got out of Colby. Daniel, any follow-up? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm really sure I am very bad at in this morning, to be clear. Uh, I remember after the retreat from Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, everyone, military analysts, journalists, everyone said, let's see if Ukraine can go offensive. We are well known, they can act very good in defensive, but offensive is something very hard to do, is something where they didn't demonstrate. At this moment, in Kherson, I see people stabilize the front. They will just probably get territorials to garrison behind the lines. They put their depots. They will go slowly, methodically, to kill all the Russians there. Kharkiv is already liberated. Now the push is in Luhansk. Yesterday they said they freed at least 7 settlements in Luhansk. That's why the pro-Russian authorities of so-called Popular Republic are retreating behind. Melitopol, like Kobe said, I don't think they will push now. I don't know what the plan is. I don't imagine they will do this very soon. Russians are scared there. But what I said about Bakhmut is about the Bakhmut is made it like a huge fortification line with settlements already raised, some hills which they use probably for dominate the area, some fortification. In that area is atomic bunker, which is hard to be dislocated from there. And they fixing Russians, like Yehuda say. On the Donetsk, the front is probably 20 kilometers from Donetsk. They hit that area, usually with artillery, almost daily. And Donetsk and behind Donetsk are railway yards and a lot of logistical stuff which remain for them. For Donbass, for South, Zaporizhia and Kherson. And I think it's logical there to be not only hits, not only HIMARS, not only long-range tube artillery, but probably forcing things a bit in that area. I hate is not Craig here, but I imagine there is more important than anything about Zaporizhia. I think there is the soft belly they need to crush them. Because if they lose in that area all the depots, all the communication, all the logistics, I can say, they become very thirsty and very hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I always find your case compelling, Daniel. I don't know if anyone else wanted to comment. I think maybe Robert. I think if anyone could speak to this, it's maybe Robert. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, you're spot on, because you know that I have this obsessive focus on the Kherson campaign. And can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, and I do. You're right.
Okay. And this is one of the cases where I have a slight disagreement with Colby. The extremely rare cases, because Colby's so much better informed and smarter than I am. But I believe that Ukraine has demonstrated that one missile in Crimea on the bridge radically transformed the psychological landscape. And consistent with my belief that they do not want to fight a whole lot more to the northwest of the Dnieper River. They just want the Russians to leave. A offense to the east of the Dnieper River is one of those things that has primarily a psychological impact that further will encourage the Russians on the west side of the northwest side of the Dnieper River to leave. I firmly believe that Ukraine does not want a city fight, and they want to do everything within their power to encourage the Russians to leave the northwest side of the river. And I think earlier I mentioned that the time is right now because my understanding is that the entire river is under fire control of Ukraine conventional artillery, so they don't need to use the expensive rounds. And so they can make the eventual Russian retreat from Kherson, the northwest Kherson, very expensive in terms of lives. And normally, I am a compassionate guy. All death bothers me, but Russian death bothers me almost not at all now. And that's my observation.
Well, Daniel, hopefully someone understood you. I don't know. Maybe we can go to Frank. Frank, go ahead.
Hey, everybody, and happy belated Bridge Day, and happy Thanksgiving to my Canadian colleagues. I've had this thought for a while, and it was posited a few days ago on the report here that it's partly political and partly military. The theory and or question, and it's this, which is it's always been assumed, I think, for many people that that Crimea would be the last piece of territory that the Ukrainian army would try to liberate, and the worry there would then become that it could be that Western support might sort of flag, it might be viewed as, okay, well, this is where you compromise Ukraine, and that kind of thing, right? And so I was wondering if Ukraine managed to take back a big chunk of Kherson, especially since they've cut off the the Kerch Bridge, or at least they have the potential to cut off the Kerch Bridge, and therefore logistics support. If Ukraine might be audacious enough to try and take back Crimea before they finish off in Zaporizhia and the Donbass. So that was just a. That was wondering if anybody had thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I think maybe it's a good time for everyone to come up with their hot takes about like what's going to be the next thing. And I gotta say, we haven't heard from John too much, so I'm curious what's going on in that brain ears, John.
I'm gonna take a play out of CJ's book and quote him and say it's Met TC, which is to say it will be the course of action that the Ukrainian General Staff chooses to pursue will be dependent on the specific, timing and circumstances, force ratios, availability of, supplies, equipment, and other, important assets, when we get to that point. There's obviously Crimea is a politically interesting situation for the Ukrainian government in terms of how they want to go about liberating Crimea. It's entirely possible that, again, depending on, from a military standpoint, the situation on the ground, the Ukrainian General Staff and the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense may make the determination that, the optimal course of action is to liberate Crimea and then proceed on to Donbass. You know, in terms of the general geography, I would expect the most of the southern front line to have been dealt with. I would have expected, Kherson and most of Zaporizhia to be dealt with by that point. And I would imagine the front lines would probably be somewhere, exclusively in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. Maybe something approximating very vaguely the pre-February 24th lines. But it's entirely within their own possibility. They can make that determination that is the most militarily smart course of action to pursue. From a political standpoint, that it's entirely possible that, on the other hand, that there could be a desire from the Ukrainian government to potentially hold off on that in the hopes of potentially preserving the general infrastructure and other assets in Crimea, and essentially avoid completely devastating the island, or not the island, the peninsula, in the process of liberating it. If they choose to be more conservative, shall we say, in that regard, there are a number of other means that the Ukrainian government would have at their disposal to facilitate the eventual liberation of the peninsula. They could, if they wanted to take a very long-term approach, they could always, essentially besiege the peninsula, and cut any air, sea, or land traffic, land traffic being via the Kerch Bridge to the peninsula, or dam, I should say, the North Crimean Canal, which provides a majority of the peninsula's drinking water, and essentially just sit the Russians out, and they'll have to give up at some point. Or again, if the military situation is favorable enough, they could just blow right through Armyansk and straight towards Simferopol, Sevastopol, Kerch, etc. The best answer is what I said at the beginning. It's Met TC. It will depend completely on the circumstances when they get to that point in time.
And John, what if it was a really? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Was that Daniel?
No, it's Frank.
Frank, go ahead.
Saying,
Frank.
I was just saying, yeah, thanks. That's a very appropriate answer. I'll leave it at that.
I zoned out. John, what if it was a really big truck? I mean, couldn't that blow up a bridge? No, I'm just kidding. Robert, go ahead. I'm sorry, guys. If you really think a truck blew up the bridge, I'm not. Look, it might have been I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'll leave it at that. It's just funny. I just like messing with John. That's what this is really about. Robert, go ahead.
Well, I already presented my theory about how a truck bomb could be configured in such a way to simulate an attack-up strike, but I will not reprise it here because it's ridiculous.
John, it was a truck that looked like an attack-ums, all right?
No, it's a 15-pound shape charge that makes the hole in the bridge that looks like an attack-ums, and then the appropriate explosives to be an attack-ums-like explosion rather than a truck filled with ammonium nitrate type explosion. It could be trivially accomplished as a Russian disinformation operation, and now I'm reprising it, even though I said I wouldn't, in order to discredit other people in Russia. Who knows what's going on? So it could be, very remotely, it could be a attack-ums simulation in a truck. That was my prior hypothesis. I saw a little bit of that online from Russian sources, but that was just what it is.
John, I'll give you one emoji to answer.
I was going to raise a more ridiculous proposition and say that what actually happened was Ukraine took an attack-ums, removed the warhead, put the warhead on a truck, smuggled it into Russia, and then from there drove it over the bridge.
Well, unfortunately, John, I do actually have the correct answer. And it's the end of a puzzle book, I've got all the answers at the end. So unfortunately, you'll be in bed by the time we get there. But You guys are, I don't want to give it away, but you guys need to think a little deeper about this. You got to start relating some events that have been going on around lately. Gunny, please go ahead.
Joseph, you have to record this, okay? I'm gonna be in bed, but you have to record this because I want to listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to finish work, and I literally will not be staying up for this. But can I put a bet down on what the theory is?
Go for it.
A giant torpedo.
No, that's stupid.
Why is that stupid?
I don't know. Maybe. But
You have to get you have to think of something like way more ridiculous than the giant torpedo. Like this theory is like way like it makes perfect sense, but it's still ridiculous.
I don't have any hand.
Pigeons.
Pigeons. Yeah, that's right. Pigeons. No. I mean, maybe the pigeons are tangentially involved. Look, all right. I think I built it up too much at this point. All right. Look, here's the deal. All right. All right. I've talked to you guys. Like usually it's later than this, but around in about 2 hours. I've explained this before. All right. This show, it's run by one man. Okay. He's a man in Slovenia named Doman. Okay. I think we all know this. He runs a show around here, and really, there's one goal at the Maria Report, and it's you would think it's to support Ukraine, but ultimately, it's to talk about wine. It's wine. It's all ultimately this is all about the wine. Okay, and Doman, of course, mysteriously vanished. What?
He's in
4 days
Slovakia.
ago. Yeah, he's gone. He's not here. He's busy, right? Busy doing what, I ask? Oh yeah, publicly, sure. We were told he's at a wine tasting competition, a competitive wine tasting competition. But let me remind you all of something, okay? The Crimean Peninsula, that is prime wine growing grape country, okay? That is where the best, wine in the Soviet Union could have come from. Doman would probably correct me on that, but he's not here. And so, it makes perfect sense, you guys. Just put 2 and 2 together, all right? Doman goes on a little vacation, a certain bridge blows up, a certain peninsula is now saved, and he can grow wine there. I mean, how does that not make sense? How have I not cracked this? Okay? It's like the meme with the sign, like, prove me wrong, or that guy at the desk, yeah. So that's where I'm at. You come up and you try to tell me different. Anna, go ahead.
I can add to that, actually. Think of the fact that the price of the land on Crimean Peninsula is significantly going down right now. Yes, everybody is trying to leave, so more land to buy. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's 100%. I tried to explain this on the Russian spaces, and they didn't believe me, and I was trying to help them. So but anyway, that's the secret, guys. So, like now you know. Okay, Doman left us for 4 days. He blew up. I presume he maybe got some information from Chuck because Chuck did the pipeline, right? I mean, John.
Yeah, that's why Chuck wasn't here for most of the day that Nord Stream 1 happened. He was on his way back from the Baltic Sea.
I mean, read between the lines, people. That's all I'm asking you to do. This is like you got to read between the lines. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So I will go to Hans now. If I had hands that seriously wanted to talk about what's going on in Ukraine, I would like them. So please come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. But yeah, that's who I think did it. Okay, that's what I think happened. Gunny, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, at first I thought I heard Daniel shout vegans. I mean, they're pretty irritating people at the best of times, but I don't think even vegans blow up. Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, I'll buy the Doman thing. I've seen on TripAdvisor some reviews of his wine tasting lessons, and one got so depressed they went out, bought an articulated lorry, filled it with ammonium nitrate, drove it across the bridge, and blew themselves up in despair. So yeah, I'm buying that.
Yeah, I think, it's, you heard it here first, folks. This is breaking. Robert, go ahead.
I have blackberry bushes in my backyard, and I am living for the day when I can tell Doman about my pairing of blackberry wine, vintage 2022, with American processed cheese. Getting back to Ukraine, my godson's grandfather is in Moscow, and he proposed to his daughter that they move with him to Crimea and, well, move with him to Crimea. So, how times have changed.
I suppose so. Okay, so I did have maybe a question for John. So, John, today, Ukraine's Ministry of Defense released a video, and it's of Alexei Reznikov, and he's talking right to Russians. And I don't know, did you see it, John?
No, I have not. Unfortunately, I have been just eyes deep in Kerch Bridge and Attackums for the past 24 hours plus.
Well, let's talk about that then. People might be sick of the bridge, but you know what? People are also sick of talking about Russia. So, you got to pick. It's Russia or the bridge, guys. Yeah, John, I'll say this. What have you? Has anything about your initial assessment changed? I was with you when you got you looked at the initial videos and so forth, and I don't know. You've looked at clearly a lot. You've spent a lot more time on this now. What do you think that extra time has bought you in terms of anything to add?
I'm still looking through some stuff. I mean, kind of the unfortunate whole thing in this is that truck was more or less in the general vicinity of where the detonation presumably occurred, based upon that what is the likely hole in the bridge section, as well as the general scorch marks. And so that it unfortunately appears that truck, no matter, it's just there. And so the truck theory is going to persist, I presume. And to be quite honest, it would not shock me if either the truck or the sedan that was nearby it had an attackums come through their roof, to be quite honest. But the one thing I was looking at is there were some interesting debris patterns on the bridge, and I have no idea what to make of them. It looked like vehicle debris in an area where there were no vehicles. I'm still trying to figure it out. I wouldn't say there's anything radical that's changed in my view. My instinct, as soon as I saw that the span had collapsed and that it wasn't just a fire, my initial assumption when I first saw the images was, oh, they did something stupid on a train and they managed to light one of their own trains on fire on the bridge, on the rail bridge. And then I saw the collapsed road spans. I was like, oh, it's attackums. That my assessment, broadly speaking, has not changed. I've found most of the VBED, the vehicle-borne IED arguments not particularly convincing. I've had one or two people reach out to me with some very well reasoned and in good faith arguments, that aren't totally without merit, but I still lean towards attackums on balance. I mean, I don't really have much to add to that beyond that. It's been slightly talked to death, unfortunately, on the basis.
Let me ask you this, John. Is there anything about the attackums explanation that you feel isn't satisfying? In other words, is there any piece of evidence that you're like, that's weird? I think the one I've heard is there's an extra pillar. Is that right?
What do you mean by extra pillar?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to get into the details with you, but I thought that someone said there's the distance between some of the damage might be too large for a single missile, so maybe multiple missiles. But I don't know. What I'm asking you, broadly speaking, is is there any of the evidence that doesn't fit the attackums theory, or it all pretty much lines up with attackums?
I mean, I think it's broadly consistent.
to get a better idea what we need more data, to be quite honest, to be able to say, with 100% absolute certainty. What would help is getting a better look at those collapsed sections that are currently partially underwater, specifically the actual hole in the road surface. That would be, the epicenter of whatever detonation occurred. That would probably be the most definitive piece of evidence that we could have to say whether or not it was, a V-bed or a ballistic missile, a 225 kilogram warhead, that has a 1-ton superstructure traveling at about Mach 4.5. But in the absence of new evidence, I don't think there's anything substantial to change the assessment. The one interesting thing is kind of the Russian narrative surrounding a potential V-bed. It seems that seems to have been the narrative that they've settled on, and
Or V-bed means a truck bomb, right, John? Just for people in the audience.
VBIED, a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device.
Sorry, go ahead.
And yeah, they've settled on that narrative, which makes me a little bit suspicious because the Kremlin lies pathologically, as we're all well aware. The only such thing that I've seen them be honest about was the explosion at Belbek. In that case, one of their aircraft genuinely ate crap off of a cliff at the end of the runway, which was very, very funny. So yeah, but beyond that, they have pathologically lied. Their general MO, as best we can tell, is to, if they can attribute it to something other than Ukraine, they will. And if they have no choice but to attribute it to Ukraine, then they will choose a explanation that speaks to arguably the least sophisticated Ukrainian capability that they can. So, obviously, orchestrating a truck bombing like this would be, an enormously complex, intelligence and special operations forces mission. But it's, on the one hand, it would, for the Russian public, that's a far less advanced capability than, having ballistic missiles with the range of 300 plus kilometers. So they will choose, whatever explanation is most denigrating to Ukrainian capabilities that they can.
Gotcha. And I'll ask you one more thing, John, before I turn it over to Hans. Because I got to remember, like tomorrow, Colby might be on top, and I got to be nice to him. John, like I know you kind of keep mentioning ATACMS or saying ATACMS, and I understand why. Again, we're not saying like definitively we know, right? But we're just shorthand. John doesn't want to say potentially ATACMS every time. But I'm just wondering, John. Obviously, I think you think that it's most likely ATACMS, but we do know about this HRIM-2 thing, and maybe there's some other missiles in the world that might be capable of this. So I'm wondering, are there any other suspects that you might consider like viable for this particular incident?
So in terms of ballistic missiles, I mean, SAPSON or HRIM-2, HRIM-2 being the export name, or I should say the name for the export version of SAPSON. There's some differences. SAPSON is a 500 kilometer range, whereas HRIM-2 being the export version, subject to some ballistic missile export treaties, is physically smaller because its range is limited to only 300 kilometers under this term of this treaty. Same reason why the Iskander E has a shorter range than the Iskander M. But in any case, SAPSON, I mean, it has a warhead with twice the mass of a ATACMS warhead. It has a Tochka-U warhead of about 482 kilograms, whereas a ATACMS has a WAU-29B warhead with 226 kilo-ish explosive charge. It has the range and the warhead to do it. The question, from a technical standpoint, the question is accuracy. Ukraine does not have the domestic ability to manufacture, as far as we can tell, the domestic ability to manufacture these highly precise military standard GPS receivers, and I suspect their domestic INS packages are probably less accurate than their U.S. equivalents. And I'm not saying that to knock Ukraine. Most countries, domestically developed INS packages would be less sophisticated and less accurate than their U.S. equivalents. It's an incredibly sophisticated piece of technology, and it takes a massive amount of research, development, engineering to make incredibly reliable ones. They're enormously expensive, pieces of equipment to develop and produce. But I'm not sure that Sapson would have the accuracy to do this, unless we've supplied a INS or GPS guidance kit from ATACMS, which, in terms of supplying the underlying technology, I don't think we've supplied the guidance package for an N57E1 to anybody. We supplied the guidance packages and the technology to produce them to some of the older variants to South Korea. But that's it. My understanding is that we have refused to sell the South Koreans the newer guidance packages, which enable a CEP, circular error probable, of less than 2 meters, and that's the unclassified accuracy. In reality, it's vastly more accurate than even that. So yeah, that would be my big concern there. From a more practical standpoint, the main factory that was responsible for producing a number of the Sapson components in Pavlorod was bombed in a Russian cruise missile strike on July 2nd, right as they were putting it into mass production. So the project kind of went black after that. We have no idea what happened. There was some reporting that strongly indicated from the Ukrainian branch of the BBC that since February 24th, development of that program had been completed as part of a crash program. They're putting it into mass production as of mid-June. Then on July 7th, Russians bombed the factory, and we've heard nothing since. Obviously, Saki was on August 9th, and that is almost very likely ATACMS. It was definitely a ballistic missile without question, but probably ATACMS, and that capability in terms of possessing Sapsons is a big unknown. I hope they have it, because it would free up a number of possibilities for them, because, and this is speculation on my part, but the current targeting scheme for ATACMS is likely that the United States government has to individually sign off and authorize every single target that Ukraine wants to strike with ATACMS. With Sapson, no such limitations would apply. They could hit any target in Ukraine at any time they so choose, and they can also hit any target within 500 kilometers inside of Russia at any time that they choose.
Gotcha. So I think we're maybe looking at the Saki attack and this attack as kind of like clearly the same culprit, and you kind of would say it's narrowed down more or less to two suspects, right? ATACMS or Sapson/Rim2, maybe with like some kind of a little bit of help on the guidance system, more or less. Would you say that's roughly accurate, John?
Yeah, I was actually having a very interesting conversation earlier today on this very point, of Sapson's accuracy. Sapson, as originally designed, its base guidance system is INS, inertial navigation system, but there were a number of seekers that would be used in addition to that. There was either an infrared seeker, a optical contrast seeker, an active radar seeker, or a combined infrared and active radar seeker. There's some interesting stuff that you can do, especially now that Ukraine has access to these synthetic aperture radar satellites and other NATO, ISR aircraft and satellites and other assets, where you can essentially create, a radar map of the terrain and structures in a given area, essentially a pre-made radar map of everything. And I'm not too intimate with the details of how this all works from a technical standpoint. But then from there, you can kind of set up an active radar seeker to home in on a predefined target based upon this pre-constructed radar map of a given terrain area. And I was having an interesting suggestion was brought up that something like the Kerch Bridge could have been set up where basically NATO or the United States or NATO would have provided an extremely high resolution, essentially radar terrain map of the area around the Kerch Bridge and surrounding areas, and the Ukrainians then would have fed that into Sapson, and from there that was how they would carry out accurate terminal guidance. Then again, that's a massive amount of speculation on my part.
Interesting indeed, John. No, I love it. Again, yeah, John, like John said, that's speculation, but very interesting stuff. That's why we like having John around. I think we got him for maybe 20 more minutes before he's got to run. So if you do have any questions for John, press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You can come on up. Anda, he sure makes the job. The job doesn't get easier when John goes to bed. I'll tell you that. So unless you have anything to add, you can go to hands. Go ahead.
If I could just quickly add on attack of.
If I'm not mistaken, I hope not. The order of the hands is Colby, Daniel, and Chris.
Thanks. Ready, Chuck?
Yep, you're good, Colby.
Okay. The technical side of the ATACMS theory is pretty solid. 12 hours ago,
Colby?
Tom.
Yeah, so I think Anda's having trouble hearing Colby. So Anda, maybe can you cycle back down and cycle up?
Will do.
Okay.
Sorry. Go
yes.
ahead, Colby.
Thanks. So 12 hours ago, Thomas Tyner made a pretty compelling case for why this was ATACMS and not Sapson or anything else. So the technical side is pretty solid. The hole in the ATACMS theory is Biden actually approving it for Ukraine to use. That's the hole in the ATACMS theory. But on a technical side, like it all makes pretty good sense. Like Thomas is the expert on this. Like he literally wrote the Wikipedia article on this. He's an artillery guy, very familiar with all these systems. So if you were here to listen to his explanation, or if you weren't, just make sure you go check out the podcast when it gets posted. He presents a pretty compelling case why this is ATACMS specifically. So that's all good. The doubt comes into it that the system was not sent to Ukraine publicly. So we have to just make assumptions that the president actually approved it to be sent covertly, and that's like the leap of faith, because it just doesn't really fit the pattern. Because we know that the White House has been like extremely resistant to the idea of ATACMS for forever. So that's a bigger leap of faith than anything else, I would say. The technical case pretty strong.
Gotcha. Any hot deets on the rim? Any thoughts on that, Colby?
I mean, it was a plausible theory before we had all the information and all the people who know a lot more weighed in and made the case for why it was ATACMS and not Sapson. But it remains.
I need to listen to the Steiner. You're saying listen to the Steiner podcast, and that'll answer my question. Okay, no problem, Colby.
He explained, because the thing is, that's Sapson's a ballistic missile, and he explained that ATACMS actually is not, because in the terminal phase, it actually rotates itself and comes down straight at a perfect 90-degree angle. Basically, it's not following a ballistic trajectory. It actually comes down like very, very straight on a 90-degree angle, and that's why we see what we see with the damage pattern and everything else. He makes a pretty compelling case, I feel, for why this was ATACMS and not Sapson or any other ballistic missile.
Sorry, thanks, Colby. Yeah, and I am being informed by our wonderful audio editors, who are wonderful and never, please edit out all the stuff where I sound bad, that the Steiner podcast is up. So please check out our Spotify account. It's one word, MriyaReport, or just Google MriyaReport Spotify. It'll pop up. Steiner podcast is already available. Hardworking, dear, wonderful editors. So I'm going to go to John real quick, then we'll go to the rest of the hands. John?
Yes. So one thing to note is that there's some very covert, spooky things with a lot of plausible deniability that can be done in regards to ATACMS. The United States is not the only country that possesses ATACMS. There are a number of others, including a number which are quite friendly with Ukraine. So there are other potential sources of ATACMS besides the United States. Obviously, the United States government, the White House, President Biden would have to sign off on a reauthorization permission, but they wouldn't have to come from the United States directly, if that is a concern of the White House and the National Security Council.
Yep, I think it's a fair point, John. If it's all about weird Russian technicalities, there's plenty we can find. So yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I kind of was hoping on a new order of the hands. I believe it was Chris, and then I'm going to go Herm Daniel. So Chris, go ahead.
Morning, mic check.
All clear.
Oh, great. Okay. So I was listening to everything that John was saying, and I think he's supporting my favourite theory that it's a Grim 2 variant, as indeed I think did Thomas yesterday. So I didn't listen to every single bit of it, so I'm going to go and listen to it again. But he definitely didn't rule that out. And I think the point is, and I think John's actually saying this, is that there are all sorts of possibilities here in terms of what might have been done with Ukrainian missile technology. The other thing I think is that when you look at the images of the explosion, that it basically comes from the right of the bridge and potentially not down. I'm not saying that's definitely true, but I think it comes from the right. So, and I saw something the other day, or not the other day, yesterday actually, which was basically saying that the direction of the flight of the missile was coming in from the right of the bridge. When you look up and see that lorry thing disappearing down the end. But the other thing, and the other thing that was in the Thomas Tyner, which was just absolutely amazing, of course, right, was the fact that the Allies command and control is completely integrated with Ukraine. In fact, I think at one point they were basically saying, okay, the Allies, inverted commas, are sat there doing all the game theory, working out all the options, etc., etc. And then obviously, I'm absolutely sure, discussing that with the Ukrainian high command, and then they're making their decisions. So I just think that I think that we just haven't really got to the level of integration that's gone on here, and the level, and if America is worried about ATACMS, then what Thomas Tyner called an indigenous Ukrainian missile makes a lot of sense, because there's plausible deniability there. So that's what I was going to say on that. The other thing that I thought was interesting about what you guys were saying earlier on was I'm just going to start with the idea that the Russians are exiting. Now, I don't know about you guys, right? But if I was leaving Kherson with my family in the car, I don't think I'm going to be very happy just to go to Crimea when I know that potentially another strike can come in on that bridge and close it off completely. Because if I do that, then we're all stuck on Crimea. So I don't know, just me, I'm more likely to go out a route that goes into Russia directly than I am down into Crimea. But the other thing about that is that, with the satellite technology and everything else that we've got today, we can watch the traffic flows. So we can hit something and then we can watch the traffic flows, in my view, right? So we roughly know what has been the reaction from a particular attack on a particular thing. And then obviously, and so we're watching we're watching the ingress points and we're watching the exit points, and we know exactly where the most traffic is. So, and then we're basically just like either closing off those entry or exit points, or we're just letting them go because we want to let them go. But that's all because, the Allies are sat there gaming everything out and watching everything. So I think I said everything I wanted to say then. Thank you.
Can I follow up on here really quickly? And I'm sorry to jump in because I just got raised to the speaker. There is no, for people who think there is some kind of cooperation and joint connection from Ukrainian intelligence and United States or NATO intelligence. That's not true. There is absolutely no communication that is happening between our intelligence and United States intelligence. It does not work like that. It's not working like that because that would be direct involvement, and it's not happening. And I know it for sure. And it's not true. The only communication that is happening between intelligence, if United States shares any intelligence, it happens through the Ministry of External Affairs of Ukraine, not through direct connections. It does not work like this. Like I'm sure we all read Tom Clancy and know those cool stories, but it does not work like that. It's not true, and there is no absolutely connection between that. There is so much bureaucracy. There is so much problems with doing things like we want them to be, and between how they're happening that you cannot imagine. And I've been as a speaker, as Russian and Ukrainian speaker, native, to the language, and someone who speaks English as well. I've been I witnessed multiple connections between different agencies. And trust me, when you say that there is like some kind of connection between Ukrainian intelligence and United States intelligence, it does not work like that. It just does not. It's like you're talking about some kind of, I don't know, books and I don't know. It's not the reality. It does not work like that. It is like just to get so little, just to speak with someone in the United States through the in United States military. You have to go through so many steps that you cannot imagine, and so many things involved in this. There is no connection between intelligence agencies, direct connection between intelligence agencies. Just trust me, it does not exist. It's only in our dreams. I would hope that it would happen, but it's not there. It's just not.
Thanks, Constantine. I think you have a lot of connections to Ukrainian sources on the ground there, so I have to imagine that what you're saying has quite a bit of credibility. So I would hope our listeners would take Constantine's words seriously. So thanks very much for that, Constantine. Herm, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Constantine, for your clarification. So to the conversation about the missiles, I'm firmly on the HRIM 2 explanation for the strikes on the Kerch Bridge on the Saki airfield, and I have a couple of points I want to throw out and with the possibility to connect them. So one is, I think what John mentioned, the Russians attacked the factory making those systems sometime in July. But we do not know how many of those missiles have actually been manufactured before, how many are in storage, how many GPS kits have been supplied to Ukraine and they have been tinkered on them. They've been playing around with manufacturing them. But what came out a couple of weeks ago, maybe months ago, was that Saudi Arabia, who's actually in a joint venture developing those missile systems, gave back 2 of their launcher systems to Ukraine, which I heard from a semi-reputable source, I believe, about months ago. So why you want to send back launchers if you don't have the missiles, right? So that's one thing. And the other is, so Saki Airfield so those missiles have not been tested as far as we know, but if you look at it, Saki Airfield looks like an area test case. So you have an area where you want to test your missiles on, and the Kerch Bridge looks like a point test case where you see how your missiles perform on a point target, where you have to really be on the spot. So that looks like to me if they are actually testing the assets they're having on the utility. And thank you, Chris, for actually pointing out that the explosion on that video was to the top right part of a bridge, which looks like an airburst explosion from a missile. And if you combine that with was Colby said earlier, that those attackants come straight down and the Sapson are more ballistic type of missiles. So that's what you kind of like would expect if you have a fuse that's somehow GPS located, but you don't come directly down on the target. You come from the sideways. You still need it detonated at a certain location. You know what I mean? So you're maybe a little bit slightly to the flight trajectory off from that explosion. And I don't know on which side that right top explosion pattern was of the bridge, but it would kind of like play into that scene that they are trying to figure out how to use that weapon that they had just developed. So yeah, I'm Team Ukraine. They probably have that thing developed. They're doing whatever they can to make it useful, and we don't even know how many missile factories they had, if that was the only one, if they have other sites, how fast they can put up another one. Yeah, Slava Ukraine.
Here I'm Slava. John, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And just briefly, I see we have been joined by our lovely co-host, Charles de Gaulle, it would seem.
No, not him. The front of his.
Anyways, what I was gonna say on that
I
point
expect
was,
big things from that guy. Sorry, John, go ahead.
what I was gonna say was regarding Sapson or Hrim 2. So I'll start with the flash over to the right. In general, I would say be cautious about interpreting certain visual effects in the CCTV videos. The first thing to consider is there could be some graphical, visual artifacts going on there because it's a crappy CCTV camera that's filming at night and is suddenly being exposed to an extremely bright flash of light, which can cause all kinds of interesting visual effects or visual artifacts, I should say. And on top of that, it's being played on a desktop monitor and then being recorded on a phone. So I would encourage everybody, regardless of whether or not you're trying to make a conclusion for a ballistic missile, a truck bomb, or something else entirely, in general, I would encourage everybody to be quite cautious about some aspects of that CCTV footage, because that could purely be, a visual artifact as a result of, the way the CCD sensor works under those conditions, or as a result of the fact that, it is recorded footage that is being replayed on a monitor and then recorded on a cell phone and then, uploaded to Telegram and then uploaded to Twitter. That's just a little bit of a technical consideration there. The other thing I would add is that, as best I can tell, the blast effects are totally inconsistent with an airburst. it seems like either an impact or more likely a delayed fuse that detonated inside the structure of the road bridge. There would be some different effects if it was an air burst, visually speaking.
And here's what I say to our listeners: just stop DMing John about this Kirch Bridge thing. I think he's
Believe it or
he's
not,
good.
my DMs are not that bad. They were overwhelming the first 12 hours, but they've gotten better since.
Okay,
And
good.
that's
Because
not
I
an
was gonna say,
invitation to change that.
he's got homework, he's got a girlfriend. I think he's given this Kirch Bridge thing a good 24 hours, and he still thinks it was an attackums. Like, I don't know what else to tell you guys. I'm sure, I'm sure he's having some interesting discussions, but at this point, before you send him the 80th video about how it's totally a truck bomb or whatever, give the guy a break, maybe. But that's just my thoughts. I'm sure John would appreciate any new information you guys had. So don't let me discourage you from doing that.
Yes,
Anyway,
please,
John, go
if you have new images or video, please, I beg of you, send it to me. I've seen probably most of the stuff that's out there, but if you have anything that's very new, please send that to me. I would be happy to see it. Just
Yeah,
a
I
quick
think
public service announcement. There's a bunch of videos going around of a UAV of reportedly showing the moment of impact of 1 or 2 missiles on the bridge. It's like supposed to be shot from some UAV that's somewhere near the bridge. It's like at night. There's like a green night vision filter. All of those videos are completely comically fake. There is not a snowball's chance in hell that any of those things are real. Everything about those videos is just so completely wrong from a technical standpoint. They're fake. They're just completely, utterly fake.
Yeah, I was just playing Arma, and there's a button that said upload to internet, and anyway, yeah, no, thanks, John. So of course we do have Ben joining us. Welcome, Ben. Mysterious as always, a sphinx.
I'm in the train.
Sphinx on a train.
Always. Okay, I'll let you drive.
Sure, Ben. Thanks. Okay, so John, I don't know. Did you want to get going, or you got a little time still?
I can stick around for a little bit. I don't have class tomorrow and Tuesday, actually.
Ooh, okay. So we got John here for a little while longer. If you got any missile questions, John's still. I mean, he's willing. If you still believe it's a truck, he's willing to talk you out of it. I think still. There's still some hope for you in John's eyes. So this might be a good opportunity. Okay. So we got Troy up, and then we'll go Chris and then Herm. Troy, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Joseph and Ben and Constantine and Chris and John and Colby. And sorry, I'm not familiar. I know some of you guys down there, but I'm reading a lot of names. So happy Bridge Week. Nothing of note else happening this weekend, right, Joseph? Nothing at all.
Nothing.
I'm actually glad John is here and here to stay for a bit, because I was wondering if he's seen, or we've already talked about the launch reported from Finnish. They saw something go up from the Russian side, and TASS is already saying it's a GLONASS satellite, and I'm not sure there's any reason not to believe that. But it was a rocket launch that was reported sighted. You could see it. It looks just like a ballistic missile, just like we see here. I was wondering if anyone brought it up yet.
Yeah, I'd seen some videos going around from the Finns that I follow here on Twitter of some Russian UFO over the Kola Peninsula. You are correct. The Placets Cosmodrome is fairly close by. It's outside of Arhen. I can never pronounce the name of this damn city.
Arkhangelsk, John.
Arkhangelsk. It's outside of Arkhangelsk. I was about to pronounce it in Ukrainian for a second, and I was probably going to screw that up too. But yes, the Placets Cosmodrome is located in kind of general proximity to that city. It's mainly used for polar launches, given its inclination from the equator. I hadn't seen that a launch was scheduled from there, but I can check. The Russians aren't the best always about announcing military launches.
There's two NOTAMs.
Oh,
There were two NOTAMs put up earlier than the week, and I mean, it's hard. I know. I think one. I'm going off my memory, but I think one was in the White Sea and one was further west. But the globe is like very circular up there. To me, the map is, you know, a flat thing with North America right smack in the middle, or at least on the left side, prominent. So, but I think, yeah, there is at least two, and I was wondering what they were going to be, and I think this has got to be at least one of them.
Well, that's actually interesting because for those in the audience who are unaware, the GLONASS GNSS Global Navigation Satellite System doesn't actually have continuous global coverage because they have an insufficient number of functional satellites on orbit to provide continuous global coverage. The minimum is you need a total of 24 satellites distributed across 3 separate orbital planes differing in inclination off the equator. You need 8 satellites per plane. The Russians, GLONASS does not have that currently. I believe they launched 24. They launched 26 total. Of those, there are currently 24 in orbit, and of those 24, 2 do not work. So they only have 22 satellites, meaning they don't have the required number, meaning they don't have continuous global coverage. So I assume this is an attempt to rectify that.
Well, that makes perfect sense. Just 10 o'clock p.m. my time. Might be midnight your time. And I love that I could just come here and ask about my weird Finnish launch reports and get a super straight answer. So thank you, as always.
I will check.
No, man.
I have an app that has like the relevant publicly known launch schedules for all of the launch sites on Earth. So I will go take a look at that to see if this was listed.
I don't know, man. Some Finnish guy told me that I barely know on Twitter told me it was a UFO, and I'm pretty sure I believe him over John. So anyway, no, thanks, John, for explaining that launch recently. Yeah, I think it's a good explanation. Makes sense to me. GLONASS. And I believe Chris is up next. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, guys. John, I just want to say I probably agree with like 99% of everything you say. So, and I didn't say it was an airburst necessarily, but it just just looks to me like it sort of came in from up and the right, and then obviously sprayed all over the train track. The one thing I would just say on missile manufacturing facilities is that when Ukraine gained independence from Russia, it had around 200 Russian military facilities in Ukraine, many of which were underground. Just to give one example of that is the underground submarine pen in Sevastopol. So there are loads and loads of facilities that can be used to manufacture missiles in Ukraine.
Absolutely, Ukraine was during the days of the USSR. Ukraine was the heart of the Soviet space industry. Dnipro, Kharkiv, Kyiv, all of those cities were major hubs for Soviet rocket and missile design and production. And Ukraine was also largely the heart of Russian nuclear weapons development and manufacturing as well.
Thanks, guys. And real quick, I forgot to mention, I should say this. Anna wanted to say bye. We were just going to cycle her down and cycle her back up because she couldn't hear Colby, but I think she had some technical difficulties. She had to go anyway. She was scheduled to leave in 20 minutes, so we just said she's going to leave. But I know she hates not saying bye. So Anna says bye, everybody. Please wave to Anna if you see her down there and the listeners or whatever. Okay, thanks. And Herm, go ahead.
Yeah, bye, Anna. Thank you, John, for your professionalism and your insights on all those missile-related questions. It's so valuable to have you here on the space. having said that, you haven't fully convinced me yet that those were ATACMS and not HRIM2s, for a number of reasons. And one of them is what I mentioned before, that why would you transfer back a launcher from Saudi Arabia to Ukraine if you don't have the missiles? And the other thing is where I actually would like to pick your brain on. If you have a new missile that you just developed, that you've never get a chance to properly test yet, and you are in the active war situation that Ukraine is right now, where they have a desperate battle for survival, how would you utilize them? Because that is kind of like looking what Saki and the Kerch Bridge is experiencing in terms of hits from somewhere, I guess. And I assume that Ukraine probably has just a single digit, maybe double digit numbers of those missiles available. So they're probably choosing their targets carefully, and not just in terms of what they would like to destroy, hit, but also what kind of information they would like to get back from the battle damage assessment. And I think that fits in the picture of all those parameters I just outlined.
So, in terms of SAPSN or HRIM2, what I'll say with this, what I'll say to that is the strongest argument in my mind, just based purely on the physical evidence that we've seen, is it would be difficult to tell based purely upon the battle damage assessment, but what kind of speaks to ATACMS instead of SAPSN or HRIM2 is Russian air defense activity or the lack thereof. My understanding of SAPSN is that the system is probably broadly analogous to a Iskander-M, and Russian and, well, Ukrainian air defenses have a demonstrated capacity to engage and destroy them, although it's quite difficult. Similarly, I would expect, Russian air defenses attempting to engage them, not necessarily being successful, but I would expect to see surface-to-air missile launches almost certainly against them. However, ATACMS, on the other hand, Russian air defenses cannot engage them whatsoever. They're essentially incapable of even getting off launches because of the fact that at apogee and near apogee, they are completely outside of the physical field of view obtainable by any Russian radar system. Russian air defenses are quite literally incapable of detecting the missile at apogee. And it essentially becomes impossible for their air defenses to calculate a firing solution. Thus, that is why we do not see Russian surface-to-air missiles attempting to engage, and ATACMS, because they just simply physically can't. I would expect that to not be the case for SAPSN. I would expect them to be able to attempt to intercept them, albeit probably unsuccessfully. And that's kind of, in my mind, just again based purely on the physical evidence, without getting into information external to that. That would be, in my mind, the strongest argument in favor of ATACMS over SAPSN.
Yeah, it's
Wonderful,
ATACMS.
John.
Sorry, go ahead, Ram.
Sorry, Joseph. That's a wonderful explanation, and John, I haven't thought about that. It's brilliant, but keep in mind that it's not just about the technical inabilities that the Russians would have about fighting off ATACMS. It's also about the individual personal inabilities of them conducting military operations on a basic level that we cannot exclude based on what we've seen during the wartime so far.
I agree with you, but the point I was kind of getting at is, so for example, with Iskander-M, it was widely assumed by many people, myself included, that Ukrainian air defenses could not intercept Iskander-M, and we were incorrect. We were all totally wrong. About several days ago, the first images were released, or at least the first ones that I've seen, of a confirmed Ukrainian interception of an Iskander-M over Zaporizhia. So they clearly can do it. And that speaks to the skill of Ukrainian air defense operators and the incredible level of integration that they've been able to achieve from the various components of their air defense network. The issue with the Russians is their operators are obviously god awful. Their integration is obviously god awful. So even if the systems are technically capable, they can't make effective use of them. The whole issue becomes is that the inability to intercept attackers goes beyond an issue that's solvable by having decent integration or even excellent integration and excellent operators. If your radars cannot physically track the target that you're attempting to intercept.
Yeah, John's right, and I'm challenging everyone in the audience to come up, and then John's gonna go to bed, and I'm gonna have no idea, and they're gonna come at me with all this technical missile stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm sorry. No, but so John, I was gonna ask, so as far as I remember you mentioning, is ATACMS, does it have a carbon fiber body? Is it harder to see in radar? Is that true? How difficult is ATACMS to actually see? And then because you've already said it's difficult to hit because of the trajectory, so is it difficult to see as well?
That's what I was saying, is that it's difficult to see because when it's at apogee and near apogee, it is physically above essentially the cone that Russian early warning or acquisition radars are capable of detecting targets in. So if you're kind of imagining a ball, and you're imagining a little radar station, and you have its cone in which it can detect potential targets in, and you imagine the trajectory of an ATACMS. By the time that, unless it's detected on ascent during the boost phase, immediately after launch, in other words, unless there's a radar directly pointed along the bearing, that ATACMS is being launched on, essentially directly in the direction of the launch site, by the time that it gets up to near apogee and to apogee, it will be completely above, the field of view of really any Russian radar system, and they physically, they cannot bounce radio waves off of it to detect it. They just physically can't. And by the time that it begins to descend, towards its target, and they potentially can detect it, well, oh crap, that is a ballistic missile traveling Mach 4.5 in terminal descent. They're almost certainly not going to be able to stop it, to calculate a firing solution and, launch a surface-to-air missile and have that surface-to-air missile accelerate up to the relevant velocities and reach the ATACMS before it impacts its target. It's just not going to happen.
So it's not just a matter of, oh, go ahead.
The other thing is that even if they are aware that a launch has occurred, because the Russians do have infrared early warning satellites for the detection of ICBM and submarine launch ballistic missiles. They do have those, much like the United States does. I don't know if they're sensitive enough to detect a tactical ballistic missile launch. I have no idea one way or the other on that. But let's assume for the moment that they are. Even if they are aware that a launch has occurred and it's general, the general vicinity of the launch, site, and thus the general bearing of the launch, to vector radar in that area, that again comes back to that integration issue of, well, how long does it take them to relay that data from that early warning satellite to the actual air defense operators? And my assumption is going to be, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say probably too long for that data to be useful.
Gotcha. That all makes sense, John. So it's not just a matter of that they can't hit it. The reason they can't hit it is because it takes a minute for missiles to speed up. If they've already detected it in that time, these are big things. You can theoretically calculate some kind of a countermeasure, a firing solution, as you said. But because this thing, because the angle of attack, they don't see it, and by the time they do see it, as you said, it's just going too quick. So, that makes sense. It would make sense why we don't see any effort to even intercept, right? Because we have seen that with other instances where Russian air defense does appear to attempt to intercept. And quite frankly, sometimes it fails to the point where their own missiles fall on residential Russian areas, it seems. I mean, right, John? We've seen lots of videos like that.
Yes, correct. The other thing I would add is that, for example, a lot of the surface-to-air missiles from S-300 and S-400, they are semi-active radar homing, which means basically they transmit a radar pulse. It bounces off the target, and that. Well, I should say, a radar station on the ground emits a radar pulse. It travels to the target, bounces off, and then that reflection is then received by a radar receiver in the nose of the missile, and then from there performs the necessary calculations and navigates towards the target. That also becomes problematic because, again, a lot of the surface-to-air missiles use this system. It's fairly common globally in terms of missile guidance. The issue is again, if ATACMS is above the field of view of all of Russia's ground-based radars, that guidance system doesn't work. Even if they can, even if they see it being launched and calculate a firing solution, as soon as that missile gets above their field of view, that missile can no longer continue to home in on the ATACMS. It will have, lost its ability to navigate because those ground-based radars can no longer bounce a radio signal off of it.
Man, it feels like summer. John's taking me to missile school. So yeah, if anyone wants to come up, ask any questions, I'm certainly learning a lot. I guess, John, we talked to Thomas Steiner for quite a while today. He seemed quite happy. I will say we talked to him afterward. He said he was really pleased with the discussion we had on here. Probably happy not arguing with people on Twitter who think it's a truck. So was there anything that you took away from that interview, like that was new information to you, or that was a convincing case to you, or stuck with you about? I guess, what did you make of the Thomas Steiner interview, John? That's what I'm basically asking.
Well, I thought it was absolutely fantastic. I was Thomas and I, we were texting afterwards. He absolutely loved it, and hopefully he's very eager to come back as soon as he is has some time to. But in terms of what I thought was probably the most important takeaway was, obviously his comments about general artillery usage and a number of other subjects, particularly in regards to Germany, the delivery of main battle tanks and other pieces of military hardware are incredibly valuable insights into kind of the domestic political situation over there. But in regards to Kurt specifically, I mean, all of the points are absolutely fantastic. I struggle to say that one is more important than any of the others. That's what I'm going to stick with. I'm at a loss. That all of his points regarding Kirch were absolutely fantastic.
All right, I'll just take that as a plug for the Spotify. We already got that edited. Well, I shouldn't say we. Our wonderful editors have already gotten that edited and thrown up on our Spotify. So check out MriyaReport Spotify, one word, or just Google MriyaReport Spotify. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm having too good of a time with John up here. It's like the old days. So Chris, sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead, buddy.
No problem at all. Again, John, like 99% of everything you say, I totally agree with. So let's do it like this, right? Let's put, if you like, a vertical ATACMS approach as number one. When I was in the Navy, which admittedly was a long time ago, during the Falklands, we actually had a lot of problems shooting down a sea skimming Exocet, as was obviously apparent by what happened down there. So another possibility is that a sea skimming type missile came in from the right, and actually I have problems myself with that, but let's just assume that. And then, so now you've got the vertical one coming down, which is like, as I agree with you, almost impossible to detect. Well, certainly impossible to detect from the Russians anyway. And also another possibility of a sea skimming one, which would probably also be almost impossible to detect. by the Russians again. And that, so that, and then in between the sea skimmer and the vertical, there are other possible angles of attack, if you like, right? So that's all I'm saying is I'm saying that I think there's a potential for an indigenous missile that didn't necessarily come in vertically.
So regarding sea skimmers, cruise missiles in general, Neptune is an interesting possibility. My kind of issue with Neptune in this particular circumstance is would be the launch location. To be quite honest, it would have to be launched from somewhere near Zaporizhia, Dnipropetrovsk, somewhere in that area. Its published range in land attack mode, which could always be an understatement, like the U.S. does, is 280 kilometers. So it's going to have to overfly basically the depth of the Russian southern front overland to get to the Sea of Azov first, and so it's going to have to survive Russian air defenses through that stretch overland, and then from there, over the Sea of Azov. And I agree, 100% with what you said. A sea skimming missile is very difficult to detect. There's a reason why they're used. Obviously, over ground, situation's more complicated. But I'm not sure if that necessarily has the range per se. I think this would, be at the extreme upper limit of Neptune's range. The other consideration is that, they could have, flown in a sea skimmer and then, had it pop up and then dive. I'm aware of a number of different munitions that do that. But my assumption would have been is that, if you have either a cruise missile, air bursting above the road bridge or coming in with an impact or delay fuse, that's a subsonic munition. I would have assumed that we would have gotten that on the CCTV footage.
Yeah, understand, John. I mean, obviously it's difficult to say exactly what it was, isn't it? But so like I say, I'm happy to have the ATACMS, vertical hit, if you like, as number one, and that I'm just looking at number two.
Agreed. I was gonna say, besides ballistic missiles, my number two for Saki was going to be Neptune.
Yeah, I remember, John, at first you were kind of like, no way, but then you kind of, I wouldn't say, yeah, I guess like you warmed up to it a little bit. Would you say that's roughly accurate or no?
Yeah, I mean, I warmed up to it because of the fact that it was, besides ballistic missiles, the only conceivable way they could have delivered the relevant massive explosives. I still think, in Saki's case, it's unlikely for a number of other reasons. The fact that it was recorded from God knows how many angles and nobody saw or heard anything prior to the strike, as well as the fact, well, there was some Russian air defense batteries in pretty close proximity. But again, Russian air defenses are not fantastic, and it's a sea skimmer, so go figure on there. There was also we kind of got into the whole issue of, depending on where it was launched from, they may have needed to fly a very interesting trajectory to get there. I'd have to go back and check, but again, with that 200 kilometer max range, I'm not sure if it had sufficient range to reach that in a straight line without overflying a land. And, if they wanted to hit it, they probably would have had to either overfly land, or they would have had to have some sort of waypoint ability built into the guidance system where it can essentially, fly out to sea, fly out to that western peninsula of Crimea, and then, hook around and head towards the airfield. And there's just no info if Neptune has that capability one way or the other.
Gotcha, John. So we got Ben joining us now. Welcome back, Ben. And Ben, I think, is a brave guy because he speaks English in Paris, walking around the street to help co-host and contribute to the space. And that's got brave Ben. Ben, do you get looks? Do you get sideways looks when that happens? He can't. He's too afraid to even speak.
Never afraid. Okay, except when I'm talking to Chuck. When I'm talking to Chuck, I'm on that.
That's why he's so quiet.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, sorry, Chris. Did you want to have anything to add? I'll let you continue with that, John. If you had anything finally you wanted to add.
Sorry, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Well, I again, I just agree with John on that. So I'll just pick up on his last point of, a waypointed missile coming in from the right.
Yep. Yeah, I think it was a good discussion you guys had. Obviously I can't make a case for the Neptune like you can. So, yeah, I think it's definitely a plausible theory. As someone sitting on the sidelines, I think you made a pretty good case to our the great missile boy John. So with that, we'll go to I believe Prince was next, and then Nick. Prince, go ahead.
Hi, Joseph. I've sent you a few messages. There have been explosions in Kiev in the last 5 minutes. Sergio Olmos, if you remember him, he has been in space. He's a journalist. I actually just sent him a message asking if he can join. So if you see Sergio Olmos in the request, you might want to bring him up. He has been in court before. But one of his latest tweets which was just a few minutes ago, was multiple explosions in Kiev city center, multiple plumes of smoke very close, kids at nearby school running for safety. Then I just was refreshing and saw another one saying at least 3 heavy explosions in Dnipro city. So, and I think you guys probably heard that there were more attacks in Zaporizhia this morning too. Well, for me it's late night. For them it was probably middle of the night or morning. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It seems to be hitting right now. I think I saw another report where there were 4 explosions in Kyiv. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah, thanks, Prince, for that very somber news. Yeah, I do apologize. I am outside most of the time when I'm co-hosting to get better reception. I'm on my 4G, so sometimes I do miss stuff. So thanks for coming up, and that's the best way. Honestly, like when people are DMing me like all this news, I'm like, just come up and tell me about it. Like, why can't you? Like, I'm on the show. I'm trying to co-host the show, but I understand like sometimes people can't. So, but I appreciate you letting us know this time and coming up and DMing me, of course. Go ahead, Prince.
Oh, no problem. Ben wasn't up as co-host when I started sending him. Oh, Robert, who is on the speaker panel right now, just sent me something saying also Mykolaiv. So I would have sent to Ben because he usually looks at his messages pretty reliably, but it looks like there's some big booms going on, and probably not in a good way.
Yeah, that's definitely upsetting. So I'm gonna turn it over to John, who might have some information. Then we'll go to Nick, who's been very patient. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just sent a thing that apparently Chef Jinya, our friend, our Ukrainian chef friend, that makes various meals and delicacies for Ukrainians on the front lines. He has had to move his kitchen apparently due to the Ben. Please go ahead.
No, maybe eyes only.
Ah, okay. Understood. My apologies.
Ben. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's bad. I don't know. It's always bad when missiles hit Kyiv, right? We know Kyiv has quite good air defense. We don't see attacks on Kyiv frequently, but does it, Ben?
Yeah, no, it's I'm sorry for the noise, but I just wanted to remark that it's 8:30 right now in Kyiv. So people are going to work 8:30. They're going to work. They're taking their children to school, and that's when they decided to hit. So Yeah, that makes it maybe all the worse. Just trying to run through terror.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
I put
John,
video up
go
of
ahead.
the strikes in Kyiv up in the nest. When anyone wants to have a look, there's a video of the explosions in downtown Kyiv.
Yeah, and as always, we wish the best to the brave emergency aid workers who go into these areas. We had, of course, Roman on today. He's a fire chief in Kharkiv. He's helping to try to put out fires in Kharkiv every day from Russian artillery shelling and missile strikes and so forth. They've also been helping to exhume some of the mass graves up in Kharkiv. And so, these guys who are now rushing to the scene of these missile strikes in Kyiv, firefighters, EMTs, medics, and so forth. It's a tough job. Ukrainians, or I should say, Russians often do something called a double tap, where they wait for all these firefighters and emergency workers to collect on the scene, and then they strike again to kill as many of them as possible. So it's a very difficult job. It requires a lot of bravery, and we really we want to support these guys. We want to try to get more of them on the show. Quite frankly, it's great that we have Fire Chief Roman on quite frequently. John, go ahead.
I'm seeing some reports from some of the Ukrainians I follow on Twitter that the Russians have potentially attempted to bomb the Ukrainian Parliament building and the Ukrainian presidential administration building.
That's quite unfortunate or quite unsettling. It pisses me off, John. Don't know what else to say about it. But of course, obviously, it won't change the course of the war. It doesn't affect doesn't change the military situation. These are terror attacks. Russia's under some mistaken impression that if they can, kill enough children, if they hit enough schools, if they blow up enough hospitals, if they hit these symbolic targets, these pieces of Ukrainian history or symbolic representations of the Ukrainian state, administration buildings and so forth, that they can somehow terrify the population into surrendering, basically. And we know that that's not going to work. We've talked to plenty of Ukrainians. They're not scared of Russia's terror attacks, but of course people die in these attacks, and it's absolutely horrible. And this is why we need to support Ukraine. This is why Ukraine needs to win. This is why we need to continue to pressure governments around the world to continue to improve Ukraine's air defense. Because as John will tell you, the best way to stop this stuff is to get things like NASAMS into Ukraine. Would you agree, John?
Absolutely. NASAMS would definitely, to put it mildly, enhance Ukraine's ability to intercept these cruise missiles. I will note, just as a point of reassurance, there is an extensive bunker network and complex of reinforced, blast-resistant structures beneath the presidential administrative building that, President Zelensky's office and staff and, the Ukrainian government, broadly speaking, operate, a number of agencies out of. That should be relatively secure against such a strike, even if they manage to strike the office building structure above ground.
Yeah, I highly doubt they decapitated the Ukrainian government with this strike. But of course, it's a strike in Kyiv is nothing to scoff at. This isn't something that happens. When was the last major strike in Kyiv, John?
I do not remember off the top of my head. The Shahed 136s, but in terms of cruise missiles, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, so it's, I wouldn't say unprecedented, but quite unusual. Thanks for the updates, guys. If anyone does have any updates, like I said, you can DM us. I'm usually outside. I'm just bad at Twitter, guys. I'm sorry, but quite frankly, that's why we're here. Come up, talk to us. I know not everyone can. Sometimes people are busy. I do my best to try to check and represent you guys via DMs and so forth. But that's really the best way. If you want to get a straight line to talk to us, that's the easiest way. But thanks so much, Prince, for letting us know, and we'll maybe discuss that for a bit. Nick, thanks for being so patient, buddy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. I had a question that seems utterly trivial and pointless at this juncture after the news, the most recent news. So I would like to follow instead your most recent comment about these missile strikes. This is I can't remember if it was Melanie McHugh or somebody else, somebody on Twitter earlier today, hours ago, and that means, my ancient memory is therefore very fuzzy on who it was, commented that the entire purpose, or not the entire purpose, but a significant purpose of these repeated strikes on civilian targets by these genocidists in Russia is simply to normalize it, so that when they do it, when they do 10 or 20 or 30 missile strikes a day on civilian targets in Ukraine, we all just in the West just think, well, that's normal life in Ukraine. Why should we give a fuck? That's one of the most pernicious aspects of this, that these insufferable, inhuman barbarians are perpetrating these atrocities simply because they're fine with it and they want us to be fine with it too. And I'm at my wit's end on this. I had more to say, but I'm too upset. I want to thank Prince for mentioning it, and to the rest of you for elucidating it. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yep, you're coming.
Oh, good. Okay, my little speaker icon froze up. It looks like I'm in no man's land. I had something. I wanted to ask Ben about the provenance of his new icon. And by the way, Ben, the last time you spoke, I could barely hear you. You sounded like you were 100 meters away.
He's on the train, I think. We're working on getting
okay.
him.
All right. And my original question was really trivial. It was about the likely the sort of a day after the strike on the Kerch Bridge, if we can dismiss the seaborne aspect, if Thomas Tyner's earlier commentary that it's a sort of rare but available ATACMS strike, all of that seems really irrelevant now that we're watching the Ukrainians have to endure these temper tantrums from these vile genocidists. But anyhow, thanks. Any commentary anybody else wants to offer is welcome. I'm all tapped out. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I mean, I'm certainly infuriated by it. I think everyone else is. This is just sort of what Russia does. If there's, Ukraine does a smart, interesting strike on a Russian military target like the Kerch Bridge, which is moving supplies into Russia, and they strike civilian targets because that's all they can do, right? That's just the pattern. So we'll go to Troy next.
Thanks, Joseph. Yeah, if nothing else, I'm glad we can, we have a space to call it what it is in real time. If we're, with the technology we have, we can watch it in real time, and we can also call it what it is in real time, and that's terrorism. They're lashing out. They're invading a sovereign nation, and they're mad that Ukraine is able to defend themselves to the extent where they can't counter it. Remember, there's that graphic where they had 20 different ways to defend the Kerch Bridge, and even the Dolphins couldn't stop whatever that was that hit the bridge, whenever that was, a couple days ago, 72 hours ago, whatever it was. And then the other thing, oh man, Ben's raised his hand. I wanted to get in a couple more cheap shots while he was getting this cafe croissant from the diner car there on the metro. He couldn't be any more European right now, but that's why I love him. And yeah, this is gonna come with a consequence now, because now he can talk back. I was hoping just to say funny things in his ear, and then he couldn't say anything back because he's in a real crowded commuter train. But seriously, Ben, love you, love the commitment. Welcome. How are you tonight?
Very well. Good morning to everyone. Well, as good a morning as possible. Thank you very much for the laugh, because a restaurant car in the metro would be quite something. But yeah, regarding the strike on Kyiv, I think it's very interesting because attacking the government was one of the two main requests of the hyper-nationalists. The first one being mobilization in Russia, and the second one being an attack on the head of government. And it seems that the Russian government has ceded to both recommendations. Apparently, there's some also shuffling at the top, which I can't follow for the sake of me, but still, they seem to have changed gear. And now they've done the two things that the hardest guys were proposing to do. And let's see what comes out of it, because after this, they literally don't have ideas anymore. And if there's one thing which in war can be even more important than bullets and food and water, it's ideas. So hopefully the strategic reserve is done.
Yeah, I think it's a great analysis, Ben. Troy, anything you want to add, or you good?
No, that was it. I mean, the tone's different now, but I did want to add a little levity. But hopefully, yeah, everyone's all right, and you know, they're no stranger to. They've done plenty of drills. Everyone knows what they're doing over there. So yeah, we just have to wait and see. And I guess friendly PSA not to post any geolocatable videos or photos. Just wait a little bit of time. It's not likely that Russian artillery is recalibrating, or I'm sorry, missiles are recalibrating, but they can use all the help they can get, and I don't want to give them any on accident because they're very bad at what they do, and you know they're terrorist gangsters with cruise missiles left over from the Soviet era, or the technology anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Troy. You know, definitely, you know, it can affect our mood, I think, sometimes when these terror attacks happen. At the same time, I don't want to, you know, it's like one of those like we don't want to let Russia trap us in this like emotional game that they play, but at the same time, you know, we don't want to dismiss any of the human cost of what they're doing, right? So it's you know, I think that some levity can be appropriate, but also, of course, some focus on. I think the important thing is to focus on what can be done, right? And clearly, Ukraine needs more air defense. They need more Western countries like Germany, like the United States, probably like France. I don't know how much air defense France has. Like the UK, definitely. That I'm sure. Ben, does France have like something like Patriot or Iris-T or like Rapier? I forget the UK defense. Does France have something cool?
Okay, I'm completely. I have a total lack of knowledge. I just know two names. The first one is apparently shared with the Italians. It's called the ICTM, something like that, or ISMT, something weird like that, shared with the Italians. Thomas Feiner was mentioning it yesterday, presenting it as Italian technology, whereas it's mostly French, but never mind. And more importantly, there's also something called the Mamba, which seems to be sort of a short distance, yeah, and might have been already shared with our friends in Odessa.
John, anything to say about the French air defense systems that have been mentioned?
I have never heard of either of those systems, presumably because they're French, and I know very, very little about French weapon systems. So, I know very little about a lot of European weapon systems, to be quite honest.
Fair enough, John. But I mean, I'm just wondering, guys, if there's any more useful air defense systems we can send to Ukraine in terms of type, but definitely in terms of number, right? We need to see more NASAMS in Ukraine. We would like to see someday, I think, Patriot in Ukraine, although Patriot, I think, long-term might not be the well, it would be a solution. But anyway, point is, Ukraine needs more air defense. That's something that we can all, I think, take away from this, and it's something that we should continue to pressure our government officials if we can, our Congress people, our senators, or you know, equivalents in our country that to influence our democratic process to try to get more air defense for Ukraine. Right? Even if you think you know, Ukraine is you don't want them to have too many weapons or whatever. Like, it's air defense, right? It's just to stop missiles from hitting schools, right? I mean, that's the point here. So yeah, write letters if you can. Let people know Russia is bombarding Ukrainian civilian targets, things like government buildings, on purpose, and you know, they're killing civilians by doing that, and that Ukraine should be helped with air defense to defend against such attacks, because they're barbaric, they're war crimes, and they are inhumane and terrible. John, go ahead.
So far, currently, obviously, there's been the strikes in Kyiv. There have also been a number of simultaneous strikes in Dnipro as well as in Mykolaiv. I believe there was also an attempted strike in somewhere in the vicinity of Kryvyi Rih, but it looks like all of the ones launched towards Kryvyi Rih have been intercepted. The source of these would appear to be a number of Russian Tu-95 Bears that are currently on station north of the Caspian Sea. They would appear to be the launch platforms in this case. So it's air launch cruise missiles. And there has been, I believe I saw one Ukrainian journalist in my timeline mentioning the Ukrainian loitering munitions, but I haven't seen any additional info on that. And at least for the explosions in Kyiv, they look mighty large for one of the mopeds, as the Ukrainians call them.
Thanks, John. Next, we'll go to Chris. Chris, go ahead. Okay. We will go to Nick next. Nick, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm sorry, Chris, that we didn't hear you. I wanted to mention on the tail of what Joseph said about writing your representatives. I don't know what point to say why not send Ukraine weapon systems that can strike the Kremlin and the White House in Moscow, because they just tried to do that to Ukraine. Why is Ukraine persistently made to fight with one hand tied behind its back? If Moscow can order strikes on Kyiv's seats of government, they have every right to respond in kind. And Ben, I still want to know where your new avatar photo came from. And thank you.
John, I did have a question for you, but first, go ahead.
So, Nick, I agree with your sentiments. I also agree that they have every right to do so, you know, in principle and under the terms of the law of armed conflict regarding those considered to be participating in hostilities. The political leadership of the Russian Federation certainly qualifies, you know, under any reasonable interpretation of LOAC. But the unfortunate thing is, well, depending on how you look at it, from a practical standpoint, you know, there isn't that much military value to be gained from such a strike, because of the fact that Putin and the other, you know, senior political and military leadership of the Russian Federation is probably not going to be in those buildings at the time of the strike. All of them have extensive bunker networks underneath. There's also extensive bunker complexes in other parts of Russia, such as the Ural Mountains, that he's probably been spending quite a great deal of time in. So there is, you know, on the one hand, there is, you know, low probability that you would actually kill anybody of significance. That's going to, from a psychological standpoint, it does not benefit Ukraine. It would have, you know, a negative effect in that it would psychologically make the overwhelming majority of the Russian population dramatically more supportive of the war. You know, if their capital is being bombed, again, regardless of whether or not it's justified, I'm just speaking to their psychology, not whether or not it's reasonable. And that's not something the Ukrainians want, because there's nothing that they gain from that. So you have a situation where A, you're not likely to kill anybody of military value, and B, no matter what, you are going to rile the Russian population to a collective pro-war frenzy for minimal discernible benefit. I just don't see them going for it, because there's more efficient targets to expend their munitions on. Now, there are certainly targets that in Western Russia that I think should certainly be under consideration. I would not be opposed to the Ukrainians striking every single Russian Air Force law. And eliminating these Tu-22Ms and other platforms, I'm perfectly, that's perfectly reasonable from a military.
And that would be good. But they're doing it from the Caspian. Is that maybe a correct characterization or no?
I mean, for a decent missile system, the accuracy should hopefully not vary too much with range. Given potential quality control issues in a number of Russian weapon systems, launching them at closer range may have a improvement to their accuracy than the weapon systems would otherwise have. But what we've seen is, for example, the Tu-95s, well, they launch from in the vicinity of the Caspian Sea. The Tu-22Ms, they, on the other hand, launch from much closer to the front line. They usually carry out their strikes while on station either in Belarus, Western Russia, or over the Black Sea. I believe in the strikes against Zaporizhia the previous night, they carried those out from over the Sea of Azov, I believe.
Yeah, so just, I guess, kind of interesting, and you don't really know why they do that, like why specific missiles are launched from specific places. It's go ahead.
My best guess would be there's probably some correlation between the locations of the air bases and where they're doing it. That would be the only thing that immediately comes to my mind. There's also some potential range things depending on which cruise missiles are being launched from which platforms, etc. But I don't see too much. Nothing. I don't see a glaring reason jumping out at me why they would be doing it in such a fashion.
Gotcha. Colby, do you want to add something here?
Just that John is correct. There's no benefit that accrues to Ukraine from striking Moscow. In fact, it's deeply counterproductive to their interests. The only good that would come of this, and this is a good that's accrued to the United States, would be that we get to find out whether S-500 works or not.
I'm gonna guess no, but I don't know. I majored in the humanities. What do I know? Robert, go ahead.
I was just going to say that post passed on Twitter that Zelensky's office in Kyiv had been destroyed. Fortunately, he wasn't there.
Yeah, I think the chances, like John said, the chances of them hitting anyone important in these types of strikes is basically, I'd say, nil. They've gotten quite good at these air raid alerts. I'm sure that they take the security of the president with the utmost seriousness. And so, yeah, it is unfortunate. I mean, we've seen many a speech from that office by now, I think. I don't know where the next speech is going to be, but I'm sure it's going to be a triumphant speech from Zelensky saying, you didn't kill me. You blew up my office. I mean, good job. I guess it's not going to change the course of the war. It's not going to deter me as the president of Ukraine. I'm going to keep signing my papers somewhere else. See you in hell. But anyway, I don't know. It's definitely. I don't know if anyone wants to come up and maybe share your feelings or thoughts or any analysis you have about what's going on right now with the current retaliatory strikes. Otherwise, maybe we can go back to talking about the bridge. I don't know. Ben, you don't have to raise your hand, buddy. You're a co-host. You just interrupt me, Ben, when I'm ranting on like this. All right, go ahead.
Man, it's your turf. I would never dream to interrupt you. Okay, so answer to the question. This is, I want to say, General Hint. This is a famous French general whose name was given to a famous and much required piece of kit at the moment. And regarding the attacks, they're awful and they're dreadful. But once more, what's heartening is the fact that they are taking targets which they know cannot change the war, whereas even John, from his girlfriend's bathroom or wherever he is at the moment, has managed to list half a dozen great targets that could be struck if the Ukrainians wanted to. So, in terms of wealth of targets, the Ukrainians are up there. And I also wanted to know, John, if the attacks by the drones on the Tupolev 2 or 3 days ago could be interpreted as preventive move against this sort of attack.
So, regarding that loitering munition attack, I'll briefly state, based upon the satellite imagery that we received after the fact, the battle damage assessment is that the runway, or not sure if the runway specifically, the ground was slightly scorched. It doesn't look like they got any of the bombers, unfortunately. But the specific aircraft that were targeted were the Tu-22Ms that had those that were operating out of that air base in Kaluga. They had been the ones that had carried out cruise missile strikes from Belarusian airspace in the most recent set of strikes from Belarusian airspace, and that was followed about 24 hours after those strikes. I suspect it was, an attack intended to achieve deterrence, and for psychological effect of, we can strike you even, 200 something kilometers into Russia. We can strike you, and probably with the, side goal of, hey, if we can, knock out one or two of these bombers, that's fantastic. And it's also absolutely brilliant PR if we can pull that off. And I was also going to add there are potential strikes occurring in Odessa as well.
Well, clearly the decision was made that, because of the Kerch Bridge, they had to hit as many, civilian or basically they just said point as many missiles at cities as you can and fire them, it sounds like. So very unfortunate, but, not going to change the course of events. Jens, I saw you come up. Go ahead, buddy.
Yes, I just moved to a muted mic.
Oh.
I was saying, thank you, John. Let's go to the hands, and please, Prince, start speaking.
Can you hear me, Ben?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna let Jens go. I know this is so that, Ben, this is my turf. All right, you stay back. No, I just one thing. I try to let new people up. Jump the queue a little bit. Just I don't know, just to keep it spicy, you know. So Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, Joseph, I just want to warn you about Ben. He can be a little bit, well, I don't know how to put it nicely. No, I was going to log off and listen to yesterday's podcasts or your interviews, and then I saw what had the strikes in Kyiv, and there's nothing much to say other than this is the only thing Russia excels at. What is it? Keep calm and carry on, and we have the resolve, and then we'll turn Russia into an island, and then we can maybe communicate with them in 200 years or something.
Yeah, that's right. We have to continue to isolate Russia, and eventually, their capability to do this is continuing to diminish, and Ukraine's and other countries' capabilities to defend against it obviously need to increase. And long term, then we can contain Russia ultimately from being able to just launch missiles into cities and hit residential buildings, kindergartens, schools, hospitals, fire stations. Look around your town. Look at all the people that live there and work there. Like, just imagine a missile ripping them apart. Like, that's what's happening. That's what Russia's doing, right? So we have to be mindful of that, and we have to continue to support Ukraine. And but thanks for plugging the podcast. Yes, we really do appreciate it. It does kind of suck, running a 24-hour space. We're always competing with ourselves. So anyway, but no, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Go check out the podcast, and thanks everyone. So. I'm going to go to Dr. John, then I'll go to the people who have been up. Thanks for being patient, guys. Dr. John, welcome up. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show, as always. So I was looking at some of the videos that people have been posting. It looks like one of the universities in Kyiv was an attempted target. Looking at them, it looks like maybe the missile came a little short and hit like the courtyard or fell or something. So I was wondering what you guys thought, looking at some of these videos, if maybe the IRIS-T or the NASAMS were actually in Kyiv. And I saw a video what looked like, I'm going to ruin the name here, it's Vajenko University. So
yes, so we do have a little bit of information, not a ton, but we're discussing that particular area. It was a very crowded intersection that was hit. John, I think maybe you can say more. Go ahead, John.
Yes, I can't say what the intended target was, obviously, but it would appear that at least one cruise missile struck a crowded intersection in the middle of rush hour traffic in front of Shevchenko University in Kyiv. That's about it's in downtown Kyiv, so that's about 3.5 kilometers from Bankova Street, which is where the majority of the Ukrainian government buildings are. Just as a point of reference. So yeah, there's the initial information is multiple casualties, including killed.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate.
I guess my question is more like, when a missile defense system intercepts the missile, does it just like fall down on the city like that, or does it, disperse as like small particles? I mean, could it be possible that a missile defense actually was active in Kyiv, like IRIS-T, and what we're seeing in that intersection is the fallout from the missile defense hitting the missile?
So yes, that's entirely possible. There is video of surface-to-air missile launches in Kyiv. Ukrainian air defenses are active in attempting to intercept. Yes, to your point, it's entirely possible that you could have a successful interception that results in wreckage from either the intercepted target or from the interceptor itself. Crashing into structures and causing damage and starting fires. We've seen that in multiple instances. In a particularly humorous instance, I believe the Russians have caused more damage and killed more civilians in Belgorod with their own air defense missiles than the Ukrainians have with their own weapon systems. So you can actually do a decent bit of damage, from just the falling wreckage of either the interceptor or the intercepted target. And in this case, I'm not exactly sure if it was, in this case, this intersection, I don't know if it was specifically an intercepted target or if it was just a cruise missile that detonated overhead.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Jones. So yeah, I think John's conclusion entirely possible, but we don't know yet. We'll try to see if there's more video that comes out. Quite frankly, there's probably not going to be a ton of video that comes out right away because this is something that happens. Russian forces will look at the internet videos that come out and like reposition targets and so forth. So typically we're going to see a delay before like more videos come out, and maybe if there is some more information, John will have it. Maybe I'd say within 24 hours, John will probably know a little bit more. So we'll definitely keep you guys posted. So thanks, Dr. John. So I promised to go to hands real quick. Colby, did I go too far before when we're too off topic now? Go ahead.
No, go to the other ones.
Okay, sorry about that, Colby. Prince, go ahead.
No, you're good. No worries.
Just because I know you don't read your DMs and Ben is on his way to work, I did DM it to Ben, but I was wondering if I could put a video in the nest of the BBC was having a live broadcast when one of the missiles hit. You can't see where it hits, but you can see the reporter's reaction and hear the missile in the background. I was just wondering if that was okay to put in the nest.
Yeah, thanks for asking. You can put in the nest, Prince. Prince, if people don't know, she's the one who just went to Operator Starsky and was like, "Hey, just come on the space," and he was like, "Okay." And so you can put anything you want in the nest, but very nice decorum and protocol to ask us to put stuff in the nest, just because like it does kind of represent us, right? We don't want to put weird stuff in the nest for people, so do ask us. It's a very nice gesture. John, if you had anything to add, go ahead, Prince.
No. I was just gonna say Ryan has already told me I have permission to put anything in the nest while he's co-hosting, but he's the only one who has. So I always like to try to either, let you guys do it or ask permission. It's the way to go because it is the Maria report, not the Prince Heather report.
Oh shucks. All right, go ahead, John.
So there is video confirmation now that at least some of the cruise missiles used in Kyiv, someone got a shot of an image or a video of one of them passing overhead. They are KH-101 air-launched cruise missiles. There's also strikes currently occurring in Khmelnytsky, Zhytomyr, Ternopil, and Obuhiv, and it looks like there are additional strikes in Dnipro.
Thanks, John. So yeah, John will keep us posted with any information he gets. So thanks for that as always. Nick, go ahead.
Thanks. I originally this last round raised my hand because I thought the topic might return to the bridge, and I had a question about that. But I think I have a more pertinent question on this, and there are probably people here with some reasonable knowledge to potentially answer my question. How many of these cruise missiles and smart munitions does Muscovy still have? What's the likelihood that they're burning the last of their or nearly the last of their cruise missiles and whatnot on these temper tantrum barbarian strikes on Ukraine currently? Thank you.
Well, that's the $100 billion question. I don't think we have a good answer, but John, if there's anything you wanted to like speak to this, go ahead.
Unfortunately, we can't put specific numbers to it. At least not based upon the information in the public sphere. All the reports from the Ukrainian government, open sources, as well as Western governments, have all consistently indicated that the Russians have likely expended probably in excess of 60%, probably verging on 75 plus percent at this point of their inventory of standoff munitions. So that would be air launched, sea launched, ground launched cruise missiles, as well as ballistic missiles. their inventory is running low. They have expended probably a super majority of it. But how many specifically remain, I have no insight into that.
Yeah, I think Constantine explained it best once, where he said like they're probably never going to be reach in their pocket and be like, oh no, we're out of missiles, right? But they will slowly have less and less to be able to do what they want with, right? So that'll their ability to launch 20 missiles will turn into only 10 and maybe 5. It'll be more like that versus them just one day being out. But other than that, we can't really say. I think, as John said, we don't have a really reliable public numbers of production. But it's quite obvious, like with all other weapons that they have, they've used the vast majority of them, as John said, and they're starting to scrape the barrel. So real quick, I wanted to I had something I wanted to ask Ben, which now eludes me. So Ben, if there's anything you want to add, otherwise I'll turn it over to you. And if you want to go to Hans, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah, no.
Oh shit.
I'll
I was just
try.
gonna say good night. Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
Troy. Good to see you, man.
You too. Thanks.
Ben, back to you.
No, back to you.
Oh. Okay. So I believe Adrian is next, and then we will go to Auntie, then Prince, and Nick. Adrian, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So I didn't request in the morning for a long time. Yeah, what can one say without being completely angry, without saying that all Russia should burn? Because I think so, personally. Adrian Purvu from Romania, that all Russia should burn, Moscow included. And I don't care about the good Russians. They all started this fucking war. It's all their fucking fault. They have collective responsibility. So Ukraine hits supply depots, military targets, and they hit a Ukrainian university, among other things, but they hit the main university, the Taras Shevchenko University. It's a place I used to go often to in Kiev. It has a lovely park and it's a very nice neighborhood. So in their program of war crimes and genocide, of course, they will hit a cultural center of learning. What else can the Russians do? They're savages. They did this in
It's a
Kharkiv.
historic. Adrian, it's got a long history. Is that right, or am I mistaken?
Well, Taras Shevchenko is essentially the one of the not founding figure. He's a central pillar of Ukrainian culture and Ukrainianness, and the university is named after him. There's a big statue of him right in the park in front of it. And yeah, the building is like a historic building as well, and beautiful building. Anyway, they did this in Kharkiv too. They attacked a lot of universities. So I don't know. I don't have much to add, much to say. I just want to caution people on the space a little bit. Like I heard the discussion last night. It was great, absolutely great with the weapons expert. I forgot his name, Thomas, and like I really enjoyed it. But guys, I would caution this hubris and optimism. Ukraine's got ATACMS. Everybody's saying that. Well, first of all, why is the Ukrainian government still begging for them? And second of all, why aren't they hitting these missile storage sites? Because they know where many of those are. Okay, you can hit the ones with the planes. I don't know. I don't know the specific. I'm not a military guy. But they know where the calibers are in Crimea, right? They know where the air bases are in Belarus. I think if the Ukrainians had ATACMS and had the why would they let their civilians get killed and they're in constant strikes if they had them and they could do something about it? So I love the enthusiasm here. I love the people saying, okay, yeah, they will win. Yes, they will win. I know they will win. But let's not fall into this slight delusional optimism. It's going to be a hard fight. It's going to be a long war. It's not going to be over by Christmas. Ukraine needs to be supported. And Ukraine needs more anti-aircraft systems because, frankly, as we can see, Germany also was very slow in delivering them. And I always like to say this, whenever civilians die in Ukraine because of air raids, it's Olaf Scholz's fault because he delayed delivering these systems. Yeah, that's about it from me. And fuck Russia.
As always. No, thanks, Adrian. Yeah. So I think there's a couple theories. I think Colby and a couple others, probably John has mentioned this too. There does seem to be a possibility that this is maybe political. In other words, the U.S. has to approve a target before Ukraine's able to do that. That's one theory, but I'm going to turn it over to John, who might have some other theories. So go ahead, John.
So Russia does not operate any of, as far as I'm aware, I should say, Russia does not operate any of their air-launched cruise missile platforms. For the most part, in terms of calibers, KH-22s, KH-55/401s, etc., the main ones that we think of, they don't operate any of them out of Crimea. They operate them out. Their air bases are all in Russia, and sometimes they'll fly out over the Black Sea to launch them, or launch them from airspace over Western Russia, or launch them from airspace over Belarus. Those targets are all in Western Russia. The United States will almost certainly never green light a ATACMS strike into Russia. That's just not going to happen probably at this juncture for various political reasons. And the other thing to consider is that the quantity of ATACMS that Ukraine has at their disposal is likely extremely limited. Not really my educated guess, but my best guess is probably single digits. They probably do not have very many of them, and they are being extremely conservative in how they use them, and are reserving them for targets of enormous strategic military importance, and targets that they can actually get U.S. approval for.
Adrian, is that like a satisfying explanation to you, or do you still think like, no, I don't, I'm not convinced?
I'm not a military guy, and I've heard many people who know way more than me to explain this. I really don't know, but whatever it is, or wherever the bottleneck is, I think the bridge has been crossed. Sorry, not the bridge, the Rubicon, whatever you want it. We've crossed that stage months ago, and I believe any of the space would agree. I hope that finally either someone in the US administration who is still holding on to this, because probably whether it's supply or approval, there's someone who is holding Ukraine back in defending itself. And I think by now they should wake up and do something. For fuck's sake, people are dying, and it could be prevented. People die in every war. It's a war. We accept with pain that the Ukrainian soldiers are dying on the front line every day, but that's their choice. They chose to defend their country. Soldiers die in war. If civilians die in war, especially when it's, if not preventable, at least you have the capability to reduce that, then the blood is not only on it's first on the Russians' hands, but it's helped by people like Olaf Scholz, and I'm sorry for fellow Americans, people in the US administration who are fearful of the word wink wink escalation. So yeah, that's my thought on it.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. I tend to agree with you in the sense that that there's, at every stage, there's been people afraid of so-called escalation, and at every stage, Ukraine has done something that was supposed to be, beyond the pale, and now Russia would finally, take this seriously and blah, blah, blah. And every time they've basically put their heads down and said, oh, someone was smoking, or some ridiculous story like that, right? They've never actually looked us in the eye and said, oh, we're ready to escalate now, right? So I think, it's pretty ridiculous, and we should definitely try to support Ukraine in any way we can. So I think that's pretty obvious. And as you said, anyone who's trying to stand in the way or slow this down, it's not that that's going to stop Ukraine from winning. Eventually, Ukraine will ultimately win, but it does have a human cost to not continue to support Ukraine's defense and to help the war end sooner, right? All these so-called people who are like, I just want peace, man. I just want a peace deal. I think we all know here, right, that the only peace deal is Russia can leave Ukraine. I mean, it's very simple. It's so simple. Just leave the territory of Ukraine, and there's peace. So thanks, Adrian, for coming up. in the morning. I missed you, buddy. John, go ahead.
There are strikes in Lviv, and there is another set of strikes currently ongoing in Kyiv, and another set of strikes in Mykolaiv.
Thanks for the update, John. That's unfortunate news. When was the last strike in Lviv, John?
It's been a while.
Yeah, this is pretty unusual. I will say that it's quite a series of strikes going on. So with that, I'm going to go to some new hands. Auntie, Bionade, then Prince and Nick. Auntie, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have two things. First is something that Thomas said yesterday, was that it was one of the reasons that we haven't seen more uses of ATACMS is that both the Ukraine and the US want to maintain sort of ambiguity or plausible deniability, and because it suits everyone's interest at the moment, and that also includes the Moscow, because they are currently much more afraid of escalation than any leaders on our side, though that seems implausible to say the least, but the evidence seems to bear that out. But that would be a bit difficult if there were ATACMS raining down on every strategic target in Russian occupied eastern Ukraine. But my main question was, well, this was just like a side note, but my question was, yesterday there was apparently a large explosion due north from Sevastopol in Crimea. Has there been any new information about what was hit and what were the results?
John, help.
Can you repeat the question, Auntie? Sorry, I was responding to DMs.
John, yesterday, boom in Sevastopol. What happened?
Or
there was no explosion in Sevastopol. There was no explosion anywhere. Turns out that the smoke we saw near Yevpatoria was just a bunch of homeless Russian bums burning trash in the middle of a field.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. There's video of it.
Oh, jeez. Even CJ was already, a bit happy, but oh damn. Oh well. Thank you. That's what I
Russians
had.
doing Russian things.
Yeah. So when you're talking about Russian bombs burning trash, you're probably talking about conscripts, right? They were supposed to be out on maneuvers, and the officers left them there, and they had nothing better to do, so they started burning trash and drinking vodka.
See, you heard it here first, folks. We don't think everything's ATACMS, right? If we see a video of bums burning a fire, we're like, I guess it wasn't ATACMS, right? So, we're open to new evidence. Okay, we'll go to Bionade next.
Yeah, good morning. Not so cool news. Do we have any information which parts of Kiev were hit? And a little side note, luckily all my friends from Kiev seems to be okay, but damn, going to this shit again. Yeah.
They blew up the office of the president. They hit a crowded intersection in front of a university. Go ahead, John.
The first one, Joseph. There's no confirmation.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Thank you, John. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself there. There is rumors that the office of the president was blown up. I should not have said that, but we do know that they, at least, I believe, John, that there was talk that they targeted the Parliament building and the presidential building. Is that right, John?
Yes, but we have no idea if they were actually hit.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. I won't say that they blew up the president's office anymore, John. I'm sorry. But yeah, so they hit the Parliament building, the government building, and they attempted to hit Taras Shevchenko University. They hit an intersection in front of it, John.
that we don't know if we don't know if they actually hit those two buildings.
Sorry. Okay. Yes, they targeted them. We don't know if they hit them. I'm sorry, John. I'll try to remember to say that part. Sorry about that.
I don't want people to start flooding all over Twitter saying the President Zelensky's office has been blown up. Hear it live on MriyaReport when that's totally not true. Just a slight bit of restraint.
I missed you, John. I really did.
That's not what. Just area I was interested. Not really the building which they hit or what is there. So not like some civilian living areas, but they targeted something. They just they don't fire it randomly with rockets on
Can I
Kiev.
just jump in? Apologies.
Adrian?
Just for jumping in, I just wanted to give some context that that particular area near Tarashenko, I saw some posts. That's one of the busiest intersections in Kiev. Like a lot of people pass there to go to work. It's close to one of the main metro stations that people use. Sorry, to get to work. So yeah, it's a deliberate attack against civilians. I can't imagine anything military being there. It's essentially the city center. A lot of people. It's super crowded in the morning around this time, and like 8 o'clock, 7:30, the subway stations are full, and you can barely get out. And yeah, those I dread to think of the casualties, but those are really busy places, and yeah, civilians. That's what Russia is.
Yes, thank you, Adrian. That's what I wanted to know. Yeah. So I think the difference is if they randomly lob missiles into the city, we have seen that. Then the possibility is they target, for example, presidential building and office or something. But if they target like this intersection, it's pure terrorism. It's this timing. It's pure terrorism. And yeah, everyone is free to hate Russia more and more. And yeah, I don't think at this point we should go back to any normal business with Russia in the next, I don't know, decade or something like this. This country is it's over. I mean, I guess we will see videos from Russia in a few hours, people applauding and celebrating, and yeah, it's a shithole, sadly.
Yep, there'll be
And
disgusting social media comments.
Yeah, it's really
Yep, but just to confirm what Adrian said, we have a few Ukrainian sources on the ground, of course, and yeah, they're confirming what he said. Some people went to school there, so they definitely feel this personally, and that this is an extremely crowded intersection, one of the most crowded in Kyiv, and that it was just hit by a missile. Very tragic news. Definitely, as Bionade said, an act of deliberate terrorism. There's no way around this. It's not a military area of the city. It's not something that will help Russia in the war effort in any way. It was an attack deliberately on civilians in some capacity, or it was way off target, I guess, maybe. But I mean, that's silly to even think about at this point. They're hitting crowded intersections and killing many people, right? So just something to keep in mind. I mean, obviously we all know that on the space, but it's something we need to continue to drive home to everyone. So with that, we'll go Carl, Prince, Nick, Ice-T. Carl, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I had a friend whose apartment was pretty close to the first strikes, and he saw it, and heard ambulances go. But then he also said, I don't know how long it will be now. He said 5 minutes ago, and maybe it was 10 minutes ago now, but maybe 15 or 20 minutes after the original barrage, that he heard something that sounded different, maybe like a suicide drone, and some Ukrainian official posted about that as well. But I don't know, what it is, but it is terrible. But I mean, Russia's going to do what Russia does, right? We just hope they run out of munitions, but even hope more that they're stopped before that happens. That's all I got to say.
Yep. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it as always. And yeah, I agree with you. I mean, there's all that can be done is Ukraine has to continue to drive Russian forces out of their territory, and eventually, right, Russia will be isolated to the point where they are no longer capable of doing things like this. And at that point, Ukraine will live peacefully, and so will Russia, quite frankly. So thank you for that. And next we'll go to, I believe it was Prince Nick Ice-T. Prince, go ahead.
I'm sure glad I took a nap today because I haven't even had dinner yet. I think I'm in the same time zone as you, Joseph. So you know what time it is. I just saw some that some people are geolocating stuff, and it's sort of pissing me off. But I am seeing pictures of a playground that was hit. I mean, right on the playground. And I'm sure other people are seeing the same things too. I saw another guy reporting that people are running to the underground shelters, the subways. I'm not sure what they're called there. I can't remember right now. And people are just crowding in there, and he's the only one who's going up to the streets because he's a reporter. So, and I think John said it. I was half listening. I apologize. I did see also that the bombers were relaunching for a second round. So I don't think this is over. And can we please, I know we have very limited ATACMs, I am sure, but I think it's worth sending another one right on that rail bridge on the Kerch Bridge right now. I'm just pissed. Thanks.
Thank you, Prince. Now, John, our favorite doctor, Dr. Paul, he briefly mentioned at some point that the U.S. might have ordered 88 extra, I believe he said cruise missiles. Did he mean ATACMs, John? Go ahead.
He made 54 additional precision strike missiles.
Right. So, I mean, is that a hint, John, or are we reading too much into it?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know. It's the government procurement makes me want to slit my throat, to be quite honest. DoD procurement is an absolute nightmare. It could be there was a contract modification issued to Lockheed Martin for 54 additional prisms. I don't know if that's just part of the expanded production of those as we get ready for that system to enter into U.S. Army service next year. I don't know if that was already pre-planned, or if that is representative of a need to backfill a somewhat decreased ATACMS inventory. It's a possibility. There's some interesting implications there, but unfortunately, I don't have enough insight into how that contract is structured, and what kind of the general outline was beforehand to have a good sense to know if that's anomalous. And also, as Man's mentioned, that there have been 2 additional reportedly massive explosions in Kyiv.
Thank you, John. All right, John. Tim said, see both of you at the same time is a little weird. I'm not going to lie. All right, maybe not. Okay, so next we'll go to Nick. Nick, go ahead.
Good morning, Joseph. Sorry,
morning, Tim.
I'm still in morning admin, so I can jump on in about 20 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. No, go ahead, Nick.
Yes.
Thank you. For whatever it's worth, and because it's the most reputable American newspaper, I just tweeted a link to the Washington Post's report on the attacks on Kyiv this evening. I don't want to clutter the nest with it, but it is at least available in my own personal, whatever it's called, where if you touch my account, it's like the second one down or whatever, if you're interested. Second, 2 more things quickly. Adrian probably won't mention this because he's such a classy guy, but if you have a tolerance for news of Russian war crimes in Ukraine, Adrian hosted a short space today. It's called Ukrainian Truths, and the focus was Russian war crimes, and it was not only informative, and not only did it draw Molly McHugh and others to it, it was very moving, especially in the question and answer segment near the end. So if if for some reason you can't listen to MriyaReport, but you want to hear something about that topic, which is awfully hard to stomach, he did a wonderful job. He and his colleagues did a wonderful job on that space. And mostly, and before I drop down, I want to remind everybody here that if you are interested in donating any of your income, even a little bit of your income, like maybe $10, $15, $20 to the brave Ukrainians that are who never asked to be invaded, who never asked for conflict, who never asked for missile strikes on their homes. If you want to donate any of your income or whatever to the effort, MriyaAid.org, which I can see spelled out just above the top line of the population of the space, is the place to go. And everything that you donate, every penny goes to Ukraine because they are all volunteers. And with that, I will shut my yap and listen to Tim and Rosalie and Adrian and everybody else coming up from Europe currently. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. And yeah, first off, you can take the man out of the co-host, but you never take the co-host out of the man. It was a beautiful MriyaAid plug. I'm a little excited to be up this late and still have hands, so I'm just maybe forgetting myself a little bit. So thanks. And as Nick points out, that's the reason we're all here. We support MriyaAid. It's an organization run completely by volunteers, dedicated to getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. One of the things they do is get firefighting equipment to Ukraine, right? Bomb disposal equipment. This is stuff that will help Ukrainians in these cities and areas that are being struck right now. So it's a cause that we definitely support. When it comes to Adrian's space, yeah, I mean, definitely we support Adrian in anything he wants to do. Adrian's worked with us. He's edited a video for MriyaAid recently, which I thought was great. Adrian, anything you want to say about that real quick?
No, guys. I mean, I'm here on Mriya, and I just consider that all we should do as much as we can to help Ukraine and do things. So I don't want to plug that. It's okay. But I thank you for the kind words and everything. I guess we all try to use our time in the best way to help Ukraine. I guess ultimately my goal with whatever I do here on Twitter or anywhere else is, please, because I see a lot of Americans here, please, Ukraine needs more weapons. That's the only thing that I care about. Ukraine needs the tools to defend itself. I always say this: write your congressman because you can, write your senator, and so on. So whatever I do here or somewhere else, I do it because I care about Ukraine and I wanted to win. That's it. And also for personal reasons, because I have people I love there and I want them to be safe and alive and to follow their dreams. That's about it. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian. And yeah, I just want to say, people might think, I don't know, if there were 5 spaces just like us that existed, I'd be happy, right? I mean, that's, that had the same amount of people in them. Yeah, go ahead.
I just can say briefly. So basically, I mean, I love MriyaReport, and whenever we do this space thing, I always give a shout out. But it's just like, take a topic, talk about it with a guest, answer some questions, end it. So somebody, can listen to it later or something. So we did some nuclear weapons talk, some economy talk, and now we did one on Russian culture, which I loved because I could speak about movies, and we had a Ukrainian filmmaker on. And yeah, we did this one about war crimes, which was very emotional. And yeah, I kind of cried behind the whole co-host chair, and yeah, it got pretty emotional. And But the thing that struck me is that we stayed for 3 hours, and the guest said that there's so many stories and so many examples I didn't get to about Russian war crimes. So not even in 3.5 hours we couldn't get through all the Russian war crimes in the Ukrainian war. So in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So yeah, definitely. I don't want to plug anything. I think our work is complementary, but just this idea that as much as we can do from any place, from any space, collaborate, work together. Yeah, I don't advertise that much, but I'm when I have some times, I do some edits from MriyaReport, and another one will be coming soon. A little teaser, wink, wink. But I'm not gonna give more details until it's done. So yeah, I love you guys, and I love the collaboration, and yeah, let's keep on. I mean, today is tragic, but let's keep on fighting this information war, because the war will last a while, and Ukraine needs to fight on the ground to defend itself. And what we can do from the comfort of our own homes is to spread the awareness, and if we can, to donate to Maria Aid, of course. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian, and just of course, as you said, we just want to support Ukraine. We want Ukraine to win. Anyone that we see supporting Ukraine and we feel our work is complementary, we want to work with them, right? We want to work at the MriyaReport, and also, of course, Maria Aid also, I assume, feels the same way. They're obviously very focused in their mission, just like we are. Sorry, John's coming back up here. But point is, right, anyone that is supporting Ukraine. So, for example, we're working with Malcolm Nance now, right? We just had an interview with him, a little event with him, where we're trying to get some stuff on his Amazon wish list, things like compasses to soldiers in Ukraine. And then, of course, we're teaming up with Rip Rawlings, Ripley's Heroes, and all that stuff. So, yeah, we're increasing our network of collaborations. We're doing our best to find people that have the same mission as us and have the same dedication as us, and are willing to, put everything on the line, or someone like Malcolm Nance, right? He donates his entire book advance, $100,000. Like Yehuda said, like, he could be sipping Mai Tais in the Caribbean right now, but he donated all to Ukraine. He's in Ukraine, and now he's asking us to help him out. We think that's a noble cause. So anyone like that, we're going to work with, we're going to collaborate with. So I just wanted to point that out. And Adrian's the same way. And like I said, if there were 5 spaces like this and they wanted to work with us, and blah blah blah, we'd be happy, right? We want to work with anyone who's supporting Ukraine. That's what this is ultimately about. So I'll leave it there. I'll end my rant. John, go ahead, buddy.
Thank you, Joseph. So there are more strikes, this time in Kropyvnytsky, Kremenchug, Brovary, which is a suburb of Kyiv just to the east of the city on the side of the Dnipro River. There are additional strikes in Kyiv, additional strikes in Lviv, and additional strikes in Mykolaiv, Zhytomyr, Lviv, Khmelnytsky, and obviously Kyiv as well. They're all suffering severe partial blackouts in some areas of the city, and cell reception is apparently severely degraded in Kyiv as well.
Terrible news, John, but thanks for continuing to update us. So I believe the order is Luca, Ice T, Polymath. Luca, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know that these are attacks on civilian infrastructures, and probably these are wasted weapons, and it's not going to change the strategic calculus for this war. However, I'm like pissed as hell because this is like 8 months, 9 months into this war, and aren't we supposed to have provided like freaking like NASAMS and like all sort of like missile defense systems? Okay, sure, I know that if Russia had the tantrum and threw everything they had in their arsenal, they might have overwhelmed the systems, and so some things went through. But still, I find it inexplicable how Russia can target a whole bunch of like central Kiev and get through air defenses. I am blaming us, I feel, at this point, for not having done more to provide the right air defenses, and especially the right amount. I heard lots of focus here on ATACMS. Those are great, sure, but at the same time, what about air defenses? This was kind of like my question, and this is why I'm so mad that I think we didn't do enough.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a reasonable frustration, Luca. So I will say just like one thing to note is that in terms of the long-term sustainment package that was recently passed, like these contracts that are going out for Ukraine, I think it was $12 billion. John might be able to correct me. $4 billion of it was for air defense. I know at least 1/3 of it. So like it's a pretty high priority, but unfortunately, it seems like it's just taking a really long time to implement. For example, the NASAM systems, there were supposed to be 2 in Ukraine already. They basically walked that back. They're not in Ukraine yet. The Iris Ts, as far as I can tell, like they're in the mail basically. They're on their way, but they're not quite there yet. So it's like all these systems seem to be almost there, but not quite. And it really is unfortunate because if they had, a few weeks sooner, it looks like, maybe we would have been able to see them implemented in time. But I think John might have something better to say about this. Go ahead, John.
Yes, so the NASAMs, they have been in the works for quite a while. The first 2 systems were announced quite a while ago. The reason why we haven't seen them in theater yet is because they do take a while to train on. We're talking, 4 to 6 months worth of training minimum. Even with extremely skilled Ukrainian operators, air defense systems are incredibly complex pieces of kit. It takes anybody, any operator, from any country, even highly experienced ones, a while to learn the ins and the outs of a system like that. So the first 2 systems of NASAM should hopefully be arriving within the next 2 to 4 weeks. The Iris Ts, the first system, should also be arriving hopefully in a similar time frame. And then there should be another Iris T system arriving beginning of next year. And then the 6 additional NASAM systems which are being manufactured from scratch, those are also should be arriving sometime early next year.
Yeah, so I mean, the answer is unfortunate, but it seems to be it's going to take a little while for these air defense systems to come in. It's no excuse, as you said. If this had started earlier, we would have seen them in theater by now. I would say if I don't know, it a few months might have made a difference here, right? So it's nothing to look away at. But I think that long term, we're more optimistic about Ukraine's air defense picture. Would you agree, John?
Yes, definitely. That is definitely the case. Just in terms of some more news, it would appear that Rivne is also being struck, as well as Venezia. Not all of those are potentially, cruise missiles that made it through Venezia. Potentially some interceptions. There was air defense activity, and in Mykolaiv earlier, there was also air defense activity. So hopefully that is indicative of interceptions, but it does look like the Russians are at least launching something towards those cities.
Thanks, John. Ice T 21, go ahead.
Hi, yes. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for accepting me again. I was just wondering about the updates on Lviv and stuff like that, because I was just been reading it. Is there any updates of what's actually happened there? I think I was talking to someone on the space the other day, and they says once that happened to the bridge, that something like he would resort to something like what he's actually doing now.
So yeah, that's a pattern we've seen from Russia multiple times. Right when Snake Island was liberated, they did this. When I can't think off the top of my head, but basically every time Ukraine has a pretty significant victory, like the Saki strike and so forth, they basically retaliate in this fashion. They strike civilian targets. It's basically the only thing they seem capable of doing. I would say that this is broadly expected. When we saw the bridge hit, we knew this was coming. I'm a little bit surprised by the intensity, I'll be honest. But I would say that me and John and anyone else looking at this probably weren't that surprised that these retaliations happened. But John, anything you want to comment on that second part of the question, and then also any information you have about the strikes in Lviv? Go ahead.
I don't have information, very much information about Lviv, other than that there was at least 2 rounds of strikes. The implication that I'm seeing is that critical infrastructure, particularly energy infrastructure, electricity infrastructure is being targeted. Potentially also municipal water infrastructure as well as being targeted, as there has been reported disruptions to water supplies in a number of those cities, in addition to obviously disruptions in electricity and cellular service.
Yeah, so I think Ben said it best when he said, like, the sort of more militant or saber rattling or mill blogger, the nationalistic, the imperialistic Russians on TV and on the internet have been saying for months now, hit the president's office, hit the power buildings, hit the water buildings, and they've also been saying we need to mobilize the country. And it looks like this is sort of an acquiescence to those like demands, more or less. There's a mass targeting of critical infrastructure, presumably in part maybe a message to say, oh, like winter time's coming and we're going to knock all this stuff out, maybe. But I think like beyond that, it's just this is what Russia does. They're a barbaric, brutal government that is run by people that they don't have a proper military response to what Ukraine's doing currently, which is systematically picking apart and destroying the Russian army. So this is all they can really do to try to either deter Ukraine from continuing to liberate their territory or to basically try to show their own population that they're doing something in this war to inflict damage on Ukraine, as petty and minuscule as it might be. Any follow-up there, ST21?
Yeah, that what you just said there could lead to another question. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to, no one will be able to give a Da Vinci way answer. But what do you think the point of the? I don't even like to mention his name, but I'm on about with the meeting today where he's with his all his like security people and stuff. They're meant to be holding some security meeting. I know because I read online there's a lot of panic about it. But I believe they have these at least once a week. Is that correct? And what would your guys' opinion of him having this meeting for the with his security generals and stuff like that, please?
Yeah, so my broad opinion is we're probably going to see that. There's been basically, I would say, veiled threats by Russian nationalists for, I'd say, weeks now that Putin needs to start looking like he's doing something, or we're going to get real mad. And I don't know what real mad means, but I think Putin's afraid of real mad. So it looks like he's starting to acquiesce to their demands. I think broadly speaking, that's kind of I don't know, like they're going to try to show that something's being done here. There's going to be meetings where he walks into offices and looks important. There's going to be people fired. There's probably going to be people pushed out windows. And there's probably going to be like command officers replaced and with new command officers that are they're the ones that are the real smart ones. And they're going to fix this. That's what I imagine. There's going to be like a big kind of theatrical bloodletting and blaming of various people, and a new, renewed effort by the propaganda to say that this guy, Big Papa Vova has his hand on all this. I think that's kind of going to be the broad strokes of it. John, anything you want to add or contradict what I said? Go ahead.
No, I don't. I was just going to add in terms of some news. It would appear that the initial grouping of 8 Tu-95s over the Caspian Sea has probably expended all of their munitions, and there is a second grouping of Tu-95s heading over to the same position, presumably to carry out more strikes.
John, you got to give me some good news at least once, or I'm going to stop calling on you. No, but thank you for your updates. It's sobering. It's unfortunate, but we do appreciate you giving us live on the ground or live explanations of the planes and where they are and when they're shooting and exactly what's going on. So thanks for that, John.
There are also strikes in Kharkiv.
Good Lord. So it's a pretty somber night, everybody. Polymath Ball, you've been extremely patient. Thanks for your patience. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Good to be here. I just wanted to say I appreciate Adrian's comments. Definitely more weapons for Ukraine. But my question is, how does everyone think that how this latest attack on civilian targets, obviously all across Ukraine, Lviv, Kharkiv, Kyiv. You know, how is this going to be played out, or how is it going to be seen in European capitals? Is it going to change the dynamic as far as pressure on politicians to, especially in Germany and France, to up support, and even in the United States? That's my question. Thank you.
I think it might move the needle a bit, but I assume probably not meaningfully. I mean, after Bucha, you know, and Irpin and things, we saw some European political will shift. I wouldn't say it was a sea change, but you know, the needle moved. I think probably there's going to be some photographs and things that'll be played in the European press that the needle will certainly move, but I don't think this will result in some kind of a sea change. I mean, anyone who is under the illusion that this isn't how Russia operates, I mean, I don't know what to tell them at this point. There's nothing new here, but it's going to move the needle a bit. Adrian, I think the question was addressed to you a bit, so please go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, well, European capitals or Western capitals, I really don't know, just because, I mean, you're right, Joseph, after the Irpin, Bucha, after the mass graves in Izium and Liman, which the mass grave discovered in Liman, that news was overshadowed by the fact that the Crimea Bridge was blown up, and I wish that war crime was was more written about and talked about. It actually breaks my heart that it's becoming commonplace to find a mass grave in Ukraine, and it's becoming less newsworthy, which is, well, you make out of it whatever you want. So I don't know if after that Mr. Scholz wasn't convinced to free those Leopards. I doubt some rockets on Kyiv will. Hopefully it will galvanize people in the US administration to show that Ukraine is striking military targets and Russia is striking civilian targets, and hopefully the ones that did there when it comes to sending some more heavy weapons, some more good air defense, and maybe even some real armor will finally have less and less of an argument for this escalation hogwash. But I know one thing for sure that will happen, and I generally don't speculate, but I can be confident in speculating this. Today is tragic. We will see many tragic images. Civilians will have died, many of them students. The problem is that with Kyiv, you mentioned, someone mentioned that there was a hit on Brovary. Actually, I had a family that came here right at the beginning of the war, and they lived next door to me. Someone donated them a flat to live rent-free as much as they wanted. And they were from Brovary, and the mother was pregnant, and they had 3 kids and another one on the way, and the mom was pregnant. And they, after she gave birth, they went back home to Brovary. So I couldn't, because they felt it was a bit safer. So I was thinking about them when you mentioned that. So my thought is that this, with all the tragedy, this will not in any way shake the spirit of Ukrainians. The people in Kiev might be scared right now. They might be hiding in the metro, but then they will come out, see the damage, count the dead, and they will be even more steadfast in their resolve to defeat Russia, to push Russia out of their country. They will be more steadfast in the complete isolation and separation of Russia from their country. And as I keep saying this all the time, they'll keep fighting to the bitter end. And if support ends tomorrow, they will fight with sticks and stones because they don't want anything to do with Russia. So it's the moral choice to give them everything because they're not going to give up. The number of Ukrainians that die in this war is up to the allies who choose or don't choose to supply weapons. That's it, because the Ukrainians won't give up at all.
Thanks, Adrian. So real quick, I just wanted to go to Ben. Ben's got to go, which is fine. But Ben, I know you talked to Roman, the fire chief in Kharkiv. I know he's had a firsthand experience digging up mass graves in Izium and other areas. So I just wanted to know, did you discuss that with him at all? And then, of course, if you wanted to say goodbye to everybody, please go ahead, Ben. I think Ben's just saying goodbye to everybody. We'll take that wave as a goodbye. I'm sure we'll have that clipped out, the little interview Ben had with Roman today, or yesterday, I should say. But bye, Ben. It was great to have you here. I don't know. Usually he's got his own slot, so I was super happy to have Ben up here with me. But anyway, thanks for being around, Ben. Now I've got. Go ahead, Tim.
Is that what they call a Gallic shrug?
I think so. Yeah. So now I've got a certain individual here with me. He's got his hand raised as if he can't just talk because this is his show. I mean, at the end of the day. But I mean, he went missing for a little while at a very suspicious time. He left for a few days, and all of a sudden a bridge blew up, and now he's back. I mean, isn't that interesting? So, I mean, Doman, welcome back. It's very interesting that you were absent for this very specific length of time. Welcome back, Doman.
Hi, Joseph. Nice to be back. What was going to say? I don't find anything at all suspicious that I was away during this length of time. Just as there was nothing at all suspicious when Finance was away for a certain length of time, when something else blew up somewhat close to where he initially was. And I will neither confirm nor deny that I was jealous of all the positive attention that he got after that. So, it is what it is. Needs must.
Well, to be fair, they blow something up every Saturday, and Finance goes away every Saturday. So, it's like...
Yeah, Finance does it. That makes sense, Tim.
So he's just pretending to be an observant Jew. He's actually blowing shit up.
Yeah, that's a perfect cover.
I think it's, if I remember correctly, Tim, it's okay. I think it's allowed if, lives are at stake, if I remember correctly. I once had someone explain the rules to me. It was a very long night.
So John's chomping at the bit to tell us. I've been waiting for this. I was like, when's Ukraine going to hit back? When? John, go ahead.
So good news and bad news. Bad news is an additional round of strikes in Kyiv, at least 3 more explosions. The good news is there's now explosions across Belgorod.
Thank you, John. Yep, that's right. When Russia does this, for some reason the lights in Belgorod go off, and maybe if they stop doing this, the lights will stop going off in Belgorod. It's an interesting correlation. Russia should start taking note of it and trying to understand that maybe there's a relationship between them striking schools in Ukraine and killing children and the lights going off in Belgorod. Just a thought. I don't know. Maybe there is no correlation, but anyway, we got a couple of hands. Greg, go ahead.
Good evening, guys, from Australia. Just a couple of quick questions and just an observation. So I know somebody was quite upset recently, a few minutes ago, about the air defense systems not being in place to help protect the citizens of Ukraine, etc. But correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know how many missiles are raining down, but if the Russian mob, as I call them, are blitzing those cities, I don't think the air defense systems would be able to cope anyway, would they?
By blitz, I assume you just mean you shoot a lot of missiles at them. Yeah, I think like overwhelm. Yeah, I assume so. John, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? How do you overwhelm an air defense system?
So what he's referring to are saturation attacks. I mean, for any air defense system, no matter how sophisticated, even Patriot, NASAMS, etc., there is a physical limit to how many, targets the radars can track simultaneously, and a physical limit to how many targets the command center can calculate firing solutions for simultaneously. So, with sufficient numbers, you can overwhelm any air defense system. I believe the total number that I've seen thus far is 100 plus Russian cruise missiles launched this morning. So there would be some degree of saturation of Ukrainian air defenses in some areas, no matter what. But more air defenses would prevent that from happening in certain areas, because it's not just, you fire 100 cruise missiles, you overwhelm everything. No, it depends on, how many are in a specific location, etc. So it would certainly improve the situation to have those additional systems in country and theater.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Could I just ask one more question? I'll just wait if you want to make a comment. Sorry. Of course. I was just going to ask, obviously we've got about, how many now? 55 embassies that have returned and are operational in Kiev, is that right? Including Japan last week?
Something like that, yeah.
What happens with this attack on Kiev if embassy personnel get killed? I mean, doesn't that change things slightly?
If an embassy is struck, yes. If embassy personnel are killed outside of the embassy, probably not. If it might it will galvanize the political will within the specific country. I don't think that anybody's going to be removing embassies from Kiev again, if that's what you were getting at. I just have to quickly note, a reminder to everyone, that Poland, and I believe also the Holy See, maintain their representations in Kiev open throughout.
No, that's fantastic. All right, thank you, Damon. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day and stay safe.
Thank you. I think I speak for everyone, Doman, when I say you have no idea how glad we are to have you back, buddy. But did you win the wine tasting? Is that a question that I can even ask?
It's a question you can ask. Sadly, no. I can explain some stuff, but no, we didn't do very well at all. It was indeed by far our worst ever placement, both my wife's and mine, at any wine tasting, blind tasting competition ever, by like a lot. So it was fine. Yeah, it's okay.
I think it's all the stress, Doman. Is that throwing you off your wine tasting game? What do you think? What explains?
No, it's that I've not been in France enough the last 3-4 years.
I gotcha. Well, I wish you better luck next time, buddy. It's good to have you back, though. I mean, listen. You might say yourself, this guy's talking about wine tasting when Ukraine's getting hit by missiles. Let me tell you something. This guy's been at this 12 hours a day for like ever. The last vacation he had, was when I started around here. It was like June something. He's been at it like 12 hours a day forever. The man needed a vacation. The man deserved a vacation. Thank God he got one. Doman, do you have any guests today? I'm just curious. Go ahead, buddy.
We do. We have the wife of Taras Ratushny joining us later today. Why is this not in this? It is in the list. Kristina Morozova. Morozova. I never know where to put the stresses. I apologize profusely to everyone.
You and me both,
There has to be
buddy.
some sort of rule. Yeah, no. The letters are fine. It's the stresses. But she'll be joining us tonight. Tonight. It will be at 8 p.m. in Kiev. It will be 1 p.m. if you're on the east coast of the US. It will be at 10 a.m. if you're in California. In other words, it will be in about 10 hours, just under 10 hours from now. Everybody knows wherever they are, just under 10 hours from now. If you're changing time zones, just start a stopwatch when it hits about 9 hours, 45 minutes. Make sure to be back here.
And Mrs. Ratushny is coming when, Doman?
In just under 10 hours.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. And thanks, Doman. I'm looking forward to your interviews as always. To see you back on the horse, it's a great thing, buddy. John, go ahead, buddy.
So there are additional strikes in Kharkiv. City is now partially affected by blackouts. Regional administration is now reporting that power infrastructure was targeted in Zhytomyr and Lviv. Dnipro is being struck again. Sumy is now experiencing blackouts. And Vitaly Kim has reported on his Telegram page that at least 8 of the Iranian loitering munitions have crossed the border from Belarus and are targeting Kyiv. And a third wave of Russian bombers is now moving to their launch points, and up to 50 additional cruise missiles are expected.
Okay, John. So at this point, I mean, we can say this is pretty unlike anything we've seen in recent. I mean, John, have we seen anything like this? Yeah.
I'm going to go on a limb and say this is the largest set of saturation strikes since February 24th, probably.
Right. Yeah. I think maybe the first day, right, would be there was this much.
There was on the first day. I want to say it was in excess of 300.
Yeah. So this is pretty big. Like we're not gonna say it's not a significant attack. It really is. Doman, go ahead.
I just want to note one little thing. And someone else can correct me to how wrong I am, and I'm glad that John's up. Could this be a way also for Russia, seeing that they send the loitering munitions in across from Belarus into Kiev, possibly Zhytomyr? could this be a way for Russia to say, no, Ukraine, all of those movable air defenses, don't you can't have them all at the front. They can be, they have to be around the cities. You can't protect your forces out of the front with Gepards. No, you need them, around Kiev, around Kharkiv to protect them from these loitering munitions. Just a thought.
It's the preferred approach of the new commander, and it was expected that it would occur. That's the whole point. And they'll try more like this in the coming days, up until the IRSTs are in place. And then the Ukrainians will be forced to waste 2 IRSTs on the main attack routes, almost likely going to triage between those civilian targets close enough to important gathering and production points, and of course, Kiev and Kharkiv. And as they only have 2 IRSTs coming this week, we'll have to wait for that. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Axel, I mean, it's just a bit tragic, right? I mean, if these had gotten here a week earlier, I mean, am I mischaracterizing it? But I mean, to me, it's a little bit tragic they weren't here a week early, eh?
Yeah, the problem is that the IRSTs are complex enough. They, as I understand, they've been trained up as quickly as the Ukrainian forces were able to implement them. If the decision for them to be deployed had been made 2 months earlier, maybe, say, for example, in April, rather than in this case in June, yes, but then again, it would not have changed the area bombardment of today, because the area bombardment of today goes hand in hand, as John will be able to explain, or both Johns will be able to explain, with the new commander installed, who loves exactly to bomb civilians into submission. That is the whole strategy. He has used it in Aleppo and in Homs. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. So yeah, I just want to reiterate, right? It's never too late to get started on this stuff now. If we get started on it now, we might be saying, "Oh, thank God that this came a week early," right? Instead of, "Oh man, if this had only come a week early." So just a broad point about it's never too late to act. We should always try to act sooner rather than later. John, John Ridge, I'm gonna let you go ahead, and then I'll go to Hans. Thanks for being so patient, guys. John Ridge.
Thank you, Joseph. So there are now strikes in Ivano-Frankivsk, another round of strikes in Mykolaiv, and another round in Lviv.
Thanks, John, for continuing that. Kalo? Oh, go ahead, Tim.
That's right. Go to Hans. I'm in the middle of a junction.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. Kalo, thanks for being so patient. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Obviously, it's dark, but there's several thousand military targets that would have been much more worthwhile for the Russians to target with their limited resources. And I guess Axel's right. We shouldn't be surprised with the change of leadership. But I think what's reaffirming for all of us, despite the destruction and the death that this is going to cause, is the resolve won't change. This is a terrible tactic and a waste of resources for the Russians. And on the front lines, it will set them further behind. This could have been a better use of their limited resources. Another massive strategic blunder by the Russians. And although today is dark, this will just be compounded, and they'll pay the price for this by not targeting military targets, which are liberating villages every day. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kalo. I was going to make a similar point, and I actually had a question for John Ridge while we're here. John, are you the right person to ask about ground-based air defense?
I'm more than happy to take a shot at it.
Because I'm kind of thinking that it's what are the numbers on the missiles here? You said over 100 have been fired, something like that.
As of right now, best estimate I have is 150. Some of those, the latter 50, are still in flight as we speak.
Okay, and so you think about. Okay, I don't know ground-based air defense, so I'm going to use a ship example. Think about PAMs. which is a British-French ship defense system. It's like Aegis on steroids. Now, that can track 400 targets. It can engage 8 targets every 10 seconds at the same time. So it's kind of an Aegis on steroids type thing. Does the fact that 150 missiles have been fired and they do seem to be getting through, does that suggest a capability gap on the Ukrainian side? Like, what are they using to counter this? Is this like is this possibly, you know, they're using older Soviet systems as their principal air defense? Like, what's going on here? What are they missing?
So for these cruise missiles,
my point is, sorry, just to follow up, because my point is this isn't absolute saturation if they're using modern systems, right?
yeah. So I mean, the primary systems that they would be using to target these cruise missiles would be S-300, Buk, and whatever Tors they've captured, and then I'm not sure if I don't think Strela could, maybe OSA. And I'm sure there's probably 1 or 2 other short range systems in there of various other Soviet vintages that I'm forgetting. I know the Ukrainians have a bunch of heavily upgraded S-125s and a few others, but those Buks and S-300s, I imagine, would perform the backbone of the air defense in this case. I don't know what their saturation point is in terms of how many targets their acquisition fire control radars can simultaneously track and how many targets the command post can simultaneously compute firing solutions for. I do not know that off the top of my head. I imagine that something like NASAMS, IRIS-T, Patriot, MEADS, etc., would probably have a greater capacity for it because, you know, the Ukrainians are using, you know, somewhat older system. Well, I say somewhat older. They're using literally the original S-300s, the S-300 PT, and then some of the, you know, initial upgrades, the PS and the PMU-1, and some other, you know, a number of other older systems. So this is just an absolute saturation attack, and I suspect that it would probably saturate even NASAMS and these modern NATO standard systems to some extent, at least in some specific localized cases.
Okay, thank you very much. Because, you know, I mean, is the naval comparison a valid one? I mean, do these systems generally behave in the same way as ground-based systems? I'm really not sure.
See, now you're asking me about something I know absolutely nothing about, which is naval-based air defense. I know a little about ground-based, but nothing about naval-based.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm hoping Gunny has his naval ears pricked up and will come and answer these questions. But in the meantime, let's go to John Howard. Good morning, John.
Morning, Tim. Well, I mean, Axel made the first point I was going to make, which was about the change of command and the guy who's in charge now being a grade A psychopath. So that's not that surprising. But I think the scale of the reaction demonstrates quite how much the Kerch Bridge strike has actually hurt them. So obviously it's not a good thing that Ukrainian cities are now being malleted with cruise missiles, but it does show that this is going to cause them, this strike has caused the Russians real problems. And I would just suggest that while this is going on, now would be a very good time to hit it again. But in addition to that, and John Ridge might be the right guy to confirm this, I believe the Bears fly out of Engels in Saratov.
Saratov, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Stoneman. Sorry, I forgot you were back. And that's a 450-mile straight run from Kharkiv. So, as well as air defense, I think we need to get the Ukrainians some bigger missiles because I think that base is definitely due a visit.
John.
I was about to say my timeline is filled with very angry Ukrainians screaming for Tomahawks to be modified for ground launch to be used against that airbase. So yeah, that is. I hope that is a consideration that will be made. Just also briefly, there are also strikes in Konotop, and it looks like there are interceptions over Kriviri.
Now, John, it's possible for Ukrainian fighter aircraft to intercept some of this stuff, but it's very difficult. Is that correct broadly?
Well, Axel's your man for that. All I know about that is what I've learned from him. I think we've seen at least one instance of it, but my understanding is that it's extremely, extremely difficult to do with the MiG-29s and the Su-27s. But Axel probably can speak to that in more detail than I can.
But that is correct. It is very, very difficult. The key,
Gotcha, but you're
the
saying-
key element you want is the IRST because it has capacity enough to, when properly deployed, to take down, just like the PAMs, a significant amount of tracked assets very quickly. The reloading capacity of PAMs is obviously a different one. That's why you need 2 batteries of IRSTs deployed at the same time, and what you would wish to have is NASAMs to cover the remainder.
Gotcha. So you were implying, though, that NATO aircraft might be a little better at it, but ultimately you want ground-based air defense like IRST.
Yeah, there's even better, more stationary systems which you would want to employ and which could be sold to Ukraine very quickly.
Thank you, Axel. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, Joseph, quick one. Are you able to cycle people up? I'm seeing a whole bunch of requests, but I think the panel is full. I'm trying to bump people, but it's not letting me. Should we cycle a few people up?
So here's the funny thing, Tim. I got a little bug because I use Android. Colby has it too. We can't see people who don't follow us, and we don't follow people. Occasionally, even people I follow. And so for me, it's totally peaceful here right now. I don't see any requests. We're all fine. Meanwhile, there's people. There's human beings stuck in the pipes, and those poor people. They're going to get up here, be very upset. I'm so sorry, people. Yeah.
Tim, if you cycle down very quickly and right back up, I'll put you back in co-host. Probably gonna be solved by that.
Or I can cycle down and you can put me into co-host. I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah. I'm happy to switch too if Goman's ready. Yeah.
Okay, I'll drop off and then I can manage the queue. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Teamwork. Look at that.
Yeah, no rush, gentlemen.
Pendolino.
Well, wasn't the film called Gone in 60 Seconds?
Morning, guys. Not so great news regarding all the missile strikes, and I've seen potential retaliation strikes. So what can be done about this? And there's an obvious target, right? That we all have in mind, that this cannot be seen as an escalation. That these are the Russian Air Force bases in Belarus. They are even in Gimla's range. And you can bomb Belarus at any time. They are part of the CISTO, which means nothing. And when the Ukrainians can easily target only the Russians, so it won't upset the Belarus. Plus, it makes clear to Belarus that they don't have any play into this. So that's what I wanted to say, and what I expect as a reaction.
I still think that you'll end up seeing hits on Salatov soon.
That's what I wish for, yes. But first, what's feasible? I would say Belarus.
Thank you, Pen.
I'm not against it.
Absolutely. Luis, very good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just woke up here in Germany quite late and seeing all the madness going on. John, I am seeing some news that there are a bunch of Iranian kamikaze drones in the sky. Is that correct?
Yes, it looks like they are flying down from Belarus. It looks like 8 crossed the border towards Kyiv, and another 10 just crossed the border in Volyn Oblast as well.
I'm reading a total count of 48 in the air right now.
So I think that there's some crossed wires there. I believe the 48 number is referring to the number of cruise missiles that were in flight as of about 20 minutes ago.
Well, we have to designate Russia a terrorist state as soon as possible. There's no other way to go forward in this.
So, Luis, I couldn't agree more. That's literally what they do, right? And that's been the same pretty much, at least ever since the Moskva went to a submarine. It's been very much a destroy civilian targets, kill civilians kind of approach that their Black Sea Fleet has been taking, as well as their as well as their Air Force. That's what they've been hitting. There's been civilian target after civilian target. Now, designating them as state sponsor of terrorism, something that we're very much for here, should be beneficial for all manner of other reasons, specifically to do with secondary sanctions. I think that should be done, regardless of whether they had been doing this or not. But it's really kind of almost a separate issue. Just things can be separate here. So yes and no. Yes, because anyway. No, not for this reason specifically. Thank you, Luis. Nice to hear your voice again.
Doman, let me just ask our listeners to do something. I'm sorry if that disturbs someone, but I'm a religious guy. Please, if wherever you are right now, put a candle up and pray for Ukrainians right now. I will be doing the same. And because I believe in it, I believe if we pray and if we ask God to help, He will help. And pray for Ukrainians. Thanks.
Thank you, Luis. Let's go to Stephen, then to Mitik, and then to Anne.
Before we do this, let's highlight one thing. If somebody could, rather than just praying, Luis, if somebody could just hand a piece of paper to Olaf Scholz. He can do the handwriting for this. It's actually quite simple. There's a simple resolution he has to make as a chancellor, and he needs to sign off on 2 paragraphs, and then he can free the Leopards, which will allow 13 nations to provide Leopards to Ukraine. It has one big benefit. By ending that part of the war in Ukraine against the Russian ground forces quicker and pushing Russia out of Ukraine proper, we come to a conclusion of this war much more quickly. So, free the Leopards.
Oh, and one more question. Sorry, Doman, for interrupting you again. Maybe someone can answer this question for me. How many tanks did the children playground transported in Kiev since the beginning of the war?
Zilch. You have to beat them in the field, Luis.
Yeah, I know, Axel. But there are so many guys right now, and I mean all over across the world. Well, this is retaliation for the Crimean Bridge. I mean, it's a fucking children's playground.
Yep, there's more like this coming, Luis. There's a strike on Konotop, or has been a strike on Konotop. The girlfriend of my boy sits at home and does homeschooling in Konotop. I'm fully aware, trust me.
John Ridge, update?
Yes, it would appear that there are now strikes in Odessa as well. A thermal power plant in Ivano-Frankivsk was also targeted, and we now have confirmation that a thermal power plant in Kyiv was also targeted. There are also reports that there are some of those Shahed 136s in the vicinity of Odessa. A number of them have been intercepted and destroyed. Unclear if they were targeting something, in Odessa, or if they were, traveling to Western Ukraine further north. And there were also reports of additional cruise missiles flying up from over the Gulf of the Dnipro, presumably to targets in Western Ukraine.
Thank you, John. And again, that's what they do. Where were we? Let's go to Stephen. Stephen.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I had a question as to the use of their KH-101 cruise missiles, because aren't those supposed to be the ones that cost $13 million and are like they're equivalent to the U.S. like air launched cruise missile? And aren't they? I mean, God, this will sound really bad, but aren't they basically just wasting them doing this?
If I may, you are correct. The KH-101 is quite expensive. I'm fairly certain that number that you threw out is broadly accurate. If my memory is correct, somewhere in this ballpark of 13 to 15 million per unit. The KH-101, along with the caliber that is supposed to be their the most sophisticated air launch cruise missile systems, and to your point, they absolutely are wasting them. There is, I have yet to see a target of military value that they have struck of the 150 thus launched. Same goes for the Shahed 136s. They are. It's terror bombing. That's the military value in their eyes, is that they are trying to break the will, break the fighting spirit of the Ukrainian population. And it is going to fail, like terror bombing has consistently failed throughout the history of industrialized warfare. It just does not work. You cannot bomb a population into submission.
It strengthens resolve, actually. Sorry for jumping in. But it just makes the population, after they lick their wounds, count the dead and wounded, the population just comes back, and it's even more steadfast in wanting the defeat of the enemy, in supporting their government, in resisting no matter the cost. Because otherwise the dead would have been in vain if they give up. So they won't.
Sorry, this will sound very brutal, but it almost seems to me as this might be sort of the Russians' last attempt at mass use of standoff weapons, and they realize that they're just a lot more effective if they saturate the radars, and they're just using most of what they have left all at once. Just a thought. Right, John, we don't know exactly how much they had left, of course, but this seems to be an outsized proportion of standoff weapons. Good, thumbs up. I'm glad.
Oh, and I had another quick
Go for it.
question. I know the U.S. government fiscal year started on the 1st, and part of that is the money to train Ukrainian pilots on U.S. planes. Does anybody know if there's been anything more on that?
I'll put it this way, Stephen. Do you remember about 2-3 months ago when there were a bunch of Ukrainian pilots going on various US TV stations and doing interviews?
Yes.
Why do you think they were the US and not in Ukraine at that time.
Yeah, because I guess one of the reasons they were hesitant is that the U.S. was slightly worried, and the same thing was true with the Gray Eagles, that once the planes got there, the Russians would just hit them on the ground. And I mean, they're also running out of the ability to do that as we speak.
Pilots need training. Ground crews need training. That's a very large component of this, and I think this is something that we'll discuss even more so when we have Colonel Jeff Fisher on next time. And it takes time, but I mean, to the best of my understanding, it is going to be happening. John Ridge?
An additional 50 cruise missiles have just been launched, according to Vitaly Kim.
Specific cruise missiles, not Uragan, not Smerch. Cruise missiles.
No, these are air-launched cruise missiles launched by Tu-95s in the vicinity of the Caspian Sea. Expected time of arrival is over the next 20 minutes.
John, can I ask a fast question? I'm sorry, I see hands and I'm very impolite. Would pilots who launch, even if they're under orders, who launch missiles against civilian targets be liable for war crimes trials? Just curious.
I'm not an expert in LOAC, law of armed conflict, but I would presume yes.
Just so we make that clear, I think it's important to know that these people are following orders, blah, yada, yada, yada. Putin is bad, but these are human beings who serve in the military and made the deliberate choice to follow an order that kills civilians. That's very important to understand the Russian military in many ways.
Very true, Adrian. Very true. Mitek.
Good morning. Well, I don't say good morning because it's really not a very good morning, is it? First of all, my thoughts go to everyone who's cowering in a basement or in a metro station somewhere that are innocent in all of this, and it breaks my heart because really there's no reason they should be going through this right now if things had been delivered faster. But you know, you guys have spoken about that. I'll belabor one more point, which is that during the Blitz of London, the Germans had the opportunity to take out all of the coastal defense of England, but they chose to hit cities and civilians instead. And I think the lesson to take from that is that the Ukrainian government has to be steadfast and has to continue with the offensive and has to continue hitting military targets on the Russian side and not get tempted into bad actions. Having said that, there's a time to get angry and get even, and I think that Belarus has been off the hook for far too long. It's time for special forces to go in. It's time for specific areas in the Belarus border that are firing these things to start being hit. If Belarus isn't attacking with their own soldiers, they're allowing this to happen. They are de facto part of the war, and they should be not just sanctioned. Those specific fields, those specific air launch sites need to be hit, just like the ones in Russia are being hit. I see no reason for Ukraine to hold back. What are the Belarusians going to do? Send in military units that are not all that good, and bad Russian units that aren't even there into the north, escalating the battle in the north of Ukraine? I don't think that's going to happen. They don't have the resources to actually come down into the north. Just start hitting these things, for God's sakes. And I'm holding back from swearing. I'm really not a happy camper this morning. It's tragic what I'm seeing. It's unnecessary, but I absolutely understand the logic of it all. And maybe, as someone said, it is the last gasp. Let's use our missiles like this to terrorize people. And maybe they have more, and maybe they don't. But the fact is that both Washington and Germany have to get off the pot and send those systems in. And something that was mentioned early in the conflict, and I'll bring it up now, no-fly zone. It's as simple as that. I think now is the time that if we're going to bring in a new player, a new idea, it's the no-fly zone and hitting Belarus. I leave that with you guys, and I do hope and pray that this last wave is it for today. I could only hope that more people don't get hurt, even though there's really nothing any of us can do about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitek. I'll note one quick thing that somebody said here in the space months ago. The reason why Ukraine doesn't strike within Belarus is because it doesn't want to open again a front in the north to which it would have to commit forces, and therefore depleting forces elsewhere. There is an abundance of targets, both across occupied Ukraine as well as in Russia, that are of same military worth. Ukraine has has fewer weapons than it has targets for them, basically. So because of this abundance of good targets, there just isn't the calculus of hitting the ones within Belarus, if that makes sense. That's why. That was the explanation somebody, smarter than me and wiser in these matters gave, and it just makes sense to me. I agree with you on a moral level, absolutely. But on a purely practical level, the cost-benefit analysis is just not there. John Ridge, more please no more news. I'm dreading every time you put your hand up now.
So something interesting happened. I'm not sure if anybody here tracks flight radar, but every single Russian Air Force aircraft, as well as seemingly every single Russian government flight in general, as of about 20 minutes ago, they all just turned off all of their transponders, so they are no longer trackable by civilian, non-military, radar ground stations. I think this is the first time that's happened since the war began, so that's completely anomalous.
That is. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, sorry. What possible meaning are we assigning to this?
I have no idea. That's outside of my knowledge base. All I know is that that is what has happened. I do not know how to interpret it.
That's odd, to say the least. It's almost as though they're saying, look, we even when people see planes in the sky, they have no way of telling what is where. Okay, maybe it just seems like a silly game. Before that, I believe that their radar systems went off. Could that be true, John? Would that work the same way, or are these just GPS based pings that they emit themselves?
Well, so these transponders, they're used to communicate with civil ground stations. It's mainly for the direction of civil air traffic. With these off, they will not show up to those ground stations, so they are only going to show up to their own local military, radars and tracking stations, as well as obviously, military tracking stations and radars, of other countries. So this would not affect the visibility of these aircraft to the Ukrainian Air Force, to Ukrainian air defenses, or to NATO in the United States. This just reflects what essentially the general public can see, in any country. This means that, for example, air traffic controllers in Russia can no longer see any Russian government aircraft.
Interesting. Thank you, John.
I've got Dermot. I've got a couple of snippets as we've got some relevant people up on the panel. Snippet number one is that social media is reporting that the German embassy's visa department in Ukraine, in Kiev, has been hit as part of these latest strikes. Snippet number 2 is that, I'm not sure if we mentioned it yet, but the Swedish island of Bornholm is now without power due to damage to a submarine cable that links
It's
it
a Danish island of Bornholm.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, Danish island. I'm still not sure of the difference, to be honest. One goes up, one goes down, something like that, isn't it? Eric's here. Eric, what's the difference between Denmark and Sweden?
Sweden talks without potatoes in their mouth, but that's the only difference. But this is actually quite interesting, because what it seems to be is that the island is supported, or is electrified via cables on the Swedish mainland, because it's very close to Sweden. And there seems to be damage to the cable. And this is, of course, just extremely close to where the Nord Stream leaks happened, or are happening as we speak. But the initial comments is that it might just be something normal. This broke about 40-50 minutes ago, so the news is still coming. But everyone is aware about how anxious people are. So the energy authorities have stressed that this might actually not be anything. It could be, but it might just be normal maintenance problems or whatever. And they have backup generators on the island, which are kicking in 10 minutes. So all the energy will be back on the island in 10 minutes, according to both Swedish and Danish authorities. So it's a little bit too early to blow the alarm on this one. It seems really, really strange, I have to say. And the ferries couldn't take off this morning, because it's a ferry connection between Sweden, the Swedish mainland, and the island. They couldn't take off this morning. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to follow. But again, I just want to stress that we don't know yet if this foul play, only that there might be some damage to the cable, either on land or in the water. We don't know yet.
Now, I've just Googled it, and I've established that the main difference is that Danish island is curlier and has more cinnamon on top. That seems to be the main difference. Sorry, I'm being very silly. Okay, sorry, Doman, where were we before I interrupted the flow there? Sorry about that. John?
According to, in addition to those 50 cruise missiles that were launched from over the Black Sea, it would appear that the Black Sea fleet is now launching calibers against Kryvyi.
It's almost like they're saying, look at how many we have left, and in the process going to stocks to zero. It's like the anyway. Also, Tim, I have to note the Swedish one has more cardamom. But yeah, there we go. Where were we? We were actually we should touch on the German embassy visa department, because this is related to a question we got earlier, but an hour ago from a listener, 45 minutes ago from a listener, saying there's all of these embassies back and open. What happens if somebody's hit? And my assumption was, of course, the embassy itself wouldn't be hit. Is this finally enough to get someone to give a nice kick in the not kick, a gentle prod in the correct direction? There's certain someone in Germany, who knows, but I would be very appreciative of that. Anne.
Thank you, Doman. Waking up to see the news of the missile attacks and missile strikes on a playground in Kiev, and
Tim, sorry, just a second, Anne. Tim, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can I not hear Anne?
You could not hear Anne. That's okay. I can talk to Anne, and then we'll just hang about. Anne, carry on.
Yeah, my question is just like, what kind of people are we? We are sitting here and watching this. I'm sorry, I'm just at the lack of word. This bloody debauchery from the Russians, And while we know that in several capitals and several countries in the free world, we have the tools, we have the equipment that is necessary to stop this and make the Ukrainian be able to defend themselves. And what are our leaders doing? What are our representatives doing? They're doing nothing. They're sitting on their hands. 60 people died in a fucking apartment building in Zaporizhzhia yesterday. It reflects badly upon us as a whole, while that we can just sit there and look at this. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a deja vu feeling while we're saying this is the last gasp of the Russians. That we have been saying this so many times now. This is the last gasp. But yesterday, 60 people died in their sleep. I'm sorry if I'm being emotional here, but this, yeah, I felt that it needs to be said. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. So many things that should have been done weren't done. I couldn't agree more. But as John noted earlier, there was no strikes as extensive since February 24th, maybe 25th, right, when they started with a barrage of every airfield they could think of across Ukraine and pretty much all the cities, etc. Right. So they're all the estimates say that they only have such and such number of such munitions. It's coming very, very close indeed, purely as a matter of mathematics and purely a matter of accounting, to all of them. There's a thought, they have to keep a certain percentage in reserve for what if they fight the Americans one day, or some such strategic thinking approach. Apparently not. Apparently that's not necessary. Because I think for at least some of these, they are eating into those long-term strategic reserves or whatever they might be called. So there you go.
Just to follow up on that, but
go ahead.
We have the systems, we have the Patriot systems, we have the NASAMS, and they're just sitting in storage, not being used, and 60 people died in an apartment building. I don't care if they only have 10 rockets left. Those 10 rockets, those are 10 rockets that can hit another apartment building. So just see, I'm not trying to be fatalist here, but just we have to push our elected representatives to do more. Thanks.
Completely agree. Literally could not agree more. That's the only thing that can be done and should be done, is arm Ukraine more, right? Free the Leopards, hand multi-air defenses you possibly can. No. Are you Dutch, Anne?
I'm from Norway.
You're from Norway, okay. Is Norway considering a shipborne assault on the northern German coast?
I don't think so, but
do you think the Danes might be attacking Germany again?
I don't think so.
The Dutch?
I think that
the Swiss, surely.
The Swiss are coming. Though. I'm they say that officially the Swiss are neutral, but privately I think they're a bunch of bad. Well, I'm not gonna say it, but yeah.
Yeah,
but yeah, your point stands. That there's no need to have these systems in storage right now. It's unethical that they're not being sent and not being used.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Thank you, Anne. Okay. Let's go to Mihaela. Mihaela, you're somewhere in Galicia, if I remember correctly. And then we'll go on to Peskov, Kalo, Erland, and Bionade. Mihaela?
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Very clearly.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I'm in Lviv Oblast, in the countryside, and so for the most part, we've been fine. The barrage of I guess it was missiles. I'm not even sure what was in our region, but the barrage we experienced this morning was probably heavier than anything we've heard throughout the whole full-scale invasion. I estimate between like 10 and 20, yeah, between 10 and 20 loud explosions. Some of them are closer. They sound like cannons. I'm not sure if that's like air defense. Some of them were in the distance. And it was enough to like shake our front door. And again, we're in a rural area. There's just nothing but empty fields around us. But anyway, yeah, it's really nice having this space. I just have to say, 24/7, like someone's always here, and so thank you so much for always being here. Kind of in terms of like the way it feels, just like being here. It's kind of like the 24th of February. I talked with my wife this morning, and like I was like, yeah, I'm kind of like cold, cold today. It's not any colder than usual, but yeah, I think it's just kind of like a physiological experience. And to anybody who's living in other countries, but please call your governments, ask them to support Ukraine in any way possible. It would be nice if Germany released the Leopards, as everyone has been calling for, and yeah, we just need to win this. Yeah, that's about it. My question, and I think it's kind of been answered since I've been waiting, was what sorts of weapons are being used right now? Is this mostly cruise missiles, loitering drones, anti-ship missiles? I've heard a combination of all those things, and I assume it's just that. So I was just wondering, like, what exactly is being fired right now?
It's everything. To what John said earlier, it's basically the kitchen sink is being fired.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Up to and including, yeah. They're using pretty much everything, that any standoff weapon at their disposal. They're using all simultaneously, from all shipborne, airborne, etc. John?
General Zaluzhny just posted a tweet up on his page. It would appear that thus far, he's reporting 75 missiles launched. I assume that's an outdated figure from probably about an hour or so ago. He is saying that of those 75, 40 were intercepted.
So this is the function of the saturation, right? If 2 are shot, likely both are going to get taken down. If 8 are fired, 6 or 7 or maybe 8 are going to be taken down. But with saturation, you simply can't handle all as well as you can with more numbers. Right. We have Peskov, where hope is a parody account and not the actual one. What do you have to say for yourself?
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yeah, you're a little bit echoey, but we'll deal with it. Go ahead.
Sorry, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm not the parody. The parody sits in Kremlin, actually. No, but honestly, about the leopard thing, since I was thinking, there are 2 things I noticed. One is every time the Bundeskanzler posts something, there's so much Russian trolls, tankies, whatever under his post. Even when he remembers those Jews which have been killed in Halle, there's like all the time that he promotes war, and there's like little people like us which say he has to support Ukraine more. I think there must be more attention to put, if social media, if this actually influences his decision, there are too many wrong voices there. And the other thing, if 13 nations, I don't know if any one of you has context to those people that make these decisions, if 5 of them want to send the tanks, but wait for Germany to release the export license, if they just do, I think in the end Germany will play as if it was allowed, because otherwise it would be a huge face loss for the German government. I mean, if Spain alone would send them, that would be a problem for Spain. If 2 sends them, still a problem for those countries. But if 5, 6 countries just say, fuck it, we're just going to send them, I think the German government would just play it down. So maybe if there's any chance that they could be like coordinated to do something.
I mean, that's what was discussed yesterday, right? That's what happened kind of with Panzerhaubitze. Rutte said, we're sending the Panzerhaubitze.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to mute your mic because there's really bad feedback. I hear myself louder than I hear you. Just give me a second. We'll come back to you in a second. Right. Rutte said we're sending the Panzerhaubitze, whether you like it or not, pretty much. And then Germans were like, yeah, okay, we'll send some as well then, and then everything will look better and more sensible, and we'll be okay. I think that's the sort of situation that we have that will have to happen with the Leopards, or indeed a bunch of Abrams going first, and then likewise, right? Once that happens, it's a lot easier for there to be, bits, a few from here, a few from there, and sort of a coalition approach to all of this being done. Peskov?
An alternative could also be like the Ringtausch Germany always claims to do, that they give modern equipment when the other ones get rid of their old Russian death traps. Why not have the American government say, we're going to deliver you Abrams so you can deliver Leopards? Because the Leopards, I guess, might be easier to get maintained here in Europe. I don't know, because more countries are familiar with them than they are with Abrams tanks. But then the countries would still have modern tanks.
So yes, the thing is, pretty much all the stocks of T-72s around Europe have already been more or less sent. It's unclear exactly what proportion of the Polish stocks have been sent, but the bulk have. I think there, might be there's some M84s hanging around Slovenia, which is basically T-72, and some around Croatia as well. But that's kind of it. And they look the same, but they're made from slightly different parts, so they're not compatible parts on those either. If you're just thinking about maintenance, not that should really matter. The thing that infuriates me the most is the question of survivability. It's not like a Leopard 2 has a much bigger gun than a T-72. It doesn't affect the battle that way. The difference is that when a Leopard 2 gets hit or an Abrams gets hit, the crew is far more likely to survive than when a T-72 gets hit, because the tank is designed in a way that protects the crew. And this is where I find it particularly insidious that Western equipment isn't being sent, because of this greater level of survivability in Western main battle tanks. And it can't be said, we can't send them because they'll destroy too many Russians. No, that's not really the point. The point is, many fewer Ukrainian tank crews would die in the process, in the fight, because even when the tank gets destroyed, the crew is far more likely to survive. And this is where I find it particularly insidious that they're not sending Western MBTs.
Yes, I understand this. I didn't mean that the US should send tanks for exchange for Russian tanks. I meant send tanks for exchange for Leopard 2s. Because the Leopard 2, there's vast majorities of them here in Europe. You have highly trained mechanics, but the countries giving up their Leopard 2s, they don't need main battle tanks right now. And if so, they could have Abrams, because the US should have abundance of them. If that would help motivate the countries to give them.
I get it. I think that would be a good idea. It would also come basically with a good call from the White House to the German government saying, allow those re-export licenses, pretty please, so that they get to send Leopards and they get backfilled with Abrams. That's an option, certainly. Absolutely. Thank you, Peskov. Let's jump on to Erland, and then Kayla, and then to Bjornade. Erland.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that this cable incident in Bornholm, there was also observation of a Russian Navy search and rescue, supposedly search and rescue naval vessel in the area where the cable was or is situated during night and this morning. And then I would add that it's just so frustrating that we've been dragging our asses with this NASAM systems. We should have sent them 24th of February or started the process, because it's very extensive training is needed to operate those. They were on their way, but they're still not there because they're being trained. So it's just so frustrating. Those would have saved so many lives today, and I'm just so angry that we didn't send them before. It just feels like we just waited out to see if the Russians would win this. We were scared of sending our systems because they're, because of operational security, probably because of intel. We didn't want them to get this tech on their hands. But today it would have saved so many lives. I'm out of words. I don't know what to do, really. It's absolutely horrible. This terror should stop, and we can stop it with the flick of a switch, introducing a no-fly zone. And now I believe we should do it. Like, if there was any doubt before, it should be all gone now. And that's my message.
Thank you, Alan. I obviously concur on that point. What can be done should be done ASAP. Kalo.
Thank you, sir. I was thinking what Mitek was saying regarding striking Belarus. It's quite an emotional morning. I was up late or all night following the updates. My first emotional reaction is I was going to throw on my Slava Ukrainia t-shirt, drive to the north part of Toronto, and walk in one of the Russian grocery stores and walk around with pride. I think which should give us comfort, if that's possible, in the middle of watching children and commuters dying in the street, is for every single one of these guided munitions that the Russians are launching at a civilian target and not at a Ukrainian military in the field is one day closer to when the Russians lose the war. So if they want to fire another 55, that's 55 days closer to where we get to the defeat of Putin and the Russians. And it's difficult to see the death and the destruction, although a lot of them seem to be missing their targets. I think there's comfort in us knowing that the Russian military seems to be doubling down on the very tactics that are resulting in their complete defeat. And they can fire another 55, can fire another 100 until they run out. And that will get us closer to victory.
Thank you, Kalo. Just give me 1 second, Björn. I'll go to you in a second. I just want to see if we can get Verlaine to connect. Well, she is in Kiev, and all of this is being done to Kiev. Verlaine?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I guess if you have any questions, just shoot them at me.
What's the situation? Water, electricity, telecommunications. Obviously, telecommunications are on.
Well, we do have connection, as you see, so as of now.
There hasn't been as much since all at once, since the first night, has it?
Yeah, that's pretty much the first time they've been hitting Kyiv and a lot of regional centers all at once.
What do you want to happen? There's a lot of people saying, why aren't the nations there yet? Why this? Why that? What do you want to have happened? Or maybe what do you want to hear out of Berlin tomorrow or later today? Okay, I think Berlin had either electricity or telecoms outage at this point. Hopefully we'll get her back momentarily. Bionade, go ahead, Bionade.
Yeah, just wanted to state or ask, as far as I understand it, and I heard from friends, are still waves of rockets, missiles, drones, or whatever incoming. Do we have any about this?
No, that's exactly what apparently Rivne got hit as well. So that's what's happening. It's just wave after wave after wave against pretty much every city across all of Ukraine, every city of oblast importance across Ukraine, Kyiv, of course, but also more or less every other major city in free Ukraine is under attack.
Okay, so far, most likely, most people, didn't continue their daily life today and will stay in shelters or somewhere as far as they can. I hope so.
I do likewise. All of our friends in Ukraine would go and wait this out underground. I think that would be a good idea. Wherever possible. Let's go to Joan and then to Johanna. Verlaine, if you ever want to jump in, just jump straight in. Joan?
Yeah, extremely emotional morning for me. Like, I hardly cry, but today I did. And my wife is carrying it, and she was actually concerned, like, why I am crying, because I don't normally pump all the news to her, but it's extremely sad what's happening. And can I speak after some time?
If you can, to missile attacks in Ukraine, absolutely.
Yeah, it's too sad. I hope the Russians, whatever they are, get what they deserve. And all prayers and hope with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you for that. Joanna?
Yes, thank you. I cannot speak much right now, but I just wanted to say that it's outrageous that only the Russians could give ultimatums and do whatever they want and menace the whole world with their empty, I don't know, not empty, but threats. And why can't we give an ultimatum to them? I will come back, but right now I have something to do. But I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I think that's a good question. I think you know the answer to the question. It's because red lines are only worthwhile if they're followed to the T, and that's why I think many places have learned not to set red lines in the first place. But also, red lines are just not necessary. It's clear to everyone what needs to be done, right? In terms of be it in terms of ground forces, be it in terms of air defenses, be it in terms of whatever else. It's not that complicated. It's clear to all of us what needs to be done. There don't need to be red lines set for that. Well, one has been set, right? More or less loudly. But beyond that, there's no need for red lines to be set. This way, it seems as though you're just telegraphing what your intentions and aims are. I know. John, military theory. What did I get wrong?
No, I don't think you've got anything wrong at all, mate, to be honest. I was just going to say it would be very interesting, hopefully 3 or 4 hours from now, when the east coast of the US is waking up. It'd be very good to see some righteous anger coming out of the White House, and hopefully a spur for all parties in Europe, but led by the Americans. Hopefully this will kick them on to up the game even further in terms of support. I share everybody's disbelief and frustration about the fact that we're 8 months into this and still haven't supplied air defense of sufficient quality and insufficient quantity to actually be able to provide at least some mitigation to this. I mean, yes, okay, it's a saturation attack. I understand that. But at the end of the day, the more air defense systems there are there, the more of those actually fail to saturate the air defense system and get through. Deeply, deeply frustrating. But I genuinely hope they just blow that bridge to pieces today. I don't think they'll do it until the time is right for them. But it would be very, very satisfying if they could pull that one off before sundown. But yeah, I think what comes out of the US in 3 or 4 hours will set the tone then for what happens in Europe. And I think Europe might be quite quiet, just waiting to see what actually the Americans do have to say. But yeah, I hope it's a lot more support right now.
John, what would be your prescription? What should be done in response?
Well, I mean, for me, it's what we've been saying all along. But I think hopefully what this might do is overcome the reluctance, the excessive caution of the advisors surrounding various heads of state, particularly in Washington, and then cascading from that to Berlin. Although I don't, and again, I just want to make absolutely clear, I'm not criticizing German people. I have no issue with the Germans, and I understand that the German public are in pretty much the same places as most of us here. But all of this fear of escalation needs to be thrown out the window. We know what they need. We know exactly what they need in terms of equipment. They need, number one of their list for months has been air defense. Not just, half a dozen Gepards or some Stingers or, 1 or 2 NASAM systems or an Iris-T coming in 2024 or whatever it is. They need Patriot. They need everything. They need everything. That's obviously priority number one. But concurrent to that, the shackles need to come off in terms of supplying equipment. And we've heard from Ben Hodges, we've heard from Mick Ryan, we've heard from so many people now that the US actually has brigade sets of equipment that they could transfer. And that they could afford to transfer, not in terms of not leaving themselves critically short of operational capability if they needed it. They have the equipment necessary, because ultimately this doesn't stop until Russia is defeated. And as Thomas Feiner said yesterday, and it's something I've been banging on about from day one, the way through this is reaching a magic number of Russians killed. And that should be the absolute focus. Defend the cities, put up the air defense, give them the equipment they need to kill Russians, and then kill Russians and keep killing Russians until they collapse or are forced to withdraw or they have a revolution at home or whatever it is. But defend the civilian population in Ukraine, priority 1. Priority 2, kill Russians and give them everything they need to kill Russians as quickly and as efficiently and in as larger numbers as possible until there's no more Russians left to continue the war in Ukraine.
Let's remember this. For Russia, this is a war of choice. For Ukraine, this is an existential war. Wars of choice start and generally end by choice. They either end in a complete and total and utter defeat, or they end by choice. There will not be Ukrainian tanks rolling into Moscow. Therefore, it pretty much has to end by choice, right? And therefore, for the Russians to make the choice to end it, well, they need to suffer military defeat after military defeat after military defeat. And that can only be done with, as you said, yes, on the one hand, and this has been a priority number one for the Ukrainian political class, high command, etc. In pretty much every meeting that they've had with pretty much anyone for the last 7.5 months was air defense, air defense, air defense, right? Prevent attacks from the air. And some recent notes from some recent descriptions a few weeks ago were still air defense, air defense, air defense, and then all the other stuff. But as you noted, right, you kill Russians. That's the way that wars of choice end, is when it becomes just untenable to keep them going. Or am I missing something, John?
No, I mean it's the brutal, simple logic of what the Russians have forced onto Ukraine, and this is the only way through it, unless the Russians themselves decide to have a coup, a revolution, whatever, which is a hope, and hope isn't a strategy. The only thing we can plan for is pushing through it. Ukraine can't surrender. Ukraine won't surrender. Ukraine shouldn't surrender. Therefore, it is morally incumbent and strategically beneficial to us to make sure that they can do that as quickly as possible. And by the way, that includes all this fucking, excuse me, cloak and dagger with, oh no, well, we really shouldn't be striking targets in Russia with, American-made weapons and blah, blah. Can we please just put that to bed and say, look, all of the, anything that is flying in Russian airspace, that is firing cruise missiles at civilian targets in Ukraine, well, the bases that they have flown from are unquestionably valid military targets. Give the Ukrainians what they need to hit those targets, and don't cry and scream and gnash our teeth and worry about nuclear war when they do. Give them what they need, smash the Russian air bases that are within reach of every system they have in Ukraine. Sink the fleet at Sevastopol with ATACMS. Do it. Stop fannying around. Just do it. Hit everything you can reach and keep hitting them and keep hitting them. And we need to make sure that we are supplying a constant stream of munitions so that they can keep hitting them until there's nothing within 200 miles of the Ukrainian border but the odd bloke with an AK. And then we can all start to relax a little bit. But, the time for messing around for half-assed measures is over. And that has to be clear. That has to be clear to all the leaders, to all these advisors around these leaders who are just so overly cautious that they're actually hamstringing Ukraine. They've got Ukraine fighting with one hand behind its back, hopping on one leg. It doesn't need to be. It really doesn't need to be. You know, we should be giving them steroids and sharpening their teeth and saying, go get them, boys and girls. And that's what needs to happen. And it needs to happen now. And that's really what I want to be hearing in the next 3 or 4 hours coming out of the US. And I then want Washington to be calling all European capitals and just saying, look, this is how it is. And you all need to fall into line, and you need to fall into line now. And sorry, I am ranting. I'm just going to stop.
Thank you, John. Exactly that, right? It's all a question of giving Ukraine what it needs. Somebody was writing or saying last week sometime, saying that there's a lot of people in the broader West who can't imagine a war that's neither very far away, very limited, or all-out Third World War. And it's that lack of ability to comprehend this, mass conventional war, the intermediate of those two, effectively, a mass conventional war in Europe on NATO's doorstep, is even possible. And therefore, from within that, there is the fear of escalation, and the fear of, but what if the Russians, go through with everything? That has to be forgotten, because it's the wrong mindset to be thinking within. Anyway, thank you, John. I'll go to Joanna, then to ATV, Shambhala, Andre, and JM. Joanna.
Yes, sorry for earlier. I was preparing my son to go to school. So what I meant by this ultimatum is, for example, there is a UN assembly today or tomorrow, I don't know exact hour. I think that the free world should give a message to the Russians in a way, and we were all very glad for the Kerch Bridge, but I guess everybody knew inside that something will happen after this, and well, this happened, and the Russians are not playing by the rule. They are attacking civilians. This is not a war like a normal war when two armies are facing each other. This is a war when one army is playing by the rules and the other is attacking civilians in the most horrific way. And when it occupies land, it is treating civilians in the most horrific way. So I think we all agree by now that this must stop. And I am for the free the leopards thing, but it will take at least a month to with the European bureaucracy to do this. Even if they say yes today, it will take at least weeks. And something should be done for the air defense, the defenses of the cities. Something should be done today in order for civilians not to die. And I wanted to say just one small thing with a personal experience. My youngest son fell and broke both his hands, and now he's with both hands in plaster. And it's very hard for us as a family to deal with it, because you imagine, I cannot imagine what the parents of the children in Ukraine feel. I cannot imagine when you bring a child into the world, you are giving him the promise that you will protect his life with everything you can. And now we are denying this for Ukrainian parents. Now we are making them, I don't know, we are responsible, every one of us. We are making them live with this fear. They cannot protect their families. And I think something should be done as now, right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. And it goes beyond that, right? It's on the free world to step up and help out with that and help protect Ukrainian families throughout Ukraine. As you say, this is civilian targets, nowhere near the front lines, nowhere near military installations. It's the same old, same old. It is Russian terrorist tactics. No, the only thing that doesn't really work is calling Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. It's not a state sponsor of terrorism, it's a state perpetrator of terrorism. That's the only thing that's wrong about that designation, so to speak. ATV.
Thank you, Doman. I think just a response to a couple people. John Howard, you said you were ranting. If you were to transcribe what you said and put it down in a book of poetry, I'd be the first guy in line waiting for a signed copy. I just think what you said was perfect and beautiful and correct and simple. So well done, mate. And to Iona's point about we all sort of knew and expected something like this. I think that's right. If you're not living in a cave, we must have all known. Everyone must have known what was coming today in some form or fashion. And that makes me think that the Americans and American planners, as well as Ukrainians, obviously knew what was coming. And that makes me think that they already have that response cooked. And it'll be interesting to see both in words and then more importantly in actions what that means. So I'm hoping I'm right. We'll see. We'll see, I guess, in the very near future if I'm right. I did have questions about the military implications of the Kerch Bridge, but I think it's probably better served to maybe bring those up at a later time. So thank you.
Thank you, ATV. Actually, if somebody would be willing to delve into that a little bit, maybe Tim, paying attention over the past few days, I would not mind that. Actually, my understanding is that that's the only rail line that actually leads from Russia into occupied southern Ukraine. I don't think there is a functioning rail line between occupied eastern Ukraine and occupied southern Ukraine that Russia can use. And that I think that is the military implication, just the ease of transfer of material across there.
There was
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, ATV. Yeah, there was speculation among Western military Ukraine watchers. I think it was Chuck Farrer who came out with a map saying that basically their only alternative now is to use the road that goes the trunk route that goes through goes along the southern coast of occupied Ukraine, which we know is going to be a huge problem for them because they simply can't do road logistics on the same scale.
Yeah, I've seen some excellent maps of the train networks, how the Ukrainians have interdicted them in the sort of Melitopol kind of Zaporizhia area. Fully appreciate, at least to the extent that I'm able, the importance of it to the Russians. What was interesting to me, which I didn't hear, although I couldn't listen as much as I'd like, and I'd probably like to listen 24 hours a day if I could, was the discussion to what extent the Ukrainians, what military implications there may have been, or hints that there may have been of the coming Ukrainian offensive operations and the bombing, because there was a lot of discussion of the message and sort of the info psyops elements of that, but I heard very little discussion of what does this actually potentially mean for the Ukrainian next move. I know the implications on the Russians, but what does it mean for the Ukrainian next move, if anything? Because I don't think it was just a happy bridge day, Mr. Putler thing. I think there was a lot more to it than that.
The time was right? That's what it was. It was somebody's figured out, well, this is the best time to do it. Let's do it now. They will have had this capability for some weeks, maybe months, and they were Saki first, and then this. Looks like the same sort of munition was used in both. Just apparently, it made sense to go in that order. No, this is discussed. This is war game with various Western partners as well. Ukraine isn't doing this completely on its own. It has advice at the very least from partners to the West, and seemingly that's how that seems to be the most optimal way to do it, according to them. I am not going to question people genuinely qualified to make these decisions. Tim, I don't think you are either.
I'm not qualified to second guess anybody. I am going to amplify and rationalize the decision that the Ukrainians have made. So we have seen very rapid advances in the previous couple of weeks, particularly in Kharkiv Oblast, as well as in Kherson. There has been a bit of a tactical pause towards the end of last week. We've seen evidence that the Russians are digging in, especially around the right-hand side of the Kherson, the right-hand side of the Dnieper River, where they have been building, they have been establishing defensive lines. This is a time at which the Russian forces are going to want to replenish their supplies, resupply their units, and the timing of this strike on the Kerch Bridge means that it's going to be even more difficult for them to do so. And so that's going to mitigate the effectiveness of their defensive lines and lead to a faster collapse, particularly in Kherson. So yeah, textbook timing, in my opinion. Definitely not going to second guess the Ukrainian timing of this.
Yeah, I think with respect, you guys are doing a bit of a straw man. I was clearly not second guessing. I guess
Oh no,
was coming at.
I wasn't
weren't
saying that you
yeah.
were.
We weren't saying
okay.
that. We weren't saying
No,
okay.
it wasn't meant to be a straw man. Sorry, it was just a more general comment.
Yeah. Well, I agree with everything you guys said. I guess I'll be quiet now. I just wanted to say that it seems to me more likely than not that this presages something in about 2 weeks. Like that was sort of my ruminations. And you know, what is that thing that's happening in 2 weeks if that's about right? So that was all. But thank you for your insight and your input. It's really appreciated, and of course for everything you do.
Thank you, ATV. Why do you reckon 2 weeks?
For the logistical snafu to work its way through the entire supply chain, because clearly they'll have reserves that they can draw down relatively quickly on. But I imagine that, I mean, it already came out, for example, that they had something like 2 weeks of fuel for residents of Crimea. I suspect that 2 week buffer exists on a number of critical items, although fuel is probably right up there at the top.
Thank you, ATV. I guess time will tell, right?
Time will tell. Time will tell, indeed.
Well done. It's always good to quote the Serbian on the show. Thank you. Cheers. I'll drop down now.
Thank you, ATV. Shambhala man.
Morning, just awake, very, very angry after being very happy yesterday. This is just personal opinion, not any way an analyst are trained. To me, I'm starting to feel like the West were only giving Ukraine enough to give that prick a bloody nose, as opposed to actually just sending them back packing. It feels like, you know, in some respects, we're trying to drain all his resources so that he's not a threat in the future, 10 or 15 years from now, as opposed to just sending him packing. I'm sick of hearing this nonsense about he has to be given an off-ramp and he can't be embarrassed. He should be embarrassed. Like, you know, really, we should just give them what they need and finish it now. Like, this can't keep going on like this is, you know. There's just too many people dying, and it's so upsetting that obviously they have their list of what they need. Give them their air defense and let them send him packing. And my question is why was only half the bridge blown? Was it just a subtle message to show if you don't stop, you know, we'll really ramp it up? Or is there some other reasoning as to why half the bridge is blown? The other half should be blown today, in my opinion. And the gloves should be off at this stage, and it should be just toe to toe. You know, schoolyard bully, they don't back down till you back them down. He needs to be backed down immediately. This can't keep going on till the end of the year or next year or whenever the strategists think this war will finish. It needs to be finished now. And sorry, I'm on a rant as well.
I don't think you'll get any argument from this space on that, Shambhala man. Absolutely, it's go time. Whatever political impasse is present among the Western among Western powers, particularly our friends on continental Europe, this now needs to be resolved. It seems very obvious that you know it seems very obvious that. The kind of war Putin is waging, if it wasn't obvious enough already, straight up terror tactics again, no regard for civilian life. Yeah, it's go time. Thank you, Shambhala man. Do stick around. Andre, I believe you're next.
Yes, there's a couple of things I wanted to say. First, horrific as these events are and criminal and monstrous, We should not let the gloom overtake us. Basically, it should only strengthen our resolve to pressure our governments to support Ukraine. Now, the root of this mayhem, of these crimes, is Russian feeling of impunity. I am in contact with many people in Moscow right now, and they are in this, oh, so what, nothing changed for us. They're dancing in nightclubs, they're living their lives just like before, the ones who haven't fled the country. And this must change, because the perception on the ground there is that they could do whatever they want, and nothing will happen to them. In the worst, maybe there will be, like, I don't know, fewer prosciutto di Parma in Moscow stores. Now, why is this impunity? Is sort of a question, because Putin is obviously weak. Their military is weak against conventional Western forces. We have seen this over the past months. So this is point number one. So why is someone demonstrably weak acting with impunity? Why are we not punishing it? And second, of course, as important as supplying Ukraine with their defenses is, we must talk about supplying them with the retaliation capabilities. And we should stop hamstringing them, and we should stop disallowing them to respond in kind. Like the goals of these fears of escalation, and let's talk about the Moscow's goals. Those goals are not to defeat Ukraine. If you listen to Russian propaganda domestically, if you listen to not just Putin's speeches, but the stuff that they are pouring into the ears of their listeners nightly and daily, it's not about Ukraine. They are talking about reimposing domination over the entire Central Europe, which includes Poland, which includes Czechoslovakia, Czechia and Slovakia, which includes the entire region and the Baltics. This would lead to the nuclear war. So this escalation would happen if we are silent, if we do nothing. If all these like peacemakers, these fake, stupid peacemakers right now who are saying that let's just allow Putin digest what he has taken from Ukraine, this would be way worse than any escalation right now. So I think we need to pressure to allow Ukrainians to retaliate, or maybe help them retaliate. There is no fear in humiliating these monsters. You know, his goals are so terrible, and they will lead to a nuclear war. Maybe not today, in a year from now. How is that going to make anything better? So we know they're incompetent as a military. We know Russia is incompetent as a society. It's corrupt. About 2 million people, I think it's more than 1 million people, have fled just after they announced the mobilization. It's 2 million since the war has started. And these are the most creative, young, productive people. This society has been weakened. The Russian society has. Let's hit them. Let's hit them, and let's escalate to the max. I think that's the only way to end this war soon. Not like these like ham-fisted, half-assed, like, you know, supplies of 2 iris systems or whatever. But sorry, and this was not a rant. This was actually, yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a question of how closely do we in the West hold one of our core values, right? I would consider one of those core values that has emerged since the end of the Second World War to be that waging unilateral aggressive war is an unacceptable instrument of policy. Like that's probably the biggest political, geostrategic, philosophical, whatever you want to call it, development of 20th century thinking, is that doing this, you know, and okay, we had just war theory before that. We had the concept of the casus belli. You know, there was kind of slightly wet, kind of hedged views on that before the 20th century. But what really emerged in the 20th century is this consensus among civilized nations that this we do not do. And that's what's at stake here, is if Putin is seen to succeed, or we are seen to be defending this principle weakly, then the principle evaporates, right? It's showing the world that actually, when the chips are down, in a situation that is very easily resolvable by military force on the part of Ukraine and simply backing Ukraine's military force on the part of the West, a situation that is so morally clear-cut, that is so black and white, if we are seen to be half-assed in the defense of that effort in that situation, then we have effectively abandoned that principle. And this is why it's so crucially important that the major powers, the great powers of Europe and the United States, see this clearly and act decisively. Otherwise, what the hell are we even doing? Like, what's even the point? Why have principles if you're not prepared to defend them, right?
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with this more. And this is more than just the principles. We know his plans. He telegraphs them. He announces his plans to dominate other countries. It's not going to stop with Ukraine. He's going to use Ukrainian human resources and other resources to simply continue this onslaught.